Oh, okay. I didn't see that there was a Holden Gemini that was entered. But yeah, there's certainly plenty of Holdens out there. There's a VH Commodore out there. There's a Tirana hatchback out there. And of course, that's Tony Massaro's car. That's the black one. That's an absolutely gorgeous car. If you go up and have a look at that in the pits afterwards, that's a really, really nice looking car. But yeah, the little Gemini of James Rowland's not out there, unfortunately.
Tony Menner, unfortunately, is a scratching in the Holden Commodore VH with the, I think that may have once been the Bill Lee Holden Commodore out of Osmond Park.
Yep, and Bill Lee had quite a few cars that he used to sponsor up here as well in the day, as in touring cars and in street cars. But just watching this big Falcon that's currently one of the fastest cars. In fact, Darryl Poynton has just put the Porsche up there. He's done a 64.9. Ross Gell's just done a 64.9.
And Udderson.
And Udderson. These guys are getting very, very close to track limit as far as speed goes. They're going to have to just cool their heels a little bit. If they start going very much faster than that, then they're going to end up having a chat with our clerk of course, because you're not allowed to go beyond, I think, a 64-second lap time around here. So they'll have to be very, very careful. It's not about going necessarily really, really fast in this category. It's about being consistent.
Well, if you're going to go that fast, you're going to battle with the...
Mendo Jonzeski, is that?
Good save.
It might not be Mendo. I'm not 100% sure which car that is.
Car number 10, I think it was.
Car 55, that is Mendo, I think.
It is Mendo, yep. Car 55.
Where are you? Yeah, it's Mendo. He's actually listed as car 551. So there must be another car 55 out there somewhere as well. But yeah, that's Mendo Jonzeski, and he's just had a bit of a whoopsie down there. Good to see a rear-wheel drive front-engined Porsche out there as well in this lovely blue car that's coming across the line. I think that used to be a car that used to run up here many years ago in the Porsche Challenge Cup that we used to have up here a long, long time ago. I think that may be one of the cars that used to run in that.
That's still that series is still running on the East Coast out of Winton in Victoria.
Yeah, we used to have several 911s and 924s and 944s and what have you that used to run up here in that category. But, as I said, that's a long, long time ago now.
Look at the sand down there in Turn 4. You go anywhere near the centre of the track or to driver's right around that left-hander, and it's going to be full of fraught out there. Fraught with danger.
Yeah, and as I said yesterday as well, with the sand on the circuit and with the wind blowing, it makes those corners just about every time you go through there as far as grip level goes. So it'll keep these guys awake today, that's for sure.
The little Wolseley, it's not a very wide car. It's very tall, but not very wide.
Yeah, it's just fairly typical of the 1950s design car, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's they look very top heavy, but look, these cars were a gun car to have in the day. These were very popular racing cars and very quick as well for the day. I'm just having a look at what sort of lap times he's doing out there at the moment. He's doing 1 minute 18s, and I can tell you that a 1 minute 18
it's not bad.
Is a pretty good. Well, that's what we were doing yesterday in the HQ Holdens, 16s and 18s in HQ Holdens in the full-on racing. Yeah. So it's not a slow car. You do. I would imagine that you do a 1 minute 18 in a Wolseley 1500 around here like that. You'd know you're alive.
Yes, for sure. As Joe Douglas just puts a move on Malkin. That'll be Heath Malkin, I think, driving that one today. Just having a look at our board, but it's all Tony Roskell at the moment. Roskell, Udderson and Poynton. They are the three fastest cars out on the circuit.
Checkered flag out on the circuit as well, so they've run out of time now. So what these guys will do now is they will go away, they'll have a look at their lap chart and see what sort of lap times they were doing, and now they've got to nominate a time that they've got to stick to for the first event. And they nominate that time down in our club secretary's room downstairs from where we're commentating, and then that comes up here to the timekeeper, and they'll put that in their computer, and then every single time they go faster, they'll lose themselves some points, and every time they go slower, they'll lose themselves some points. And it's the one that has the least points lost over the period of the event that will be our winner for Time Challenge today at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
So we're having a look at our Time Challenge. That was the last of our qualifying periods for today. So we will take a very short break and we'll be back with the official opening of MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway here for all of our live stream customers. Thanks for joining in, and hope you can sit back and have a few coldies through the day and enjoy the best local motorsport you'll find anywhere in Australia, coming to you today live from MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Back very shortly with the official opening.
The 2023 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is brought to you by MotorMall.
everybody, whether you're watching on our Turn 7 live stream or here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway for day number 2 of round 1 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships for 2026. A big thank you to the Sewell family for becoming our naming rights sponsor for the foreseeable future. A fantastic day yesterday to kick off the first day of school for 2026. More about that very shortly. But ladies and gentlemen, if possible, would you please stand and remove your headgear for the Australian National Anthem?
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
A massive 31-car field of Hyundai XLs is going to kick off day number 2 of round number 1 for our WA Sporting Car Club Championships here today. A 26-degree day today and some southeasterly winds this morning. They will turn to the southwest a little bit later on and strengthen up. Unfortunately, they won't strengthen to what they were yesterday. Unfortunately, yesterday we did have a lot of sand on the track from the strong winds, so it will be a challenge for our drivers to go fast and to keep it on the track. I'm Vaughan Brewer. It's great to be back with you again for 2026, coming to you from the Rob Janney broadcast studio here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and making a return for season 2026 down in our pits. Our roving pit reporters will be Slim Jim and Demelza Leonard. We'll hear from them after every race. They'll be doing some pit interviews and some interviews. And it's also a pleasure to have this guy back in the commentary box again for 2026, a seasoned veteran of motor racing and motor racing journalism here in WA, Rob Haggerty. Good morning, Rob.
Yeah, good morning, Vaughan. Good morning, everybody. Welcome along to our live stream, and we hope you enjoy the day as much as what we're sure to enjoy it. Those 31 Hyundai XLs are going to be pretty special out there, and we've also got lots of other categories that are going to be great today.
Well, yesterday's racing.
Yeah.
To open the first day of school, we rang the bell early, about 8:30 yesterday morning. We were on the track for our qualifying, and then what proceeded to occur through the day was just what is typical of what everybody will witness again today. The best local motorsport you'll find anywhere in Australia.
Yeah, most certainly. We saw the HQ Holdens, and didn't they have a great battle? About 3 or 4 of those all battling for the lead throughout the entire day. The Formula Vs were wonderful. In fact, one of the females who races in our Formula Vs, Mackenzie Gow, she took out our Competition Drivers Club Driver of the Day award that we nominate each day up here on behalf of the Competition Drivers Club. We saw some great racing in the street cars and the sports sedans and the muscle cars. Historic touring cars we saw yesterday as well. They were absolutely magnificent, as they always are. And of course, we saw some great FSR racing as well. And then we're looking forward to seeing more FSR racing this afternoon.
Yes, it was a battle between Bryce Moore and Chris Reindler. Just carrying on where they left off season 2025. And of course, we have a visiting driver here this weekend from the Repco V8 Supercar ranks in Andre Heimgartner, a resident now of Perth, Western Australia. And if you're not familiar with the location of our racetrack, we are about 30 minutes north of Perth, the capital city of Western Australia. And a big thank you to everybody that's jumped on the live stream. Yesterday, we know that we had some people from Queensland watching, and We have seen some people before jump on all the way from Florida, and it's great to know that little Wanneroo Raceway over here in Perth, the most isolated capital city in the world, can produce such a quality product and grab the audience from all around the world.
Yeah, absolutely, and we do produce a quality product, and while some of our categories have been a little low on numbers for the first race meeting this weekend, they've certainly put on a great show regardless of that, and our XLs today are certainly not low on numbers, that's for sure. They're still lining those guys up down at our dummy grid area, and they've got 31 of those people to line up in those cars, and we're really looking forward to seeing those on track very shortly.
Well, as we said, this is our first race meeting for 2026. Over 160 entries. That's a fantastic effort in the economic environment that we're all facing at the moment.
Yeah, you're absolutely dead right there, Vaughan, and it is difficult times for a lot of people, and to see that we've got over 160 entries for the very first race meeting of the season here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway is really, really, it augurs well for the future, doesn't it?
Because, it certainly does.
Because generally speaking, the numbers are usually down at the first meeting of the year, and we've done very, very well to attract all of these entrants this weekend.
You know, we only had 8 historic touring cars here yesterday, unfortunately. Normally those guys would field a grid of 20. We didn't have the Formula Fords here this weekend. There's another 12 or 15 of those guys. So we could have actually, in theory, had 180 to 190 entrants for our first race meeting of the year.
Well, of course, the historic touring cars, a lot of those guys are in the eastern seaboard at the moment. They're getting ready for the Phillip Island Classic, which always happens in March each year, and they're going over there to represent Western Australia, and we wish them luck whilst they're over there. I'm sure they'll put their best foot forward and represent us well. But, so at the moment, the historic touring cars, it's not a surprise that they were a little low on numbers. But, yeah, it's good to see that we've got the Formula Classics here today, and they look like they've got a good grid of cars, and they were a little thin on the ground towards the end of 2025. So it's great to see that they've got a lot of cars back on circuit again for their first event this year.
For our live stream viewers, we're about to show you the program of events today. It's going to be a pretty action-packed day, as per usual up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. As we said, we are about to kick off with our XL Cup. There is a slight delay with our XL drivers at the moment, trying to line up 31 of them in the correct order. But also on the cards today, we have our improved production and production cars. Now, they'll run as a combined category, and if the qualifying was anything to go by, that is going to be probably one of the standout races to watch today. As Rob said, the Formula Classic, they've got a good bunch of cars here, including the return after many years away for the Lotus Elan that was once run up here by Trevor Hine, a very successful race car driver back in the day. And we also have Time Challenge and the FSR. And the FSRs, they were a bit more exciting than usual yesterday. There was a great battle happening between Bryce Moore and Chris Reindler.
Wasn't that a fabulous battle? And Bryce Moore took 2 of the events and Reindler took the 3rd. So we're looking forward to see whether Reindler can carry that forward and manage to get over the top of Bryce Moore again today. Bryce seems to be able to get that car working very, very quickly on cold tyres, and that seems to be his advantage. He gets a second or so advantage early in the race, and then he tends to be able to hold that throughout the race. But yesterday, he made a slight mistake passing some slower traffic up through turn 4, got out wide, and I tell you what, it didn't take much for Reindler didn't take much of a red flag for Reindler. He was underneath him and away pretty quickly.
Not. I mean, it's very unusual to see FSRs or any category really run 3 wide around a sandy turn number 4. That's the long left-hander there at the end of the S's. And 3 wide. We had a slower car in the middle. Bryce went to driver's right, and Chris Reindler held onto the curb, and that was the preferred line, the cleanest part of the racetrack, and just blasted past the slower driver and Bryce Moore, and ended up taking the win by a longer distance than what Bryce Moore had the advantage prior to that little incident.
You can absolutely guarantee that Bryce Moore's put that into the brain bank, and that won't happen again.
That won't happen again.
No, it certainly won't. But yeah, have a look at that MotorMall sign that's up there on the hill when you get the opportunity on screen as well. That's one of the largest signs for sponsorship anywhere in Western Australia. It's an absolutely huge sign for MotorMall, and isn't it just wonderful to see the car club has also managed to paint all of our flag points in the same sort of green colour as MotorMall's sign up there in the circuit. Other than the fact, as we mentioned earlier, with some reticulation issues that we've had over the last few months up here, other than that, the circuit's looking absolutely magnificent at the moment for the new season.
the big MotorMall sign up there on the top of the hill, modelled after the big Hollywood sign.
Yep, very
And
nice.
there it is. It's a fantastic art installation here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and it's great to be able to call Wanneroo Raceway back into the title of MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
It definitely is, and that MotorMall sign, which lights up at night time as well, so it's pretty special for our night meetings that we're going to be having later on in the season. But that MotorMall sign is just about exactly where there used to be a viewing stand when the pits used to be up at the old top of the hill there before we moved down to the bottom here in the very early 70s, and that was exactly where, as a kid, I used to sit in the viewing stand and watch all of the motorsport for probably 10 years between the age of about 4 years old and 14 years old. So
that's another famous piece of infrastructure here on screen at the moment is McCracken House, our club member and bar area down there, all decked out with some beautiful comfy lounges and of course big TV screens. So if you'd like to make your way around to McCracken House and go and indulge in an amber fluid or two, that's a great viewing spot, and as we said, you can sit out the front or sit inside in air conditioned comfort here. That is located at the bottom of the hill at turn 7, and everybody is welcome to go in there. There's some great memorabilia on the walls of the Wall of Champions there, all of our winners from 2025. Plus there's some historic photos up there, including a photo of the starting grid of the 1979 Grand Prix, the Australian Grand Prix that was held here at what was Wanneroo Raceway back in the day. And there's a whole pile of trophies up there. There's a lot of Garth Tander stuff up there as well. There's just trophies in those big trophy cabinet up there that are quite significant to motor racing history.
yeah, absolutely. I believe it was actually called Wanneroo Park in those days, but
Yes, it was too.
But nonetheless, corporate boxes all across the top of that McCracken House, and we've got all of those full of corporate people who are supporters of the Western Australian Sporting Car Club as well. We're about to have our grid information come up on the screen for us as well, so we look forward to seeing how the cars are going to be lined up.
It'll take us 20 minutes to get through the entries.
Yeah, so we've got Zane Rhodes, standout from 2025, on pole position, just on pole position, I have to say, and he's just in front of Burns. And then we go back to Hills in car number 7, Tristan Clamp in car number 13, and then we've got Noah Byrne in car number 11, Harry Burns in car number 3, Dean Hill in car 53, and then we've got Clark and Wildman, and that's how our top 10 are going to line up. We'll tell you some of the more details about the grid as the cars head out onto the circuit.
It's a big field.
It is a big field, and it is a competitive field. I don't think too many tenths of seconds covered most of the
5 1,000ths between first and second.
Yep, and only a few tenths between first and about fifth. So, we're going to be really looking forward to some magnificent racing from the XLs all day today.
Yeah, looking forward to the XLs, of course, sponsored by Retrovision, the electrical appliance franchise here in Western Australia, one of the largest electrical appliances stores. So don't forget, for all of our sponsors here this weekend, support the people that sponsor or help us. And another, while we're on those thanking people, we better thank all of our officials and everybody from race control to our medical staff, our recovery teams who have already been hard on the job this morning with a bit of coolant down along the main straight leading into turn number 1. And as Rob said, also our greenkeepers up here, they've had life pretty hard over the last couple of weeks or so with all this lightning that's been around Perth, Western Australia.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who have to be pulled in to put these race meetings together. We've got grid marshals, we've got fire crew, we've got people down in the office downstairs who are being secretaries of the meeting and looking after the competitors' issues, and timekeepers and flag marshals and all sorts of people that are out there. And we thank people on the gates. We thank them very, very much for their support here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway this afternoon. And we really do appreciate you. You are the lifeblood of motorsport, and thank you very, very much for your services.
Well, not too long to go. We can see our XLs lined up down here on the W grid. Rob, we'll take a very short break. We're going to run some adverts for our live stream customers. We'll be back with race number 1 for day 2 of round 1, the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships here, coming to you live from MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway in Perth, Western Australia. Back very shortly.
At Retrovision, we're putting on a show when it comes to saving you money. Because at Retrovision, we have more ways to save on all the electrical stuff you love. We not only price match with our lowest price guarantee, but there's also no buyer regret with our 60-day price promise. Even better, RAC members save an extra 5% off every single day. It's like every day's a sale at Retrovision. So why shop anywhere else?
Excel Cup Racing is brought to you by Retrovision, Vulcan Panel and Paint, Motec Mechanical, Dash Simulators and Events, and Excel Garage.
You can see all of our XLs lined up down there on the dummy grid. Zane Rhodes, car number 73, without Carlos Ambrosio around. I wonder if he's going to be challenged by Burns, Hills, Tristan Clamp. He's getting faster and faster every time he gets out there. And young Noah Byrne, who I believe was just 14 when he first started racing. I think that was probably going back 18 months, nearly 2 years now. So Noah Byrne, car number 11.
He's an old man now. He has a big grey beard.
Yeah, out of the Speedway ranks and jumped up into the Hyundai XLs. And this, as we've said repeatedly, this is a fantastic way of beginning your motorsport or your circuit racing career. Jump out of a go-kart or just come straight in off the street. Buy one of these cars. They are very cheap. They are very economical to run, and go out and have some fun. And we've got 31 of them out there, so it doesn't matter where you are, whether you're up the front with the front runners, in the mid-pack or down the back, you're always going to have somebody to race with. And it's a great family environment as well, and that can be demonstrated by the Cove family. We've got 3 brothers and sisters out there on the grid this weekend.
Yeah, and I was having a look at Charlotte's car. I think it is car number 17 towards the back of the grid there. Absolutely beautifully presented car, and she'll be looking after that car. She had a little bit of an issue with that car. I think it was down in Collie, and they had to replace the rear quarter of that car and get it all panel beaded and put back together again. But Charlotte's going to go out for another go today, and she's down towards the back of the field. But as you mentioned, she's going to be having a lot of fun down there with a lot of people around her to race against, and beautifully presented. Just about all of these cars have had so much effort put into them to make them look pretty, and they are some of the most standout-looking racing cars that I think anywhere that I've ever seen.
They certainly are, because you're not spending a great deal on the initial outlay, so you can spend a little bit of money to make them actually look nice. And they don't have the one paint scheme on them. There's very few cars out there that just have the one colour all over them. They're multicoloured, and it really makes them stand out. And that's what you've got to do in motorsport. They say if you can't win, be spectacular.
Well, the thing is that you look at Formula One teams in particular, but also the Repco supercars, and how much money they spend on their liveries and getting their liveries right and to look right on television and everything. And then these guys turn up with some of these liveries, and I think they look 100% better than what those ones do as well. So, yeah, you look at the first 5 cars that are down there, 6 cars down there, even more, that are down on the grid at the pole position area of this grid, and they just all look different, and they all stand out, and they're all different colours, and it's just really, really good to see. But getting back to our championship for 2026, Zane Rhodes is my favourite because he was right on the tail of our state champion Carlos Ambrosio last year, and he's got that all to do now. But it's going to be really interesting to see if the other guys are going to lift up as well and challenge him. So. Yep, so that's going to be really good to see how he's going to cope with that. Carlos Ambrosio, of course, has come out of the XLs this year. He's going to debut himself in a saloon car later in the season. So he's just having a little bit of a break at the moment after several years at the front of this category. And he's just putting his feet up a little bit for the start of this season. But he'll be back in saloon cars later on in the year. And, he's been the standout. But, I think Zane Rhodes is going to be very hard to beat this year.
Just up on our live screen for our live stream viewers at the moment, we're focusing in on a gentleman that's having a relaxing Sunday morning sitting behind his SUV down there in turn number 7. He's got a bit of tree branches maybe come off the trees from yesterday. But welcome to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, sir, and I hope you enjoy your day here. You've got a prime spot down there in turn number 7. There he is, giving us the devil horns. So, good morning. morning, and I hope you enjoy your day here. Hopefully you'll be able to stick around with us all day. We are going to have a huge day of motor racing as well. So we're just about ready to focus down on turn number 1 now and see what is happening down in turn number 1 as we get the 1 minute siren. So 1 minute to go before our Hyundais finally make their first appearance in race trim for 2026, and we've got all the families getting set up down in turn number 1 along the entrance to turn number 1, and that would be turn number 7 up near McCracken House as well. A couple of people making use of some green grass. There's not much around here at the moment, unfortunately, but these two guys have found a fair bit. It's great to see so many kids already here. It's only early on your Sunday morning, and hopefully our crowd will build up as the day goes on. And check out all this motor racing coming to you today from MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that we'll see quite a few other spectators coming up here as we did yesterday. It actually swelled to be quite a decent crowd here yesterday. So, and they were, as we said earlier, they were witness to some pretty good racing as the cars are finally heading out onto the circuit for the first of our events here today.
Certainly are. And of course, the last shot there that we saw on our live stream footage was from the supercar pits there over in the middle of the circuit. If you'd like to go over there and have a look around, you get a 360-degree panoramic view of the bottom section of Wanneroo Raceway. As cars making their way out onto the circuit now. 31 cars coming your way. We'll run through the field very shortly.
We certainly will, and look at these cars. They're absolutely beautiful looking cars out on the circuit. They'll be spending their efforts warming up their front tyres and warming up their brakes and getting the clutches nice and warm ready for the off when we go from a standing start in a few moments' time. And the cars only just having left the pits as the rest of the field are heading down our old pit straight towards turn 6 at the moment. So that's how big this field is at the moment, and it's great to see. This category has gone from strength to strength up here. A couple of people who are new in this category who have really been standouts so far today. Chase Wildman in his car number 77 is starting from 10th position. This is his debut today in the XLs, and that's a very, very good effort among a group of drivers who've had a few seasons already under their belt in this category, and to get into this category and to get 10th on the grid in your very first go is an outstanding effort. So really looking forward to seeing how Chase goes today in his debut race in the XLs. So,
for our live stream viewers, mate, we are on board car number 94 of Mason Walsack.
Okay, so that's going to be interesting to see because...
where is he located? Oh, here he's midfield.
Yeah, so that's going to be great to see what unfolds in front of his windscreen.
He's going to have a busy couple of minutes.
Yes, I'd suggest that we're going to see some pretty good footage out the front of that car.
He's just making his way down past the safety car at the moment, so he is definitely buried, probably back 3/4. Oh, no, they're still streaming in over the hill here.
Yeah, they certainly are. They, as I just mentioned, Vaughan, they were still coming out of the pit lane as the other cars were heading down towards turn 6. So it's a big field. So let's have a look at the grid at the moment. We've got Zane Rhodes on pole position. Next to him on the front row is Shane Burns, who did a great job to get that car up there. Behind him is car number 7, Alex Hills. Then next to him is car number 13, and that's Tristan Clamp. Then we go back to car 11 of Noah Byrne. Harry Burns is next to him. Then Dean Hill and Michael Clark. And then we've got Chase Wildman. And then we're going back to Perez, Peniza, Ferreira, D'Souza, O'Brien, Lachlan Cove. And then we've got Ward, Lair, Stephen McGregor, Hasty, Ruiz, and Woolzack is the guy who's got our camera on his car.
And the Forge Australia car number 94, has our onboard camera. And yes, he is buried probably half to 3/4 of the way down this big field. Green flag flies at the back of the field as our official having to run back to the first line of defence down there. And it's an unusual spot to be jumping the fence.
Yeah, I hope she's feeling fit.
Away we
that's
go.
A high fence down there too.
Race number 1 is away here at MotorMall
And it's
Wanneroo
Shane
Raceway.
Burns who gets the best start. But look at Zane. He's just gotten later under brakes down there into turn 1. He's going to get back into the lead down there. He's already got about 4 or 5 car lengths between himself and Shane Burns as he exits turn 1 for the first time. A nice clean start. A little bit of interesting happening down there at the back of the field with some gaggly cars down there getting together. But nonetheless, it's all pretty smooth and pretty good sailing into turn 4 for the first time.
And I did see a car that has come to a stop alongside the fence, and it's Wesley Lair.
Wesley Lair in car 27.
Yeah,
so
right at the start line here on the inside, driver's right.
that's a safety car for sure that they're going to put that out. So I'd imagine the safety car down there currently at turn 7 is probably going to be brought into action fairly shortly.
As all of the cars all over the other side of this 2.41 kilometre circuit here, just to the north of Perth, the capital city of Western Australia, as they're already streaming up towards the hill.
Yep.
We're waiting to see whether we're going to go safety
we have
car.
one safety
Yes.
car born, so safety car is out. So let's hope that these guys have got their goggles on and can see the safety car boards.
Oh, there's a pass under yellows.
Yeah.
They're going to have to, there's going to be a few people get pinged here,
Yeah,
and
we
there's a
just
rear ender.
We certainly did just have a rear ender, and that's a shame because it is hard sometimes to see the safety car boards and the yellow flags when you're battling with people, particularly on lap 1 when there's a lot of cars around you. But you've got to be absolutely awake to this stuff because otherwise you end up causing yourself a really big issue.
And you have an appointment with Motorsport Australia as well.
That was Panizza and Clark who came together, I think, down there in turn 7. Sorry, I think that was Panizza and Clark. So there's going to be a little bit of action in our Clark, of course, office later on in the day. I suspect.
Yeah, because we've got the flag point there just before the sign writing begins as they come down into the braking area, but that unfortunately is unmanned. So there is no sign of a safety car until you get down to that flag point at the bottom of the hill.
Although the safety car flags did come out before the cars crested the hill, and at the top of the hill we do have a flag point as well.
There, yep.
But and that's quite an easy one to see as well. I've always found that that's a pretty easy one to see. But look, as I mentioned before, these guys are focused on the racing that's going on, particularly in the first lap when there's a lot of cars around you and there's a lot of opportunity to make a big gain. And sometimes it's not that difficult to miss a yellow flag in a safety car board.
Inexperience as well. As we said, this is a great way of getting into circuit racing. So may not have the motorsport experience there, but certainly they will learn a lesson every time they get behind the wheel of one of these little Hyundai XLs. Brought to us this year again by the magnificent people at Retrovision.
One of the things that I learned when I very first started racing, and it's a good idea for anyone who's out there thinking of getting into motorsport, is the first thing you need to do is to memorise where all of the flag points are, and then to also get yourself into the habit of choosing a couple of places every single lap to be checking your gauges and checking to make sure the car's in A1 shape. And the other thing at this circuit is to always, when you're coming over the top of the hill, to always look towards the bottom of the hill at turn 7 rather than down the straight, not to just keep your eyes 2 feet in front of your car, because there's quite a lot of times over the years here where people have come barrelling down that back straight and there's been an issue at turn 7 and they haven't even seen it and they just go ploughing straight into the car.
Yep.
So that's some of the things that you really need to be switched on with when you very first start racing. You get into habits after a while, and they're very good habits to have.
Well, it bodes well for your normal day-to-day driving as well. You look further down the road than just at the end of the bonnet of your car.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's one of the things that motorsport definitely does. It improves the breed out on the road, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And if you ever look on YouTube and have a look at Dashcams Australia, you know that there's quite a few people who need to be put onto a race circuit or onto some sort of a closed area, a safe area, and to be taught how to drive, basically, because there's some absolutely appalling behaviour that you see out there on the roads.
There certainly is. It's like when there's a windscreen in front, they're totally blinded.
Yeah.
Look at that field. They're still streaming through turn number 1 as the safety car is halfway through turn number 4 at the moment. I think we might get a go ahead this time through. The safety car going very slow, probably down to about 60 kilometres an hour at the moment. So trying to condense the field.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the other things that you need to be aware of as well when you start your motorsport, is you're very often going to get a restart under safety car conditions, and people go out there and they break their back trying to get a good lap time for qualifying, and they'll do anything they can to buy themselves a 10th or 2, and then some of them go out there and after a safety car they have 15 car gaps between them and the car in front at the restart, and it's like, well, what did you bother qualifying for?
That's right.
So it's really interesting to see some of the behaviours as well, but hopefully these guys are going to bunch up nice and tight and give everyone the opportunity to have a good restart.
Now, one of the other things that might catch this big field out is that there is no overtaking until they get to the start-finish line. So although the leader may go at turn 7, you have to stay behind or alongside that car in front. You cannot pass till you get to the control line.
No, you can't, and that has caught a lot of people out. So have a look at the guys at the front of the field, how bunched up they are. They're the really serious guys. And then you look behind them and you see all of the cars all straggling out everywhere, and it's really hard if you happen to be behind one of those guys who's left such a big gap.
And look at the start that Zane Rhodes has got. That's experience for you. Started halfway through the apex of turn number 7, so people were still on the brakes at the bottom of the hill, and he is under full acceleration, and he's got away to good 50 metres now over Burns in car number 333 as they head up through the bus stop, this huge field of Retrovision XLs.
Yeah, I've got a big rap on Zane Rhodes. I think he's absolutely brilliant in the way that he goes about his motorsport, and I certainly hope that we see him around motorsport here in Western Australia for many, many years to come in various different categories, because he's got his brain switched on, that's absolutely for sure. So he's already got himself about a 3 or 4 second gap between first and second place. So it's still car 333 of Shane Burns, who's in second place, and then I think we are still back to Alex Hills.
There's an incident down on the driver's left, about halfway down towards turn number 6. There looked like there were 2 cars up against the wall. And there we go, and there's a T-bone. Yep, it looks like there is a T-bone that has happened down there. It's the cryojet car.
And they're on their way. So
that's 53. That's Dean Hill.
That's Dean Hill. So nothing serious, no harm, no foul by the looks with that one. So they're on their way once again as we cross the line for the first time. And Zane Rhodes, fastest man on the track, as you'd expect, as he crosses the line. We don't have a gap between them, unfortunately, because we've got all the lap times up there. But we've got Shane Burns in second place. And then we're back to Alex Hills, Harry Burns, Tristan Clam, and then we've got Pernizza, Beres, Lachlan Cove, and De Silva and Wildman still holding on to that 10th place after lap 1.
While you were looking at our scoreboard, mate, there were 3 wide down here in the start-finish line down towards turn number 1. The 2 green cars going into turn number 4 at the moment, and the little grey car behind it. I think that might have been Wagner de Souza involved in that one. 3 wide as they cross the line. Look at these guys. They are leaning on each other as they go through turn number 5 and down the hill towards the bowl. And these 2 green cars are going to try and work out who they are. They are having a hell of a time down there. They are side by side, door handle to door handle.
Yeah, they are. It was Michael Clark and Dean Hill who were involved in that incident over in the old pit straight heading down to turn 6 on the first lap. So they're both back on the track again as our into sight once more towards the bottom of turn 7 is our race leader. And I think we've just had a change for 4th place, just waiting for the cars to come across the line. And with all their new liveries, it's a little hard to work out who's who. But I think that we've just seen car 13 of Tristan Clam make his move over Alex Hill, and we have indeed. So Alex Hills goes back now to 5th position.
5-second penalty for car number 3, Harry Burns, running in 3rd place at the moment for a safety car breach. So 5 seconds will be added to Harry's time, and currently running in 3rd.
So Chase Wildman and Lachlan Cove and De Souza were the cars that were battling down there in turn 6 that you mentioned earlier, and they're still fairly close together as they go up through turn 4 now. It's hard to know where to look in this field at the moment.
It certainly
There's
is.
little battles happening all over the circuit.
The TV screen's not wide enough. We need to see 2.41 kilometres all at once. We've got 31 cars out there at the moment, and behaving themselves really well. I thought there may have been a bit of demolition derby happening early, but everybody's starting to find their own piece of real estate now and starting to do good jobs, as we see Zane Rhodes still with that 50-metre gap over Burns in car 333, then Harry Burns in car number 3 as they go side by side for 4th and 5th place. Yeah, and that'll be Clamp and Hills.
Yeah, it is. It's Clamp and Hills, and they're having a great battle out there at the moment, and it's Clamp who's gotten back in front in car number 13. So Tristan's managed to get in front of Alex once more. Then we've got Pernizza, as you mentioned, just having a look a little bit further back down the pack. Good battle there between Ferreira and O'Brien as well as they cross nose to tail the line. Also further back we've got one of the Cove family just managing, I think that might be Charlotte, has just gone down the inside of car number, I think that's car number 21.
Fogliani is in 21st position in car number 24. Charlotte behind him in car 17.
Yeah, and a message on Facebook from Anthony was that he was quite happy with his qualifying, but he's got a little bit of time to find, obviously. But for a first effort after many, many years away from racing, that was a pretty good job. So well done to him.
First time front-wheel drive too.
Yeah, not the first time front-wheel drive. Of course, he raced in 1989 for the Toyota team up here, racing a Toyota Corolla.
Yep.
But yeah, a long time since he's been in front-wheel drive. Look at this battle for fourth place. That's where the interest is at the moment, and that's Tristan Clamp and Alex Hills, and they're all over each other at the moment, and side by side once again for the second lap in a row down in turn 7, and that's where the excitement is at the front of the field at the moment, and they're keeping it pretty clean, but side by side as they cross, and it's Clamp just in front of Hills as they cross, and he's going to try to swing across in front of Hills down to turn 1 to make sure he doesn't get down the inside.
Checkered flag on that one. So our leader and winner will be car number 73 of Zane Rhodes, just as it was starting to spice up.
Yeah, it's the unfortunate thing about safety cars, I guess, is they take a lot of the time out of the race.
Of course, all of our races are over a 12-minute period plus 1 lap, and that 12 minutes starts from the time that the cars enter the circuit from the dummy grid. So you're counting down, you want to try and line up as quickly as you can, and obviously if we have a safety car period during the race, the countdown continues. Round number 1 and round number 3 will be over 12 minutes plus 1 lap, and our feature events right in the middle of the day, they will be over 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Well, mate, they all behaved themselves extremely well out there. Only that little incident with the 2 cars with Dean Hills and the other car involved down the back straight there.
Yeah, I suspect there'll probably be a little bit of discussion between Hills in that car and Michael Clark as well when they get back to the pits, so I'll be interested to see the outcome of that. But other than a safety car breach for car number 3, which will put Harry Burns quite a long way down the field to where he finished.
Well, he finished in second place too.
Yeah, they were all pretty well behaved. So well done to these guys. Put your hands together if you're the circuit for these guys as they come past you. They've put on a good show. Let's hope we get a clean run for the second one and we get a little bit more racing.
We certainly do. So that was our race number 1 for day 2 of round 1 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships for Perth Motorsport Tyres, FSR, and they are running actually a 15-minute race because we're only going to see them twice today. So they are going to run 2 extended races today, 15 minutes plus 1 lap. They're next out on the track here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. We'll be back very shortly.
FSR Racing is brought to you by Arise Racing, Radical Australia West, and Perth Motorsport Tyres.
The FSR, this exciting high-speed category, making its way out onto the circuit, and first person out on the circuit will be the winner of race 3 yesterday, and that is Chris Reindler with Bryce Moore, who has been the cream of the pack over the last 2 years, definitely, and possibly longer. In third place, car number 7 from the Repco V8 Supercar Series, Andre Heimgartner driving that grey number 7. Then we have Hancock, who was very impressive yesterday, first race meeting, and finds himself in 4th place at the moment. Another newcomer, Jesse James Samuels, finds in car number 31. He is also midfield at the moment with Baxter. Troy Mercer had a up and down day yesterday. Garrett Piper making the move over from Formula Ford into FSR. Then we have Stuart Burns, the only privateer out there this weekend, car number 3. Then we have 92, John Giovanni. And rounding out the field will be Sinclair in car number 10. These guys put on some fantastic racing yesterday.
Yes, they certainly did, and looking forward to some more of it today. Heimgartner starting from 3rd position. That's his highest position I think he started this weekend as well.
He's getting quicker.
He is getting quicker. He's getting used to the cars. They have 2 warm-up laps, by the way, and they'll have a rolling start, so that's worthy of mention. We've got an on-car with Stuart Burns as well, and Stuart unfortunately had a spin yesterday when he was in a very good position, and looking forward to seeing the on-car from this. It's certainly a different view when you don't have a windscreen to look out of.
We've kind of gone from one extreme to the others, where the Hyundai XL is a great introduction into motorsport. After you've been doing motorsport for quite some time, or you've got nothing else to do but study books and aerodynamics and mechanical grip, this is where you end up, in an FSR.
Yeah, something a little bit more technical, that's for sure. and certainly something a little bit faster as well. They were doing 71-second lap times in qualifying in the XLs. These guys are down to the 55s. Their lap record is actually in the 53s, I think, very high 53s or low 54s. So yeah, they're getting up towards 15 or 16 seconds a lap faster than what the XLs were. So you know you're alive when you're out in one of these, that's for sure. 230
odd kilometres an hour down the hill, and you'll watch where they hit the brakes at about the second last of the Perth sign. So only 50 to 75 metres away from the apex of the corner. They're from 230 down to around about 110, 120 kilometres an hour.
Similar lap times to a Repco supercar. However, they find their circuit speed in different ways, as we were mentioning earlier yesterday as well. These guys very, very late under brakes, and that's where they make up a lot of time. Not quite as quick in a straight line as what a supercar is.
So you would expect them to be like Formula One cars, where they're right into the wing of the car in front?
I think that we're actually missing, I can't see out there, Bryce Moore.
Oh, car number 8. Who should be alongside the red car on pole position. You might be right there, because I can see Heimgartner on the inside, and then that's 85 of Hancock to his right. So yes, we are missing Bryce Moore, and that's unfortunate for his championship tally for the year. But
it's unfortunate for us as well, but Heimgartner into 2nd place by the looks, off 3rd on the grid, so that's a great start by Heimgartner, but I don't think they're going to be able to catch Reindler. He and Bryce were well and truly out the front of this field yesterday, and already there's about a 10-car gap between Chris Reindler and Andre Heimgartner through turns 4 for the first time.
Yeah, Hancock's right up there as well in car number 85. He started out of 4. And we can see them up and over the top of the hill for the first time. See, we've got a 15-minute race, and we're already down to 11 minutes remaining. So a 4-minute warm-up for these guys. They have 2 warm-up laps before they get the green flag, as our leader already coming up and over the top of the hill as we go on board with Stuart Burns as he tries to track down Garrett Piper, who's just in front, and then hard on the brakes, as we said, down from 230 down to around 110, 120 kilometres an hour for turn 7, up through the gears and across the start-finish line here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Stuart Burns doing a great job there as the only privateer. But as we go back to the front of the field now, it's Chris Reindler, and he has a good lead over Jesse James Samuels in car number 31, has jumped into 2nd place. We can see where Chris Reindler's Dorian is not working. So unfortunately there for car number 28, he is the leader of the race, but not showing up on our timing board. Heimgartner into 2nd, Jesse James Samuels into 3rd, and Hancock in 4th.
Yeah, so Heimgartner doing a much better job now than what he was doing yesterday, and of course he's the only actual professional driver that's out there on the circuit, having racing for the Repco Supercars, and he's having a break between the Supercar rounds until they get to the to the Melbourne Grand Prix in a couple of weeks' time, and he's having a great day out there at the moment as he crosses the line in second place. However, he's got a lot of work to do. He's around about a second and a half at the moment behind our race leader of Reindler, who's back on screen once more, so he did get picked up in that Dorian that time.
Not sure what's happened there, but Jesse James Samuels was showing fourth and now back to sixth, because Baxter and Hancock up there now in fourth and fifth.
I'd say it's because Reindler's jumped up at the top, so it's put him down one, and he may have lost a position out on the lap as well, because he's down there in fifth place at the moment. He was up in fourth. So
there we go. Now it's been reset.
Yep, so he's back there in fifth place. So it's Reindler from Heimgartner, back to Hancock and Baxter, Samuels, Mercer, Burns, Piper, Di Giovanni and Sinclair, with Bryce Moore not starting the event. And we're on board at the moment with car number 3 of Burns. And just have a look at this view. This is outstanding as he's making his way, the long drag up the back straight to the top of the hill and over the top of the hill and down towards the second hardest braking area in Australian motorsport after the chase at Bathurst. So he's just looking this way and that as he heads into the corner. He's got no one behind him at the moment, so he just can focus on what's happening out the front. Nice clean exit out of the corner and across the stripe. He's completed that lap. Let's have a look how he goes down here. Brakes very late after flag point 1 and manages to keep that gap pretty much the same. Clips the apex very nicely out of that turn. Comes down out of the corner. Nice wide exit. Clips turn 1. Across past what we call the bus stop and into turn 4 once more. Blink and you'll miss it. These guys are absolutely flat out as they head up through turn 4.
Yeah, that was a graphic demonstration on board there with Stuart Burns on how fast these cars are and how precise you need to be. You don't want to go hitting the curbs like you would in a V8 supercar and get the car up on 2 wheels, because these things are so tightly bound up with their suspension. They don't have very much travel in those suspension components at all.
And the other thing with these cars, different to a saloon car as well, is you've got a fair bit of weight over the top of the car, and you've got laterally the car will move a lot further around. With these things, they're very stiff, as you mentioned before, and you can make a very small adjustment on the wheel as you turn in, and you can actually clip the curb exactly on the curb, and you can move the car virtually a couple of millimetres just by a very small adjustment on the steering wheel. And that's unlike a saloon car or a heavier car where realistically once you're in the corner and you turn in, there's not much it's going to go where it's going to go.
And these don't have the traditional size steering wheel either. That's a very small, like Formula 1 or Formula Ford style steering wheel on board these cars, so very minimal inputs required, as Rob was just saying, as we pick up with Troy Mercer in car number 78. He is trying to chase down Stuart Burns, who has our onboard camera just in front of him. But we can see fastest man across the top of the hill into Sector 2 was Andre Heimgartner. He's some 2.4 seconds behind our leader, Chris Reindler, car number 28, and that 2.4 is going to stay 3.6 now. It's going again.
Yeah.
So Reindler's got a problem with his Dorian. It keeps dropping out.
Yeah, it certainly does, and he would be the fastest man on the track at the moment, would be Chris Reindler, and his Dorian is doing all sorts of funny things, isn't it? At the moment, it's showing once again Andre Heimgartner.
Upsetting our scoreboard.
Yeah, it's upsetting our scoreboard and not giving us very much of an indication as whether that gap at the start is reducing or getting larger. But nonetheless, I'm pretty sure that Ryan's got this event fairly well in hand.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be like Bryce did yesterday. He's made the break early and just managed the break between himself and Andre Heimgartner as we see them up and over the top of the hill and down through the gears, hard on the brakes and turn right at the bottom of the hill, past McCracken House and out onto the start-finish line here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. You see Andre Heimgartner got a big part of that exit ripple strip on the exit of turn number 7 and got the car all unsettled. Sometimes you can drive across it and the wheels will stay on the surface, but if you hit it at the wrong angle, it'll flip the car up and you get a car up on 2 wheels. There's been some great photographs taken over the years of cars up on just 1 wheel with 3 of them freewheeling.
Yeah, it's definitely a good place to take pictures down there, and I can see that there's a photographer down there behind the first line of defence right now taking pictures of exactly that. So, good place to be if you're a photographer. But really interesting to look at Reindler's entry into that corner then. He didn't use the whole road. He had at least a car's width between driver's left and turning then. So, generally speaking, you want to use all of the road down there, but I'm certainly not going to double think what Ryan was doing. He's a bit more of a accomplished driver than what I ever was. So I'm going to just believe that he's doing exactly the right thing as he comes back down the straight once more. And this we're focusing on the screen at the moment is car number 25, I believe that is.
85 for Hancock.
Sorry, Hancock,
Yep. He's had a stellar run yesterday, and he looks like he's going to go on with it for day 2.
Oh, we've got one problem here. That's car number 10. So that's Sinclair's had a spin. So just trying to work out where he is, the top of turn 4. So
Yep.
he's up and on his way again, and being polite and making sure that there's no one around him when he gets back on the track.
Now, I wonder what his entry was like into turn number 4. You can see everybody trying to hug that curb all the way around that left-hand sweeper. But if you come offline over there, that's where all of the sand and debris ended up yesterday, or one of the areas. And this is the other area down here in turn number 6 as we pick up with Mercer and Hancock. That's car number 11 on screen at the moment, and that is Baxter, another newcomer to FSR, and putting in a stout effort as well, running in 4th place at the moment. That gap between Heingartner and Reindler came down from 2.4. It's now down to 1.7. So Andre Heingartner moving forwards, and that is visible out there on the circuit as well.
It certainly is. He was 0.4 of a second faster than Reindler on that last lap, and they've both got very similar fastest laps of the race at the moment. It's only 0.05 of a second between Reindler and Heingartner for the fastest lap of the race so far. So very, very close. He's got that whole 1.7 seconds to close down, though, and I think
that's a long way, really.
It is a very long way, particularly in such closely matched cars.
That's 81 coming across. Or 31, sorry. Jesse James Samuels.
Yep, he's back down there in 5th position at the moment.
I think he got a couple of 5ths yesterday as well. It's another newcomer to the FSR. So it's great to see that the FSR guys are turning the drivers over. Just about every year we have 4 or 5 newbies.
Yeah, we do indeed, and it's great to see the interest is in this category too. We've always got a fairly good field out there as well. It's just a little bit of a shame for this and for us that Bryce Moore didn't manage to get out there, because he was a standout yesterday, and he would be well and truly putting the pressure on Reindler and Heingartner out there if he was there, and that's a shame for us that he's not. However, Reindler once again, that last lap, fastest lap of the race, a 56.6. So he's now got 0.2 of a second as the fastest lap on Reindler, and he's closed that gap now down to 1.4 seconds.
So we go back on board with Stuart Burns as he makes his way up and over the bus stop, down a couple of gears and hang to the left-hand side, stick that front left on that curb and drive around the left-hand sweeper. And up and over the top of the hill is car number 3. As we said, the only privateer out there. All of the rest of these cars are run from the Arise. And for our live stream viewers, we're going to go on board have a look at car number 10 of Sinclair. Another one of our new drivers who had a bit of a lose there in turn number 4. And for our live stream viewers, we're going to pick up that very, very shortly.
Yeah, so here's our replay on screen now for our live view people, and he just got the back end a little bit away, and he's just had a bit of a spin there, and it's nothing too dramatic, just spun on its own axis, and 180 spin, and he let it roll off the back of the circuit, which isn't a bad sort of idea. And yeah, so that was what happened to car number 10 of Sinclair. So
yeah, touch ball play on.
Yeah, front of the field, yet another fast lap. Not as fast as the previous one, but Heimgartner's brought that down by another tenth. But he's going to run out of time. He's only got 1 minute and 17 seconds left in this event.
So his car's coming on towards the end of the race.
It seems to be, yeah.
A bit stagnant early, but certainly got the life in those tyres. And Andre probably took a lap or so to get his head around this FSR. Of course, it's not his regular race car, and what a big difference between jumping out a big, heavy Repco V8 supercar to one of these lightweight flyways. Look, he's really starting to hone in on the back of Chris now as they head up towards turn number 4.
Yeah, he found another 0.2 of a second on that last lap, but it's a little bit too long, a little bit too late, I think, because we're probably going to be only getting the last lap board fairly shortly. I think they'll complete this lap and then they'll have 2 to go. So whether he can close down, if he's only going to close down a couple of tenths a lap, he's not going to quite be able to do it, unfortunately.
And as we said yesterday, you can't get right up to the rear wing of the car in front because it disturbs all of the airflow over your car, and you'll end up understeering, which is turning the steering wheel and nothing happens. The car wants to go straight. And under brakes, Andre's really good, closes that back up. This should be down to less than a second. It was 1.2 last time across the stripe, and I think he'd probably hold fast there at 1.2.
Yeah, actually fastest lap, unfortunately, for
0.8.
Heimgartner.
Heimgartner.
Reindler's Dorian's still playing up, and I thought it was he who had the fastest lap, but it was Heimgartner who just had the fastest lap. It's 56.5, and they're not quite on the pace as what they were yesterday. So that sort of like speaks a little bit towards track condition, perhaps.
Yeah, plus the UV out there as well. We haven't got a cloud in the sky today, where yesterday we had a bit of cloud cover intermittently throughout the day. But it's all Reindler at the moment by 0.8 of a second over Andre Heimgartner. Hancock in car number 85 in third place at the moment. And then we have Baxter in 11. Jesse James Samuels in fifth place. Stewie Burns in 6 with our onboard camera. And then we have Mercer in 7. Garrett Piper in 8. John Giovanni in 9th. Sinclair in 10th. And unfortunately for Bryce Moore, unable to take the start.
And last lap board's just come out to our race leader, Chris Reindler.
And look, they're coming up on the lap. Traffic, who gets out of the way brilliantly. So Chris not impeded. No, that didn't do anything whatsoever to upset the race. It's down to 0.6 of a second now. So Heimgartner well and truly has Reindler in sight. But on the last lap, I think Reindler's got this in the bag. Yes, he would do. Chris has got a fair bit of experience, but so has Andre Heimgartner as well. We'll have to wait and see. That's car number 92 of John Giovanni, just on our live stream as he heads up and over turn number 5. And we pick up with our leaders again for the last time up and over the hill. Chris Reindler, car number 28 from the 7 of Andre Heimgartner, as he chases and does the best he can to try and close that gap. And I think he's actually going to go faster again in this last lap. Will Andre Heimgartner. There's checkered flag on display here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and it's Chris Reindler who takes the win from Andre Heimgartner in car number 7. And just as we say that, our timing board has locked up again. So I would take it that Baxter would be next across the line with Jesse James Samuels. And there it is. It's Chris Reindler with the fastest lap of the race set on that last lap, a 56.4. And wins the race by 0.9 of a second. So he did go a bit quicker on that last lap and extend that gap from Heimgartner. Then we have Hancock, Baxter in 4th. Jesse James Samuels will finish in 5th. Stuart Burns, Troy Mercer, Garrett Piper, John Giovanni in car number 92. And rounding out the field was car number 10 of Sinclair. Yeah, and a good battle there for the lead of that event throughout the entire event, and it's going to be great to see Heimgartner starting beside Reindler for the next event, so he won't be starting a car behind, so he'll have a hopefully better start and be closer right from the start of the race, and we might see a little bit more of a battle in the next event for the SFRs later in the day. But what will be exciting if Bryce Moore can get that car back out, and I'm pretty sure the guys at Arise Racing will turn that car around and get Bryce Moore. He will have to come from the back of the pack. So that's going to be worth the price of admission. Yeah, I think that it is. It's going to be very interesting to see whether he can come and claw his way back up towards the front of the field and put his claws into a victory once again today. Well, for the first time on our Super Sunday here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, our roving pit reporters again returning for 2026. Let's throw down and hear from Demelza Leonard and Slim Jim.
Thanks, Vaughn. That's right. We are back in pit lane for day 2 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championships round 1 for 2026. That's a mouthful. And we are here with the Excel Cup races. And we've got Chase Wildman, who's just had his first race and come in 8th. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
What made you decide to get into the Excels?
All my friends started moving on, and I was like, might as well hop in with them and see how I go.
And you have 11 years in go-karts, I believe. How has that been in terms of a transition?
It makes a transition pretty easy. Most stuff is the same. It's just the real hard part about it is transitioning from rear-wheel drive to front-wheel drive.
So, Chase, you've had a great relationship with Zane, who's obviously been able to inspire you, especially when it comes to driving Excels. So why did you pick Excels? It was the easiest way to get into racing?
Just to save a bit of money in Dad's wallet.
But you've had 11 years of go-karting experience, which obviously leaves you in good stead to run an Excel.
Yeah, it's pretty easy now. I've found the correct shifting and way to turn the car properly. It's just a few other things I've got to work on, try and get faster, more up the field.
Now, listen, you said to me off camera that you basically had a bit of an issue with the first turn, but after that you sort of got into the swing of things. So obviously, as you gain experience on the track, these are sort of the 1%ers that you're going to try and eradicate from your race to actually be in a position where you're actually going to be on the grid?
Yeah, you got to try and eradicate all mistakes and just make sure you make as many minimal mistakes as everyone else so you can be more consistent and be up there.
Was your heart racing in the first race?
After the start, it was a bit sketchy after I lost 4 places because I kind of messed up the start.
And in terms of your support crew, who would you like to thank for helping you out today?
Just a big thank you for Dad, and Mum's probably watching at home. She's the main sponsor. All the other sponsors that sponsor me as well, and everyone that supports me.
Fantastic.
If there's ever a bloke born for racing, Chase Wildman would have to be the guy, wouldn't it?
I feel it's perfect.
That's all from
name.
us. It's time for a short break.
True performance goes beyond power. It's built on accuracy. From routine servicing to tailored upgrades, every detail is considered. At Precision Auto House, your trusted specialist in European vehicles, where your car is treated like it should be.
Improved Production Cars and Production Cars Racing is brought to you by Precision Auto House, TRP Ductwork, BM Graphics, and Knight.
Well, welcome back to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, our improved production and production cars out on the circuit at the moment. And if you haven't been here before and this is your first time, I would suggest you keep an eye on the car on pole position, car number 44 of Matt Cherry, the Holden Monaro. This thing is an absolute rocket ship. It's pretty much a V8 supercar running radial tyres, and it is very, very quick. Alongside him, returning to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway after several years away from the circuit and television commitments, is Dom Caniglio in car number 14, and we have Joel Corello in car number 7, the BMW, and Neil Pollard in a very quick little 4-cylinder front-wheel drive Honda.
No Caniglio.
No Caniglio. Oh, no. Oh, there. Had a front row start as well. So, unfortunately, some car gremlins there. As we said, he's making his return to racing, so that car's been sitting around for a while. So, hopefully, the guys can get onto it and get him back out for race 2 a little bit later on. Mason Legg out there in the car number 85. Trent Hookemow in the RX-7, the black and white car on the 3rd row. And then we have Damon Croxton, Silvestris making a return also. Lansmere, Poole, Lane, Burns in car number 92. That's Derek Burns. And then we have Woodhead, Edwards, Kai McPherson in the Renault Clio, and Lachlan Cove in car number 36. Having a busy day doing XLs and improved production and production cars.
Revs rising, red lights on, and there's the start, and a great start back there from Joel Corello. He's made a really good start from the 2nd row, and he's left Pollard well and truly behind, but it's not going to be able to get in front of the big Monaro car 44 of Matt Cherry, who's taken the lead through turn 1. Just back behind them. Good battle back there a little bit further between, I think that might be Legg and Hockenmau back there a little bit further, and then behind them is Croxton, who's lost out to Silvestris as well by the looks.
Yep, Silvestris has moved up in the BMW, and unfortunately for Rob Lansmere, went right to the back of the field there. He just about stalled it, bogged it right down on the start, and everybody drove down his passenger door and driver door. But he's up and running again now. He's already overtaken 1 position, and that puts car number 13 to the back of the field. We don't have a listing for car number 13.
Yes, we do. That's
Yes,
Brody
we do.
Edwards.
Yep,
Brody
Brody
Edwards in the RX-8. But have a look at the lead already for our car number 44 of the very experienced Cherry as he comes onto the pit straight for the first time and crosses the line for Racing Dynamics. And then it's going to be Joel Corello in car number 7, followed by Legg in the next car. He's having a good day out there as Mason Legg. Neil Pollard, and then Hockenmau, Silvestris, and Croxton crossing the line in car 76. Then there's Poole and Lane and Derek Burns. And then we're back to Woodhead, Lansmere, And Lachlan Cove having a run in this improved production today in his XL, and then Edwards and McPherson at the back of the pack.
Waiting to see some flames to come out of the back of the Mazda RX-7. It looks fantastic late in the afternoon, and hopefully we'll be able to see some flames once Trent turns the fuel feed up a little bit on that engine. As it's all Matt Cherry at the moment from Joel Corello, Mason Legg, Neil Pollard. That is a very quick little Honda, little front-wheel drive Honda. But look at the gap that Cherry already has on the field, the 3/4 of the size of the side straight here. Gets up and over the ripple strip and down towards turn number 7 and across the stripe as
and
we
a
go
new
on
lap
board.
record by the looks.
Ah.
Oh, no, not quite.
Just.
Two tenths away from it. And we
Wow.
did mention that earlier on today, and very sideways was Croxton that time out of turn 7. He almost lost that car, that Renault Megane that time coming out of turn 7. But yeah, we did mention earlier on today in qualifying that he was very, very close to his lap record, and he's just done a lap 2 tenths outside of that. So let's see whether he can get this car under the lap record.
Yeah, well, he was only 1/10 away in qualifying, but as you said, qualifying does not stand for a track record. It must be done under racing conditions. And Matt Cherry very, very close, and that is an outstanding effort on a very untidy and dirty racetrack.
It certainly is. That Clio RS.
Well, somebody's off at the top of the hill. There's a big cloud of dust.
And hopefully we'll pick up on that on our cameras for our live stream in a moment, give you a bit of information about it.
Right at the top of
Could have
5.
just been a run off the outside of the track. It's fairly dusty up there, as we mentioned. Not a lot of water's been on the track recently. But here's car 44 across the line once more this time.
Oh, there we go, car fire.
We've got safety car.
Car on fire over in turn number 2. Driver is out. I think he's hit the automatic extinguisher.
That's Kyle.
There's still flame coming out of the front of that. That's Kai McPherson's Renault Clio.
Renault Clio, yeah. So there's fire underneath that. Looks like an oil fire from the colour of the flames. And it's just about gone out now, so I think that he's pretty much right. But
that'll be the automatic system on board these cars. They hit a button and they punch away with it, and it's like a depriving powder. It stops the air from making contact with the oil or whatever is on fire, and it extinguishes the fire as
They want to make sure that's out before they're going to open that bonnet and they make it worse.
Yeah.
But they know what they're doing. But yeah, that was a scary moment just then for a moment. I was just about to say how well prepared that car was and how wonderful it looked. And there he is on the exit of turn 1. Just there
brand
over
new
turn
paint
2.
job for this year too.
Yeah.
They had a look at it this morning. And we focus in on one of our hard, long-working, dedicated officials here. And this gentleman that we have on screen at the moment, he's waving the flags down there in turn number 7 at the bottom of the hill. His name is Mr. John Herney. He's one of the founding members of the West Australian Sporting Car Club and put a lot of time and effort into this place right in the early days back in 68 and 69, and he has just been awarded the lifetime with Motorsport Australia. It's the life membership. Everybody thought it was going to be the Hall of Fame, but it's actually the life membership of Motorsport Australia. A big congratulations to John Herney, and I know, Rob, you've had a lot to do with this gentleman.
I've known him since I was 4 years old, and I'm 61 this year, so it just goes to show how long I've known John Herney. He's been a friend of our family and a friend of mine for many, many years, but the most important thing for us is that he's been a friend of Western Australian motorsport for many, many years here as well, and a well-deserving award for John. And yeah, he really has done a magnificent job for the WA Sporting Car Club over many, many years.
Well, our safety car has retrieved the field, and they're all banking up as they go past the stricken car of Kai McPherson over there in the exit of turn number 1, the entry into turn number 2. I'm wondering if that hopefully is just an oil fitting or something, but hopefully he hasn't lost an engine.
Yeah, well, I suppose we'll find that out fairly quickly at the end, at the beginning of the next improved production car race to see whether he's out on the field or not. But he wasn't having a particularly good run anyway. He was quite a long way buried. I think he was in the back of the pack, so which is an unusual position for him to be in. So I think he was having
pretty quick.
Yeah, he wasn't having a good day out as it was. So let's see whether he can get this car put back together again, and hopefully it's not anything too serious. We never want to see cars going home on trailers in a different condition to what they arrived in.
No.
You know, we struggle to always get good fields up here.
Matt Cherry gone? Because he was leading this race, and now we have Joel Corello right in the safety car. So,
Yeah,
there's Matt.
if he missed the safety car. Way, but this car is just the colours or the paintwork and everything on it and the way it's presented is just beautiful. Really, I take my hat off to the Corello family and to Joel for the way that this car is presented. So well done to them. Beautiful looking car.
Very reminiscent of the BMWs that used to run years ago.
The Frank Gardner team.
The Gardner team with Longhurst, and there was Paul Morris there for a while.
Yeah, there were quite a few guys.
Jimmy Richards.
They used to run the Diet Coke colours, and that's what this one. I mean, it hasn't got the blue and the pink and those colours on it, but it sort of looks a little bit similar from a distance to what those Diet Coke ones used to look like in the early '90s when in the last years of Group A racing.
And then we had Tony Longhurst with the B&H, the Benson and Hedges yellowy gold colour.
Yes, and he was won BMW World Motorsport Award for his efforts in that car during the Touring Car Championship. I think it was in 1992. So he was very much at the forefront of BMW Motorsport's efforts worldwide with that particular car, and he certainly punched above his weight, that was for sure.
So here comes Corello now over the start-finish line. Matt Cherry just moving his way through the bus stop area, and the safety car has slowed them right down to give everybody the opportunity to get back up. But we only have 5 seconds remaining in this race, so this will probably get a checkered flag when Matt Cherry makes his way back down to the start-finish line.
Yeah, I think you're correct there. It's gone negative time now, so yeah, there's no point really starting the race again. They've still got the vehicle over there just getting loaded onto the back of the flat track, and I don't think they're going to get the race under racing conditions again, so they may as well chuck the flag out.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there. We didn't see much of the Mini that was out there as well. That was down towards the back of the field, about third from the back. And a race will finish under safety car, word from Motorsport Australia, so this will be it next time through. They'll receive the checkered flag, and that's not what we'd like to see. We like to see a fair race run over its distance.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. There's 3 races we've had so far, I think, and 2 of them have been polluted by safety cars. So we don't like to see that, but it's a much safer situation, I guess, when you've got so many volunteers working on the side of the track. You want to look after those guys. It's far more important that we keep the safety aspect above the entertainment aspect, I guess.
Definitely.
A big shout out to all of our photographers out there as well. I'm just looking over there towards turn 2, and we've got a photographer out there as well. We have one behind the, I think they're still down there behind the first line of defence at turn 7 as well. And it's hard work being out there being a photographer, and you always want to make sure that you support your photographers, because standing out in the sun is a big challenge, and standing out in the wind and rain during winter months as well. And they get some magnificent photographs that they share on the various social media sites. And yeah, make sure you look after them and support them, because otherwise they tend to go away after a while if you don't. And I can tell you from experience that photography up here at the circuit is pretty much just about as expensive as actually running a racing car up here by the time you've paid for all the maintenance on your photography equipment and the expense of your photography equipment and all of your insurances and everything like that. So make sure you support your photographers. But good to see we've got a few of those out there around the circuit today.
Wondering if they've received the last lap board, or
the last lap board is out now.
Yeah, so with the truck just removing itself off the circuit and down into the infield section, yeah, they'll do one more lap before they throw the checkered flag. I would have thought they would have thrown the checkered flag at that point.
I would have thought so too, but it's not such a bad thing. They give the cars a good cool down lap.
Well, that's
good cool down laps.
The way race number 1 will finish, with Matt Cherry taking the win from Joel Corello and Mason Legg a newcomer to production car racing towards the end of 2025. So he gets himself on the podium in this race, the first race for 2026. We're going to take a very short break up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. We'll be back very, very shortly with some Formula Classic. Sorry, no, it's not Formula Classic. This will be Time Challenge. They are next out on the circuit. Time Challenge over 10 minutes. They're next on the circuit here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
The 2020 electrical route training. Set.
All right, well, we've got a couple of minutes on our side. We're going to go down to our pit reporters down there in the pits, Jamie and Demelza.
Thanks a lot, Vaughan. Look, I'm joined by Clinton Hancock, who came third in the Radical race just run. Listen, you got to be happy with yourself. First year in competing with FSRs, and you came third. And you've had a good day yesterday as well, Clinton.
Yeah, very grateful to be towards the front where it's nice and clear. Some clear track ahead. I'm not going to be able to keep up with the front runners, but I couldn't imagine a better start, to be honest. It's been absolutely amazing.
So you started off doing a lot of work when you were a younger fella, had a bit of a break, a large break actually, and you decided to come back and you dove straight into FSRs, and now you're thinking about taking on the Nationals this year as well, which is an incredible feat for the first year of racing.
Yeah, it's definitely a midlife crisis move, I think. I'm finally in a position that, we can afford to go racing in this manner. I've always wanted to as a younger kid. And why not just rip the Band-Aid off, get a new car, get straight into the National Series and play pretend.
Well done.
And how have you found driving the car, given that it is your first weekend getting behind one?
Yeah, I've actually found them really comfortable and confidence-inspiring. I think mainly due to the fact that they're so stiff. It does remind me of a long, long time ago of a go-kart to some extent, and it really rewards commitment. So as long as you remain committed and get your foot into it early, it does kind of reward the pace comes from that. So it has been, I'm really, really enjoying the fact that I have picked it up so quickly and to sort of get amongst it and feel competitive. My competitive spirit's started and come back. I'd like to pick up a bit more pace and mix it with Andre. I'll give him a bump every now and again and then tell my mates how I go V8 supercar driver a punch. But, I think the reality is he's already checked out. So, no, it's absolutely amazing experience for anyone, to be honest.
And Clinton, you're a big rap for Arise Racing. Give them tell me what your experience has been so far with them.
To be honest, they're just open arms. So as soon as you walk in, they're all friendly. There's absolutely no egos here, despite the amount of talent in this field. You know, there's some amazing guys like Mason over there looking cool on his computer at the moment. But, you know, they've got more talent in their pinky than I have in my full body, and yet there's no egos, open arms, tell you how to go faster, what you can change. They really dumb it down for me because I can't communicate in an engineering manner what is going on with the car, but they can really, you know, communicate with me at that level. So for anyone that's thinking about it, just do it.
Good luck for the rest of the day, mate.
Thanks, guys. Great.
Well done.
Appreciate
Good
it.
luck for the rest of
Thank
the
you.
day. That's it from us here at Pit Lane. More to come from MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway after this.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall. Electrical Group Training. Sets. Crushing Services Australia. And Perth Motors Hire. Gallagher. And Bradley Communications.
Our time challenge for their first event for 2026, and this should be pretty exciting. There's three guys that have been fairly dominant in this particular style of racing. This is not door handle to door handle. As you saw earlier, they have nominated a lap time, and the idea is to get as close to that lap time as you possibly can, and if they manage to get it down to the 10th of a second, it's called snake eyes, where they get 0 points, but they will get, it works on a demerit point system. They'll get 2 points taken off or added to their tally for every 1/10 of a second that they go faster, and they'll add 1 point for every 1/10 of a second that they go over their time. So if you cannot get close and hit your time dead on, you're definitely better off being a little bit slower and incurring the lower penalty rather than the 2 points for every 10th of a second for going faster.
We had some really quick guys out there in qualifying for practice for this event, and they got right down very close to the limit of speed that you're allowed to do in the participation of these events. So a couple of guys at the front need to be very careful they don't go over that, because that's very serious infringement of the rules if they do that. I don't think you're allowed to go faster than a 64-second lap time.
No, well, Roskell's nominated a 65, and he's the first man down into turn number 1.
Yeah, he has indeed, and Udderson's nominated a 65.5. Looking a little bit further down the grid, a couple have nominated 66s, some 68s. So yeah, some pretty quick equipment out there, and even though this isn't racing, it's actually just a competition, it's not a race, there are some cars out there that would actually do very well in some of the races that we're seeing out on the circuit today.
They certainly would. Their lap times match. Well, we think Roskell at a 64, he would be competitive in improved production for sure.
Oh, absolutely he would, and
maybe street cars.
Yeah, and the Porsche that's out there today, it's one of his first events that's out there today for Dale Ponton in that Porsche, and he'd be doing fairly well, I'd imagine, in the sports cars yesterday.
Yes, because they're running a 991.1, which is the same as what a long-time stalwart up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, Walter Eppel, ran yesterday. And look, the car is immaculately presented with that fluoro green or fluoro yellow, whatever you'd like to call it, and the black as they go across the line. So we start to get some points coming through now. And Kowalski, oh no, it's Zoccoli, only 8 points.
3 points for Alice.
3 points for Alice, so he goes to the top now. Car number 47.
Yep, that's the BMW F82 M4 that's out there. And that's out there for Keen Auto House.
That's going to be hard to beat on the first lap. 3 points. That's a fantastic effort.
It is for a rolling start, because obviously you don't. The first lap is, generally speaking, the most difficult of the entire event, because you're having a rolling start and you really at the mercy of whether the person in front of you has got their foot into it or not, and what have you. So that's a really good effort. Dale Ponton, who's the guy in the Porsche, the lime green or the fluoro green and black Porsche, got in touch with me during the week. I think he got in touch with you as well and said, please go easy on me. This is my first time challenge. And I don't think we need to go easy on him, because he's doing a pretty magnificent job as it is. As Udderson tries to get down the inside, that's a little bit of a no-no in time challenge. You don't try to pass people around corners in time challenge and try to dive underneath them. So he needs to perhaps just have a think about what he's doing out there, because we don't run with a full racing licence when we're out there in this event. We're out there with the time challenge licence or a level 2 licence. Some of these guys are not used to having cars trying to dive down the inside of them, that's for sure.
Well, Heath Malkin's just moved from the bottom of the field right up into P2. Thomas Stanker, he's been very competitive in the previous years as well in car number 11. Peter Callow out there only 1 point behind as well as he moves himself up into third place. But it's all Peter Dybel at the moment.
Yeah, and Peter didn't have a great day yesterday. He finished in the final positions for all of the races for saloon cars, I think. So he'll be looking for a great effort today. And he only lost 1 point on that last.
And Costa has got a 0.
Yeah.
Car number 53.
Snake eyes.
Yep, that is perfect.
Yeah.
Can't get any better than that one.
No.
But 1 point. Oh, we'll let him off. 1 point.
Well, look at Dybel, though. He's got 1 point that he lost in the last lap, but the lap before that he only lost 21 points. So that's a good effort. So it's going to be interesting to keep your eye on him. Whereabouts is Jamie Scott at the moment? He's a little bit buried down the field. He's he had a bad first lap, so he's a bit buried down the field. We normally see him towards the top. A couple of other guys, Joe Douglas, also buried down the field at the moment. Normally he's one of our front runners.
And you can see from one extreme to the other, with 1 point being scored by Peter Dybel. You go down the other end of the field, Massara in car number 29 racked up 364 points in 1 lap, and that's pretty much unrecoverable.
It is indeed, yeah. And you look at some of the other guys down the bottom. Zoccoli 530, Massara 1299, as you say. I mean, that's usually what you'd have overall in an event. If you had that overall in an event, you were competitive sort of person, you'd be disappointed. So he's done that in one event. Let's look at whereabouts our Wolseley 1500
Randall
is.
in 6th.
Yeah, just coming down into turn 7 at the moment in that Wolseley, doing 1 minute 18s, which is a pretty special lap time for a car from the 1950s, I've got to be honest.
Goes across the line, and where does that put Randall?
It keeps him back there.
Yeah, 124 points.
Yeah, down in 12th place. 9 points lost on that last lap for Utterson. And again, only 8 points lost on that last lap for Dybel. After his 3 laps, he's only got 29 points lost.
That's good.
He's doing a very good job out there. So well done to Pete. It's good to see him having a little bit of sugar in this event.
So Dybel on 29, Costa on 115. Costa's just done a 0, and now he's done 2 points.
Yeah, well done. And he's, strangely enough, not up on our...
he's just blown it out to 147 on the next lap. So
it's a really hard event to call at this particular one, because they change the scores change all the time with each car crossing the line. So, but at this stage, it's definitely Peter Dybel who's the standout so far. And
Callow's moved up into 2nd place. Heath Malkin in car number 84 finds himself in 3rd, and John Sefsky in 551. On 262. He is tied with Costa in car number 53 at the moment.
So Utterson's managed to get past the Porsche on that last lap, so he's clear now at the moment. He's starting to get onto the tail of the big Falcon that's in front of him at the moment. These guys generally go out and just drive the pants off these cars. They're not too worried about the actual competition. They just want to get out there and have a bit of fun.
Because these cars, unfortunately, don't fit into the parameters of a street car or an improved production car. So they're basically, they have to look for something else, and time challenges where those type of cars will fit in.
Well, they'd fit into sports sedans, but they wouldn't be competitive at all in sports sedans. So they go out and do time challenge in them. And look, it's a really fun event. It really is good fun to get out there. And, you play by the rules and you have a great day.
Ellis has put in a good lap with only scoring 5 demerit points.
Yes, Callow's only... Oh no, that's just jumped over, so that wasn't what it was. It was Alice in car 47 once again. He's done quite a few good laps out there in that BMW.
Yeah, so he's nominated a 108.5, and he did a 108.55, and that's consequently the 2nd demerit point, or the 2nd decimal point, gives him 5 points as a penalty.
Checkered flag out on the event. So
Dybel's just gone through with 5 points again. Dybel, the standout in this race.
Yeah, he's got 210 points, less than what our 2nd place person in Malkin has got. 70
points total for 5 laps. That is incredible effort.
Yeah, and another 5-pointer there for Alice, and he's jumped up into 2nd position now. So it's Dybel from Alice, and then back to Callow, Jonzeski, Malkin, Utterson, Scott, and that's the top 7 as we go at the moment.
So now what happens is our system equates to everybody. It'll count back and find about where they were after 5 laps, and then the computer will do its calculation and come out with the winner. But clearly it's going to be car number 63 of Peter Dybel. I don't think he's going to be beaten on 70 points total for 5 laps. And as we said, we'll go to the other end of the scale. You've got Terry Massara, 2,330. He scored 501 demerit points on that last lap.
Yep, and you don't want to be doing that. And look, all it takes is for you to have to get out of the way for someone coming past you, or for somebody in front of you to get in your way who's a back marker, or not a back marker, but someone who's going a little slower. That's all it takes, and it's one lap blown out, and that's the end of your event.
That is, because once you've accrued the points, it's very hard to unaccrue those points.
Well, exactly. It's not like racing where you might lose a second on a lap, so the next lap you're able to make it up.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
You can't do that in Time Challenge, and we're just waiting for our timing screen to turn grey, and once it turns grey we know that is the official result. But as it stands, it'll be Dybel from Ellis and Peter Kello, and there it is now official. Dybel from Ellis in car 47, and in third place Peter Kello. Mendo Jonseski in the Mustang will finish 4th, and Heath Malkin round out our top 5. A very an outstanding effort there from Peter Dybel. We are going to throw down to our pit reporters who have somebody else bailed up out there in the pit area. Down to you, Jamie and Demelza.
Thanks, Vaughan. That is correct. We are down here back in pit lane with Mason Legg. Now, last season, you might recall he was in the Formula Vs. He's made the step up to the production cars. Mason, how are you feeling going into the different category this year?
I love it. It was I needed a change after quite a number of years in Vs. It's a great category, but as you get older, you just want to try some new things and hopefully try some racing over East as well. That was kind of the main go for the move.
And how did you find the track going out there for the first time today?
Yeah, it was greasy. I think the day's starting to warm up. Still a bit of rubber in that laying around the track. So it was very slippery, yeah.
And what did you feel about being in a new vehicle? I mean, was it a new strategy that you had to sort of like look at regarding, you're used to the track obviously in another vehicle, but did you have to change your strategy for this vehicle?
I absolutely did. And talking about your driving style, yeah, it's a completely different racing line. The power delivery, I've got hundreds of electronics on this car, which I'm still adjusting to. I've come from a Formula V, which are made in garages and stuff, and this is made by a major manufacturer with all these electronics hanging everywhere. So,
you spent a fair bit of time in the off-season sort of preparing for this racing in this new vehicle?
I'd love to take all the credit, but my sponsor Brad, who's over there, has done most of it for me. I'm very lucky. He's from Precision Auto House. He's come on board as the category sponsor as well. It's really good.
And did you feel the competition in the race itself? Like, obviously, you're getting used to the car, but did you feel the heat around you at the same time?
Absolutely, mate. I think there was about 4 of us there, including the IP guys that we qualified extremely close. 3 of us were within a tenth, and then the 4th car was a couple of tenths. So it was the first couple of laps I was a bit worried how that was going to go, but it went well.
Good luck for the rest of the day, mate. I hope you go really well, Mason.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
That's all from us. It's time for a short break.
Our Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall, Electrical Group Training, Sets, Crushing Services Australia, Bond Hire, Gallagher, and Radlink Communications.
And we are back at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and I absolutely love this category of racing. It's where we bring the past back out into the future so that we can see what it used to be like to race around, not only here at Wanneroo Raceway, but also what motor racing was like in the rest of Australia and, of course, overseas.
Yeah, absolutely. Some old Formula Fords and some Formula Ford 2000s. We've got some old Formula Atlantic, Formula Pacific, Formula Mondial type cars out there as well. And really, really great to see two Rolt RT4s out there, one in the hands of Leon Magistro. Leon's been racing up here for many, many years, and I think he started running up here in an ex-Ricciardello Alfa Romeo V8 many, many years ago that he shared at one stage with Gordon Mitchell, who was a multiple Western Australian champion in many categories. And I think that's where we first saw Leon up here, was in that car. But he's out there in a Rolt RT4. We haven't seen him for a few seasons, so great to see Leon back out there again. Also, as you mentioned earlier, great to see the Lotus Elan ex-Trevor Hine car, now owned by owned by Marty Bullock and being run by Glenn Swarbrick. And that's the lovely little yellow car. That's the second on the grid down there, the second last on to come around turn 7. And that's a car with a lot of Western Australian history, as we've already mentioned.
So the front row is Bill Norman alongside Simon Alderson, and it's the Rolt RT4 that gets the jump, Will Norman. And he's had a great 2025, taking out the Formula Classic Championship last year here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. As there's a move on there, I think that might have been Barker. No, it wasn't Barker. Little white car in third place.
Oh, that's the Aztec, yeah.
Yes,
so
it is
that'll
the
be the little Aztec. So
Peter Marsh.
Peter Marsh, yeah, and that's a very nice little car, that car number 88, the Aztec. So good to see Peter Marsh out there in that car as they head over the top of the hill for the first time. We've got Ricky Virago out there having another go in that beautifully presented Rolt as they head down to turn 6. And in a moment we'll see them all start to make their way up the long drag up the back straight and to head over the top of the hill for the first time. And here they are, Will Norman out in front of all of everybody. Have a look at that Formula Ford 2000 of Alderson in second place. We missed Alderson for most of last season, and it's good to see him back on track again this year. And he's a very, very fast peddler.
It's great to see an open wheel car do a four-wheel drift out of turn number 7. I kind of missed that with Simon not being here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a gun driver. He does a very good job in that car, and he's sitting in second place behind a very, very fast Rolt RT4, so he's doing a pretty good job. Then we're back to the Aztec of Peter Marsh, and then we've got Ricky Virago after that. And then we've got behind him Barker and Magistro, Grove, Dave Dearden having his second run in this particular car. He used to do the time challenges that we've just seen in a little Formula V, but he's got that car for sale. I'm not sure if he sold it yet, but he's out there in car number 33 now, which is a Reynard SF84. And then we're back to Swarbrick in the little Elan.
Yeah, unfortunately for Bruce Mitchell, who had that incident in qualifying this morning, the Reynard Formula Ford 2-litre, car number 48, it was that blue car. It seemed to have dumped some sort of fluid down here on the start-finish line, so he's out of this event.
Yeah, he certainly is, and that's a shame. It's a shame to put all the effort into entering an event and getting the car prepared and everything, and then only to see 1 or 2 laps in qualifying. Real big shame. So all over the back of car 16 and Magistro at the moment, it's Barker in car number 5.
Yeah,
and
Van Diemen.
That's the Van Diemen RF04, exactly. So he's doing a great job considering that that's a Formula Pacific in front of him, and he's just pulled out to have a look to see if there's a way through, but unfortunately the Pacific's just got a little bit more grunt in a straight line than he's got, and Magistro just able to pull away from him.
Yeah, that RF04, that would still be eligible to race in our normal Formula Ford races.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think that would have the later model Ford engine. I think that'd probably still be a Kent engined car. So yeah, probably would be eligible if it was a Kent engined car.
Talking Formula Fords, there's a couple of our Formula Fords heading over to the Phillip Island Classic in 2 weekends' time.
Safety car. Sorry,
safety car.
Jumping over the top of your safety car. Just having a look around the track to see if we can find where the issue is. Can't quite see at the moment what's going on, but
it looks like we have a grass fire. We do. A grass fire, and where would that be? I think that is over
coming
on
out
the way out
turn
of
6, I think.
6.
Yeah,
turn 6.
Okay, top of turn 5. Okay. All right, so that's the unfortunate thing about having dry grass in summer here in Wanneroo.
I wonder if that was caused from the 2 XLs that went off a while ago, but it may have just been...
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that.
But now it looks like it's kicked up. It's kicked off.
Yeah, and that's a real shame because by the time they get that out, we're probably going to run down the time again. We've only got 6 minutes left in this.
Goes the alarm across the line. So everybody will bank back up behind the safety car. So here we go. The safety car's just going past the actual area now. And I reckon that's where those 2 XLs went off some time ago.
Must have been smouldering for a long time before it's... Well, let's hope that they get that out pretty quickly, because this Formula Classic, of course, the event was red flagged for their qualifying and they only got a couple of laps, and now they've got the safety car out after only, let's have a look, 4 laps in this event as well. So we want to see everybody get their value for money and get a good time out on the circuit today, and it's unfortunate for this category that they've had both of their on-track...
interrupted.
Yeah, on-track activities interrupted so far.
I'd hate to put a dollar figure onto how much dollars worth of vehicles are out there on the circuit at the moment.
But there are quite a few cars out there that would be worth a bit of money, but I think you'd probably find that some of the other categories that are out there this weekend would also have cars that would be just as valuable as what these are. The difference is with these cars is because they're...
It is over there. It's on the exit of turn 6.
Yeah, I can can actually see the smoke over there.
Oh,
So
there's another one. There's 2 of them. Okay, and they're right opposite each other. One on the entry into turn 6 and one on the exit of turn 6.
Yeah, very interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, the thing about these cars is they're like they're all such a bespoke racing cars that the parts for them are very, very difficult to get, and you've usually got to get them machined up or made specially for the car if you do have an incident or a breakage. And the other thing is that these cars, very high maintenance, most of them. They've got to be virtually pulled apart and put back together between each of the race meetings. You've got to keep an eye on absolutely everything on them. So they're quite a difficult race car to keep reliable and to keep safe as well, because you've got to keep your eye on absolutely everything on these cars in between meetings.
And another category too where you need an understanding of aerodynamics versus mechanical grip to try and get the best out of these cars.
So Bill Norman at the back of the pack again, as is Alderson. So they've picked up the Aztec rather than the race leader at the time, which was the Rolt RT4 number 3 of Bill Norman at the back of the field.
So we're down to 4 minutes.
Yeah, I doubt that we're going to see a restart with this one again. I think we might be heading to lunch break under the safety car again.
Well, while we have a couple of minutes, they've red flagged this one. They have red flagged this event, so this will finish as it was. Will Norman taking the win from Simon Alderson, and Ricky Virago will take out 3rd. Barker in 4th, and Leon Magistro rounds out our 5. Okay, so word from our Motorsport Australia officials is that this race has been suspended, not actually finished. They'll get the cars to come back down into pit lane and just put these 2 spot fires out, and we will go racing again with 3 minutes remaining on the clock.
I don't think in my 57 years of being a spectator up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway that I've ever seen an event stopped as a result of a spot fire.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I don't think that that's ever happened up here before, so there's something new for the season 26.
Yeah, and not just one, there's 2 on 2 different sides of the circuit.
Yeah, why not chuck a second one in? Yeah, just to make it even more interesting.
Red flag due to grass fires. That's I don't think I've ever seen that come up on a TV screen before either.
Well, Darwin has it quite often. I mean,
here we go.
Seen...
So even up on the Motorsport Australia, Natsoft.
Yeah, on the yeah. Look, Darwin has had situations down in turn 1 in the past where they've had fires down in turn 1 on the outside of there, and of course they go up there during their dry season to run the Repco supercars, and quite often they'll get a car that'll go off out there, and their hot exhaust will set fire to the grass that's out on the outside of the corner there. But yeah, I've not seen that up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
We're very lucky it's happened today, because yesterday afternoon that wind really kicked up, and those fires would have really kicked off very quick if it hadn't been for our fire officials who are already on the job over there. And it looks like they have got it all under control. That's quite a significant size fire, the one on the... just as they crest the top of the hill, just before the crest of the hill.
Yeah, and good on our fire crew. We did mention them earlier, and they're hard-working. And imagine being out there, and it's not a particularly hot day today, but look at the sort of gear that they have to run in and run around in. They've got their balaclava and their full fire suit on and everything, and it'll be fairly warm out there, I'd imagine, for those guys. So thanks very much for them for putting those fires out for us so efficiently, as always. And the Grid is down in the pit lane at the moment, and just having a look at these cars, and they are absolutely beautifully presented, as you'd expect. A real labour of love to have one of these cars, and they really are beautiful cars to drive, and that's, I guess, the reason that keeps these people invested in making sure that our Formula Classic up here is a category that's ongoing, because you get into one of these little cars and they are so precise and so lovely to drive, and everything in them's nice and light, and as I said, most of them are fairly bespoke in the manufacturing of the equipment and the parts and everything for them. So yeah, you've got little cars that just do everything properly.
Yeah, and no wonder we have to have a month between race meetings, because these guys will spend 3 to 3.5 weeks repairing these cars and just doing all of the maintenance that's required.
Just the maintenance, yeah, just making sure, crack testing everything and making sure that everything's right, because, you know, they're some pretty fast cars. They're doing 58-second lap times in cars that are coming up towards 50, 55 years old, some of them even older, and you know, you look at the things like the, we haven't got any out there, but you look at some of the marches that we've had racing up here in this category, and some of those cars, they're very early 70s cars. So you're looking at cars that are 55 years old. You don't, you know, you're going pretty quick in them. You want to make sure everything's crack tested and everything's right.
So we're missing Lance Carwadine today.
Yes, in the Jane Brabham. That's a real shame.
And Murray Charnley in the Lotus 23B, the sports car.
Yeah, and I did mention earlier on with Murray, and it's a shame that Murray's not here, because I think Murray would be, and I'm not 100% sure whether Dick Ward still holds a full racing licence. Dick Ward has been racing in Western Australia since about 1962. He did have some years off where he went over and lived in Canada and lived over in Europe and for a few years in the late 60s, early 70s, but he's been more or less racing here since the early 1960s as Dick Ward. I'm not sure if he still holds his full racing licence. We haven't seen him up here for many years. But Murray Charnley has owned this Lotus 23 since about 1969, I think, and he's been on and off racing that car. I think he would probably be our oldest holder of a full licence here in Western Australia now.
Yep.
It was John Glasson for many years, and sadly we lost John a few years ago, but he raced right into his 80s as well. John Glasson was one of the longest holders of a CAMS licence in Australia, let alone Western Australia.
I'll let you work it out, but Murray was born in 1935.
Yeah, so 91 years old.
Yep.
Yeah, he's the same age as my father, and he, as I said, he used to race this car up here in the very early years of what was then Wanneroo Park. The car used to be dark blue, and he raced it up here for many, many years, and I think the car was previously raced at Caversham as well before we moved here, but not by Murray.
Wondering what Motorsport Australia will do here regarding the time that remains in this race. We were down to around about 3 minutes when the cars were heading back into the pit area. It was down to 3 minutes. So I don't know whether it will be a complete restart. I wouldn't think so.
I wouldn't think so, no. They'd probably stop the clock and they'll go out maybe for four minutes or so. That Lotus 23, I think that was brought into Australia by the Gagan brothers, and I think it came to Western Australia. It used to be run, I think, by Roger Fielding at Caversham. But nonetheless, that's a car that's a very historic car to Western Australian motorsport. There's not too many cars that are around the traps these days that raced here in the very early days of Wanneroo Park.
Was that part of the Escargo team?
No, that was never. That's always been owned by Murray since the late 1960s.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
The Escargo team had the Tiga, and they also had
the Tiga.
Yeah, they had a Tiga, and at one stage they also had. I've opened my mouth now, and I can't remember what the other car was. I've got March on my mind, but it wasn't a March, but it was another Sports 2000.
A couple of interesting spectators down there on the grassed area. A couple of magpies. Where would they be? Right down at the pit lane exit, I think. Yes, they're down at the supercar pit lane exit. Yes. There's one of our eagle-eyed cameraman has picked up a beautiful yellow Tirana sitting over there. I think that'll be down there in turn number 7.
Yes, that looks like it's an Alex Tirana from around 1976. It looks like it may actually be
SLR.
It could actually be an SLR. I can't quite make the front of it. I think it's got SLR 5000.
Yep, it is an SLR.
His thumbs up. Is it? It's. If it's an SLR 5000, I'd imagine it's probably an LH with that particular colour scheme on it rather than an LX, but not 100% sure with that.
Good to see you're enjoying the sunshine out there down in turn number 7. Hopefully you're enjoying the motor racing. We are currently just waiting for these 2 fires to be properly extinguished and inspected.
Yeah, look at these magpies down there to see whether they're going to join our event or not. But we used to have problems with ducks here in the old days. We used to have a lake that used to be in the middle of the track that used to be quite full of water, and we used to have the duck patrol.
Yes, we did that duck race last year at the top of turn 5 there with a couple of ducks that were trying to get in on the action.
Yeah, we used to have the duck patrol. The crash crew used to have to go out between events and drive around, chase them all back into the middle of the circuit. Otherwise, because you've got to look after your wildlife, and ducks mate for life. And if their partner gets killed, and that happened a couple of times here, sadly, and the partner used to stand on the side of the track and just stand there staring because they didn't know what to do because they mate for life, and it was a very sad situation. So we used to have the duck patrol, and they used to get the ducks off the track for us.
And it wasn't that long ago either that Bathurst is not the only place where you have to worry about kangaroos.
I've got my MGB here today as well, but there's an MGB that's out there at the moment, and that's an early MGB from the 1960s with the silver grille. So very, very nice. And a mark that's very close to my heart. I've got 3 of the damn things.
So thanks to Turn 7 Media, there is nowhere to hide up here at MotorMall.
There isn't. No, they certainly keep you busy.
We will find you.
They keep you busy having MGs, that's for sure. I've got a couple of MX-5s and I hardly ever have to touch them, but my MGs, I've got to be on them all the time. But yeah, I've brought my little red MG up from Southwest today, and yesterday I brought it up, and I'll be driving it home this afternoon, and lovely little cars to drive.
1 minute, and we will get the cars back out onto the circuit again for the continuation of our Formula Classic, race number 1 for them today, and they will be coming down to the grid area immediately after this race, and that's where we invite everybody here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway to come out and have a look at these cars. You get up close and personal with all of these beautifully presented cars from racing back in the era, and as soon as we open up the gates, we'll allow people out there, and I'll be out there doing a couple of interviews for people present at the racetrack itself.
Yeah, Vaughan, if viewers want to see whereabouts we are in the circuit at the moment, you've got on the screen at the moment the view of the race control area and the commentary area and timing area there at the very top of our race administration building. So that's where we're coming from today.
The Rob Janney Broadcast Studio?
Yes, the Rob Janney Broadcast Studio, named after Rob Janney, who was a very long time commentator up here and also had many other hats that he used to wear for the Sporting Car Club, and absolute legend of Western Australian motorsport. Sadly lost him in 2020, but named this commentary box after him, and it's a privilege to be working here in it today.
A 4-minute race coming up to conclude this race number 1. Once we get going again, we did have the 1-minute siren, but we've just been informed it'll be 3 minutes.
Gee, our grid marshals have had their work cut out for them today, and they're doing a great job. Just having a look down there at the grid marshals, informing all the drivers about what the circumstances are going to be and getting them all lined up ready to go. So thanks very much for you guys doing a brilliant job down there, as always, you guys and girls. And good to see so many females involved in officialdom here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway as well. Really, really good to see that we've got so many women who are involved both in the competitive side as well as in the officialing.
And down on our skid pan in the middle of the track for our live stream viewers, we're checking out a big block Chev down there from about 1967, 68.
I think they made those ones right the way through until the mid-70s, those particular Corvettes. But yes, Corvette Stingray. Beautiful little car. I remember going to the movies at the drive-ins in the 70s and watching the movie Corvette Stingray, and seeing them all there.
So I would presume that Bill Norman and Simon Alderson, although they're down here at the back of the dummy grid, I would say they would be able to weave through everybody and get back up to their
they're having a discussion with an official down there right now, and probably the question is why are we still at the back of this line?
Yeah, they need to pop these 2 out and send them around to the front.
Yeah,
there's a lot of pointing going on down there.
Yeah, a lot of pointing and discussion going on down there at the moment. So, look, it would no doubt be that Will Norman and Simon Alderson will make their way back towards the front of the field.
Just heading back to John Herney, the new entrant into the life membership of Motorsport Australia. We told him yesterday, we're up at McCracken House, and I must admit I got in trouble for mentioning this, but Facebook goes global all the way around the world, and you know you're doing something special when John Hurney's little deal that was made up by the WA Sporting Car Club, it's received 120 messages of thank you to John and his dedication. He's had 352 reactions to it, so that's where you put the little smiley face or the thumbs up. And then you have a look at the big one. How many people have actually seen that little item done on John Hurney? And it is over 10,000 views. So that only went out onto the big world about 5 or 6 days ago, and 10,000 people have jumped on and appreciated John for his hard work over 60 years.
Absolutely spectacular, really, really good, and nice a guy you couldn't imagine to have received that award. And worthy of mention too, John's only just retired from outright racing up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. He started racing up here in 1973, so there's a career of some 52 years up here as a driver as well. So big congratulations to John, well deserved.
We're both going to get in trouble now, so...
I'm always in trouble, so it doesn't worry me.
John will have round 2 at me this afternoon at the trophy presentation, no doubt. I got in trouble for bringing it up in front of the members and committee yesterday, but it needs to be appreciated, because you know it's not every day of the week somebody puts in 60 odd years of dedicated service to one particular organisation and doesn't get any recognition.
Now, looking at this rolling start, have a look at this, because Will Norman and Simon Alderson are down the back of the field, so that's really interesting, and they're about to get they're still under a yellow flag.
Yellow flag, safety car? No, it's just, they've got the safety car board back out. So a bit of confusion happening here, because that should have been a green flag start.
Yeah, that's very interesting, unless they're going to allow Norman and Alderson to pass. No, I mean, the safety car isn't out on the circuit physically, but the boards are out.
Yeah, the boards are out, and our Natstoff Siming.
Oh, it is on the circuit. It's just coming over the top of the hill now. Yep.
Because there's the leaders. They have picked up the leaders now with Norman and Alderson. So the others have to quickly get around.
They're not going to quickly get around. They're going to let them go.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, the safety car's off the track.
And the boards have been brought in. Green flag. We are away. And Alderson now gets in front of Norman, who was having tea and scones.
But he's surely passed before the start-finish line. So I don't know what the regulation is there. I'm not that au fait with the regulation there, but we'll wait and see what happens with that. But they're very split up field, but at least the cars are getting a run on the circuit and getting some laps, which is what they've paid their money for and what they're prepared for today.
So according to our stewards, the session has been extended by 2 minutes. So there was 2 minutes remaining, so they'll probably get another 2 laps in here, as they leaders already up and over the hill and down into turn number 6, and it's Alderson in the little Formula Ford who's leading the Rolt RT4 of Bill Norman. But now we should see the Rolt launch over the top of the hill and down the outside of Simon Alderson.
Gee, that's a quick little Formula Ford 2000, isn't it? And he's going to go down the inside.
Held his own.
Is he going to be able to hold it out there? Yes, he is. So Alderson deciding that discretion was the better part of valour there and letting the Rolt go, as he probably would expect that it was going to get past him at some point anyway.
So that's 50 seconds remaining in this one, so these guys will get the last lap board next time through.
Yeah, most likely they will, and it's a very interesting way to start the event, or restart the event, isn't it? But we've got the Aztec back there in 3rd position, and the Aztec's currently being driven by Marsh.
These cars remind me of the early Scar-Lectrics cars that you used to put on the electric tracks.
Yep.
Back in the day.
You're a bit younger than me then, because they don't look like the early ones that we used to have. We used to have ones that were like the cigar-shaped ones that were no wings and no slicks and little skinny wheels back in the mid-1960s. The Jimmy Clark days and Jack Brabham days of Formula One. Halcyon days of motorsport.
The Aztec now moving its way through turn number 4, but our leaders coming out onto turn number 7 and down the main straight here at MotorMall. So that is the last lap board on display this time through for our 2 leaders, who is the Rolt RT4 of Bill Norman and the Formula Ford of Simon Alderson. Ricky Virago in the Aztec holds down third place at the moment from Barker in a Formula Ford in car number 5, and Craig Thompson in 182. Leon Magistro in 6th place. David Deard in car number 33 in 7th. Then we have Grove, the Lotus Elan of Glenn Swarbrick, car number 6 in 9th, and Marsh in car number 88, rounding out 10 cars.
But I don't know how they worked that out and what they've done with this, because there goes Peter Grove past the start-finishing line in 3rd place, and yet he's down in 8th place on our timer. He's in front of Ricky Virago on the circuit, and then it's back to Craig Thompson, and behind Craig Thompson is the little black Formula V. I think that Formula Ford. Sorry, I think that might be not Phil Grove. I'm not quite sure which one that is. It might, I'm not 100% sure. It could be Dave Dearden.
But don't forget that we are going to have a grid walk as the Lotus Elan is actually retiring from this race. So unfortunately there for Glenn Swarbrick, something not quite right with the Lotus
They can't
Elan.
quite get the reliability right in that car at the moment. They need to maybe see if they can't...
Checkered flags fallen on this one, with Bill Norman taking the win from Simon Alderson. And car number 43 will be next across the line, and Craig Thompson's moved up into 4th place. So our scoreboards are doing something a bit weird. The actual running of that race was totally out of whack with what we normally expect up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Yeah, but well done to the race control nonetheless for getting going again, and big shout out for them. They've had some circumstances today which have been quite unusual up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and they've done a good job at coping with that, and at least we got to see some of these beautiful cars out on the circuit.
I'll leave it with you, Rob. I'm going to head down to the start-finish line and get ready for our grid walk. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, you're quite welcome to come and join me out on the grid walk, and I'll be out on the grid very, very shortly. But in the meantime, I'm going to go and talk to Jamie and Demelza and have a recap of what's happened so far this morning here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. I'll leave it with you, Rob.
Okay, we've just finished the morning of day 2 here of round 1 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championships of 2026. We've got Rob and we've got Vaughan with us, which is an absolute bonus. Guys, what did you see this morning? Let's start with the XL Cup.
Well, 31 cars out there for Retrovision in 2026, and I've got to say, those guys and girls out there put on an outstanding job. 31 cars, you couldn't look sideways without seeing somebody, and there was only one little incident involving 2 cars out of the whole 31. So well played to the XLs.
Well, apart from the Nationals, when do we ever see 30-plus cars on the grid for the XLs?
Well, it's been quite a while, but, Rob and I were saying in commentary how good it is. These are pretty hard economic times at the moment, but this is a very economic way of going racing, whether you're coming from go-karting or coming in off the street and getting involved in circuit racing. The XLs, you can't go wrong.
17-year-old Chase Wildman, would you believe? First race in, he came in 8th, which is incredible. Again, Rob, the amount of teenagers that are getting involved with XLs is extraordinary, and they're really, really competitive.
Isn't it absolutely magnificent? I mean, these guys are coming out of all sorts of different types of motorsport. Some of them are coming straight from, the streets and just coming straight into motorsport. Some of them at the early age of about 14 years old, and they're doing such a magnificent job. I mean, Chase today in that car, qualifying 10th, finishing 8th in the first event, and, absolutely brilliant job for a first-time driver.
Incredible. Let's talk about FSR Radicals. Again, great racing. And these guys just love getting in these vehicles. It's almost like their dreams have come true.
Yeah, yesterday we saw a battle between Bryce Moore and Chris Reindler, and unfortunately for Bryce, after qualifying, he didn't show up on the grid. He had a pole start in that one, and unfortunately didn't make it out for the race. So Chris Reindler went on and had a great win from the Repco V8 supercar driver visiting us this weekend in Andre Heimgartner. So Andre's come in second, but it's the gaggle of these new guys coming through that are really impressive.
Rob, what did you think about the Radicals?
They were brilliant. Unfortunately, we didn't see Bryce Moore. That was the big sad part about it. Bryce Moore had 2 wins out of the 3 races yesterday, and that was a bit of a shame. Hopefully, we'll see him out there mixing it up with Heimgartner and also Chris Reindler later on in the event. But yeah, they're brilliant this weekend. Great racing.
Let's move on to the category of improved production cars. What was the racing like today, fellas?
Unfortunately, that race had to be red flagged due to a car fire there for Kai McPherson. So we hope that Kai's obviously he's okay. We saw him out of the car, but hopefully there's not that much damage done to the car. But unfortunately, finished under red flag, won by the Holden Monaro of Matt Cherry.
Now, you did have the improved production cars. We have seen Mason come up from Formula V's in this one, and there's a few new people on the track as well. How are you finding the talent this year?
Oh, the talent's always great. You know, it doesn't matter what category it is, but improved production has got some new drivers as well. And we go back to the XLs. There's about 6 or 7 new names in there. There were new names all over the scoreboard yesterday, and that will continue. And it's looking very good for our future with all these young kids coming through and some of the older gentlemen in their retirement days making a run and having a crack at motor racing.
Now, the time challenge seemed to be a challenge today for most people, apart from the obvious. So were there a couple of issues out there that sort of prevented people being able to hit what they marked as the time selection before they started the race?
Well, there's a good field of cars out there, so that creates its own amount of problems, is that you may be faster than the car in front, but if you go faster, you're going to break your time. Then again, you could be the one getting held up, which is going to cost you time. So, but a great effort from Peter Dybel. He scored minimal amount of points. I think he finished on 70 points for 5 laps, and that's pretty much unheard of.
Peter loves his time challenges. He really does.
He does. He didn't have a very good day yesterday in the saloon car events, but when he brings his car out to time challenge, if he can do it again another 2 times this afternoon, he'll go home with a trophy later on today.
And we'll finally get involved, have a chat about the Formula Classics. Incredible cars are on the grid right now, so people can go down there and experience what it's like to sort of, be in a car like that, or actually feel what the car looks like, and so forth. So, a great opportunity for people to have a look at the Formula Classics. So, Vaughan, you've got to go down there right now. So we're going to talk to Rob about the Formula Classics. So on your bike, get down there. Rob, what did you think about the racing for the Formula Classics, albeit the fact it was interrupted by those small fires?
Yeah, it was a really interesting race, wasn't it? No one knew where anyone was when they had the restart. We had the big gap between the first 2 people of Norman and Alderson, and then a big gap back to the AZEC car. So it was very hard to work out whereabouts anyone was on the track. But these cars, I call them the Swiss watches of motorsport. They are really, really like such bespoke, beautiful little cars, and such lightweight, smooth driving little cars. They're going to be wonderful to see. Make sure you do come down to the grid and have a look, because they really are beautiful representations of the motorsport that we used to see up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway probably about 50 or 60 years ago.
Now, Rob, we do have a lot more racing to come this afternoon. What should we be excited to see?
I think we should be excited to see all of it, to be honest. I'm really looking forward to the second race for the XLs. That's going to be magnificent as well. The improved production cars have got a lot of quality in their field, and I think we're going to be well and truly entertained by them as well. Formula Classics, we haven't seen a full race from them. There was a good race between Alderson and at the front of the field with Will Norman, so I think that's going to continue as the day goes on as well. I think the SFRs, hopefully Bryce Moore will get out there and entertain us as well. I think we're going to have a great afternoon of motorsport here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Fantastic. Now, if people do want to come down, check it out, how can they do that?
To the circuit, it's only $10 for a whole carload of people to get into the circuit, and that's very, very good value. We've got plenty of motorsport happening for the rest of the day, so if you're not here now, get in your car and get down here and enjoy this beautiful sunshine. Other than that, if you're on the live feed, make sure that you stay on the live feed, because it's very entertaining motorsport.
Yes.
Thanks, Rob.
Maybe tell some friends to hop on the live feed as well and check out all the action, because we've definitely had quite a lot this morning. That's it from us here for now. We will be back after a short break, but before we do that, we're going to check out some of this morning's highlights.
Okay, not a problem.
We believe driving should be more than just getting from A to B. It should excite you, reflect you, move you. From world-class supercars that stir the soul to everyday vehicles designed for comfort, reliability, and value. We bring you the best of both worlds, whether it's your first car, your dream car, or something in between. Our expert team is here to make the experience effortless and unforgettable. MotorMall, where performance meets possibility.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall. Electrical Group Training. Sets. Crushing Services Australia. Bond Hire. Gallagher. And Radlink Communications.
At Retrovision, we're putting on a show when it comes to saving you money. Because at Retrovision, we have more ways to save on all the electrical stuff you love. We not only price match with our lowest price guarantee, but there's also no buyer regret with our 60-day price promise. Even better, RAC members save an extra 5% off every single day. It's like every day's a sale at Retrovision. So why shop anywhere else?
Excel Cup Racing is brought to you by Retrovision. Vulcan Panel and Paint. Motec Mechanical. Dash Simulators and Events. And Excel Garage.
Hey, fuck. Welcome back to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway for the afternoon session of day 2 of round 1 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships. And Rob, a terrific morning of racing so far, broken up by a bit of a delay with 2 grass fires at the same time.
Yeah, really unusual to see that up here at Wanneroo Raceway. But yeah, we've been absolutely spoilt this morning for some racing and some really, really good competitive stuff happening out there on the track. And speaking of which, talking about competitive stuff, 31 XLs lined up in front of us on the grid, ready to go out there for their second event of the day.
Yeah, and if race 1 was anything to go by, this is going to be an awesome race. And we were saying on the live stream earlier on today, we need a camera that can actually get 2.41 kilometres of raceway all at once so that we can see what's happening, because there was stuff happening up the front, in the middle and down the back.
Yeah, there certainly was, and it's been so hard to call these cars because there's been so many colour scheme changes and so many new faces and new names and what have you. It's been very, very difficult with 31 new cars to learn, but nonetheless we'll do our very best. The man who's on pole position though, we know him very, very well, and that's Zane Rhodes in car 73. He also took out the first event of the year and he'll have a smile from ear to ear after that.
Yeah, and alongside him will be car number 333 of Burns, and the second row will be Tristan Clamp and Alex Hills in car number 7, and we have Will Panizza in car number 9, Harrison Perez in 18, Harry Burns in 3, Wildman in 77, Lachlan Cove in 36, D'Souza in car 25, and the list just goes on and on and on.
It certainly does, and right the way back to the back of the, right down to the exit of turn 7, these cars will be lined up, and it's an absolutely brilliant field of XLs, and let's hope they manage to keep this many of them on track for the entire season, and we're going to be very, very privileged to see that.
Well, a car would be worth keeping an eye on is car number 53 of Dean Hills, who was involved in an incident in that first race, and he'll be coming from down towards the back, and normally Dean runs in the top 5, so he'll be a car worth keeping an eye on as he charges his way through this 31 car field.
Yeah, airline pilot I believe, and he certainly knows how to pilot.
Skills.
Yeah, he certainly knows how to pilot an XL around this place. Had a couple of really big accidents up here over the years as well. Yeah. I remember him ending the car into entry to turn 4 a few years ago at a night meeting. So, but we're on board with car number 7, I believe, which is Alex Hills.
Yep.
So that's going to be good to see.
Right
because
up the front on the second row.
He is, and that's where a lot of the action is going to happen too, because he's the fourth car, and he's going to be wanting to make his way forward. And that's going to be great to watch out the window of that car during the event.
You watch this, they'll be down here still gridding up, and they'll be still coming over the hill. There's a huge field of Hyundai XLs, probably one of the biggest opening round fields of XLs that we've had since their existence.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I would imagine quite a few of them have changed hands over the seasons, and perhaps they've been ones that have been sitting in garages. So there's a few big names that are missing. One of them is our current state champion of Carlos Ambrose. Mentioned earlier on today that he stepped out of XLs, and we're going to be seeing him in saloon cars later on in the year. He's going to have some of the first part of the year off to cool his heels after a fairly extensive XL campaign over the last few years. So we're looking forward to seeing Carlos back again, but that's really opened the door for a few other guys who haven't really been able to see in the door for the last couple of years with the competitiveness of the Ambrose team.
Well, Zane Rhodes in 73 on pole there, he was able to run quite consistently with Carlos Ambrosio, but Zane got a few wins on days that Carlos was racing here as well, so he can hold his own. But it's this newcomer Burns in car number 333. He's going to be worth keeping an eye on as this season progresses, as our green flag being waved at the back of the field. We are seconds away from race number 2 for our Retrovision Hyundai XLs. Red light is on, the revs rise, and we are go for race number 2, and Burns gets a ripper of a start. Already up into second gear. He'd be looking to try and come across in front of Zane Rhodes, but now Zane gets the run and takes back first place as they turn into turn number 1. This huge field of Retrovision XLs.
Yeah, and black car back there in the field couldn't quite make out the car number, but he took to the grass trying to get an inside run, and he's actually just given a little bit of a clout to one of the cars in front of him, and he's lost out there. 3 wide coming out there further back at the back of the field as well, coming out of turn 1. But it's all Zane Rhodes. He's got about 2 or 3 car lengths over Shane Burns at the moment as they head up over turn 5 for the first time.
And everybody still on 4 wheels and progressing forwards at this stage as they head up through the left-hand sweeper, and we go on board with Alex Hills here for our live stream customers. And it looks like he's got a problem as a couple of cars just flew past him. So there's an issue on board car number 7 by the look of it. He's lost probably 4 or 5 places and more. And there goes the hand up in the air in frustration. So
pulling to the inside of the track there, Boy.
I'd say he may have lost a gear or something.
I think he's lost an engine. He's starting to go very, very slowly.
That was close.
Very, very close as the cars are all fighting for position over the top of the hill. And they're coming over the top of the hill at the back there and seeing that car running slowly in front of them. But they're all past him and it's all safe. So out onto the pit straight once more comes our race leader. And look at this gaggle of cars right back buried in the pack back here. And they're being led at the moment by car number 40. And car 40 would be... Can't quite make that out at the moment.
Silver and black car?
Yeah, it is. It's Hewitt. It's Hewitt. Yeah, it's Hewitt. He's just in front of Noah Byrne and Michael Clark. And both of those guys are buried back down in the pack. They started a lot further up towards the front of the field today than what they are now.
There's these 2 green cars that were going for it in that previous race as well. They're about 7 and 8, I believe that might have been, as they crest the top of the hill to reel off another lap. Of course, this race is over 15 minutes plus 1 lap. So they'll keep racing until the time counts down. When it goes negative, the last lap board gets held out. And look at this long line, and they're still coming through turn number 6. And one of those green cars that we were just discussing, it looks like he is driving very slow, but Alex Hills looks like he's back up and running again. So whatever was happening, he's been able to rectify the problem from the cockpit, and away he goes.
Yeah, that's good news to him. Look at Rhodes. He's now managed to get himself out to around about 0.6 of a second lead. Fastest lap on that last lap was by Rhodes. Fastest lap of the race, a 72.77. He's leading just in front of Shane Burns, and then back to Tristan Clamp and car number 9 of Panizza.
So Alex Hills has gone from the second row, P4, and finds himself 2 from the end of the queue. So a fair bit of work involved, and he's just got a wall of Retrovision Hyundai XLs in front of him at the moment. He's working onto the back of 3 other cars in front of him right now. So hopefully he'll be able to negotiate this lap traffic and get back up. At least try and get midfield before the end of this race as he dives down the inside of one of those cars into turn number 4. So he's taken 1 position, and now he's lining up the next 2 in front of him.
So just looking at some of the splits as they go over the top of the hill, and it's still Zane Rhodes who's looking like he's going to be putting a bit more of a gap between himself and second place of Shane Burns. But Shane Burns doing a brilliant job in that car at the moment, and he's being just slowly caught up under brakes down there by Tristan Clamp in third place, and they're starting to now leave... starting to leave Peniza behind in their wake. We've got a 5-second penalty for car 133 as well, and car number 133
Ruiz.
is Dean Ruiz. And Dayan Ruiz, sorry, in the little Excel back there.
That was for a false start, so maybe moving at the start line.
Either that or out of his box, perhaps, but most likely for moving. But
here comes Alex Hills. He's been able to negotiate those 2 or 3 cars that were in front of him, which one of those cars was John Schultz. So down the inside into turn number 1, he should be able to get this position taken as well, and he does.
Yeah, he certainly does. So now he's got a fair old gap between himself, and I think that's Charlotte Cove who's in front of him at the moment. So he's got a fair bit of work to do to get onto the back of the Cove car that's in front.
Here goes Steve McGregor across the top of the hill in the Napa Autos car. And car number 31 as well heading across the top of the hill. That was Ward, and they're running back in 15th and 16th place at the moment. So as we were discussing, there's battles up the front, down the back, and of course in the middle, and that's where we find Steve McGregor at the moment, with car number 94 as well involved in that fight.
A little bit more stretched out at the front is what they were on the last lap. So each from first to second and then back to third as well. Each of them have got about another extra car length between them, and still leaving Peniza behind. And then we're going to be back, I think, after that to Perez, and then Harry Burns, and then Lachlan Cove. Then we've got De Silva and Hasty. Wildman still in the top 10 on debut this weekend. Ferreira. Dean Hills made his way up to 12th position already, so that's a pretty good run. Steve McGregor just behind him. Then it's O'Brien and Walchak. And then Ward, Stumpf, Ruiz, Noah Byrne, Michael Clark trying to recover from his off in the earlier event as well. So that's your top 20 as they stand at the moment.
It looks like the further you move forward, the longer the gaps are in between the cars, unfortunately for Dean Hill. But Steve McGregor all over the back of him at the moment as they go out of sight and down the back in towards turn number 6. As we go back to the front of the field, and Zane Rhodes is still having to be cautious of those 2 cars behind him of Burns and Tristan Clamp.
Yeah,
they are not far off the back end of him.
Clamp's starting to fall a little bit off at the moment.
Hills has caught up to the Cove car.
Yeah, unbelievable. That is a brilliant effort. But at this stage it looks to me like they're starting to just pull away a little bit as Rhodes and Burns from Clamp in 4th position. Fast man on the track at the moment on the last lap was Harry Burns. He's done a 72.6. So Harry Burns back there in 6th place, the fast man on the track. Let's see if he can't close down the gap between himself and 5th place. It looks like that's exactly what he's doing. He's got Bearers right in sights as they head down to turn 1, right on his tail. But, the leaders just starting to put 1 or 2 car lengths between themselves and Tristan Clamp back there in 3rd place.
We go back on board with Alex Hills as he rounds up another 2 cars as they came up and over the top of the hill and down in towards McCracken House. Now he goes over the stripe. So currently sitting in 4th gear, back to 3rd gear now for this nice tight right-hander at turn number 1. He'll hold 3rd gear up here until he gets to this little left-hander here. Now he'll hit 4th gear, up and over the top, through the bus stop. One leg over the ripple strip there, and then back down to 3rd gear again for the long sweeping left-hander. That 3rd gear being able to pull you up and over the top of the hill as we go back on board again from the outside. Now he'll grab 4th, run it right out wide to the ripple strip on the left-hand side, and then hold 4th gear all the way down into turn number 6 and possibly back to 3rd gear again, because you've got a big climb ahead of you as you come out. The TV doesn't actually show you how steep it is coming out of turn number 6, but it's a fair effort for one of these Hyundais to get out of 6 in a hurry.
Really closed up for the lead now, and Burns right on the tail of Zane Rhodes as they come out of turn 1. He swings to the inside while Rhodes goes to the outside, still nose to tail as they head up past the chase and into turn 4. Fast man on the track at the moment is Burns. He's now done a 12.55, so he's the fast man, fastest lap of the race. And he's got the eyes on, that's absolutely for sure. And Zane Rhodes will have a rear view mirror absolutely full of his car.
Well, there's a great battle on screen between Lachlan Cove and Wagner de Souza. And de Souza's actually run wide there in turn number 4, and that's allowed Lachlan to skip away a bit. And now he's coming under attack from car number 77 of Wildman. And they're running for 8th and 9th position. And then right behind them, 10, 11, 12 and 13 are very, very close. They were were too
We've got a
wide.
safety car. Got a safety car,
So
Vaughan.
there is an issue out there on the circuit somewhere. We're just consulting our CCTV cameras and try and find out what has happened and where. And I can't see anything, actually. They must be out of their shot. I would say it would happen over there at turn 6 because there's nothing down here on the bottom section of the racetrack.
Yeah, a couple of drivers once again not able to see the safety car as quickly as what we'd like them to see, and having a little bit of an overlap happening, but nonetheless it's all starting to come under the control of the safety car now, thankfully.
3 minutes remaining in this one for Retrovision.
Yeah, so what a shame. This is the second XL race which has...
Sorry, Rob, there's debris on the main straight just near the start.
Yes.
There, it's an exhaust pipe, actually.
It is, yeah.
So that would be nice and hot and definitely not... Well, hopefully nobody's going to run that over. They should be able to see that. They're all spaced out enough.
I thought then for a moment it was a racehorse goanna in the middle of the track, to be perfectly honest with you. But, yeah, it is an exhaust system. So the old crash crew coming down now, and they'll pick that up, hopefully with some heat-proof gloves on, because I'd imagine that'd be fairly warm.
So. Yep, already got the gloves on. How good's that?
Yeah, these guys know what they're doing.
Yeah.
No problem there. So we'll be going, I imagine that they'll get that off the track. He's going to fling that over the top of the pit wall, and they'll get that car off the track, and I think we'll probably be back under racing conditions very shortly.
Now, if that guy was smart, he would have gone back into the recovery area and put that on eBay.
You reckon? How much do you reckon an XL exhaust is worth on eBay these days?
I don't know. $20?
Yeah, might be worth more for his time to put it on the eBay than it is to actually sell it.
So we have car number 18 with a bad sportsmanship flag. So that's for exceeding track limits.
That's Perez.
Yeah, so he's got to watch what he does now. We're currently in 6th position. It looks like we're going to do one more lap before we get him underway. We're down to 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining, so possibly 2 laps to go in this one.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting because I don't think they're going to get this lap completed before the clock starts to run into negative. So it might be last lap board out when they come past the stripe for the next time. It may only be a 1-lap sprint to the end. So nonetheless, Zane Rhodes has had this event well and truly under control for the entire event. He's got around about, well, it doesn't matter what the gap is between them at the moment under safety car conditions, but he's got a very little amount of room between himself and Shane Burns in car 333. Then back to Tristan Clamp and William Panizza, Harry Burns, and then Perez, who has also got a bad sportsmanship flag hanging over his head. Lachlan Cove in car 36 is in 7th from D'Souza, and then Waldman, who's moved up into 9th position, and Hasty brings out your top 10 at the moment. So that's the way that these guys are standing at the moment. They're probably going to get a 1-lap dash ready to the end of this event.
Yeah, 1-lap flyer to finish off this one, but another event interrupted by the safety car, but hopefully round 3 the XL Cup will be coming back out again for race number 28 this weekend, and looking forward to the next race already, even though this one's just sitting calm down behind the safety car.
I think it's going to be a fairly frenetic 1-lap dash towards the end of this race, to be perfectly honest, because they're really all closed right back up again now.
They've got to keep their heads here and don't fire it in from downtown, because that'll it won't end well.
And they need to remember a season takes a season to go by, not 1 or 2 corners as well.
Yeah, that's right.
And they don't want to throw away their whole season just based on the result of one race as well. And sometimes the red mist comes down and you tend to lose a little bit of your sanity. But
again, Zane's backed them all up as they come out of turn number 7 and drives away at the restart. So he's showing a fair bit of age experience, longer than his years.
All sorts of confusion happening there in the mid-pack as well.
Yeah,
as cars
I saw that.
started to want to pass each other before the stripe, and then had to back out of it, causing other cars behind them to have to back up suddenly as well, and causing all sorts of chaos there at the back of the pack. But they've sorted themselves out now, but it's still Zane Rhodes who's in the lead of this event.
Sorry, mate. On board with Alex Hills again as we go up through this battle in through the bus stop, and then it looks like he's going to get held wide here, so he's mid-track going through the big left-hand sweeper. He's got car number 31 right in front of him. They are down in 18th and 19th. That is Ward in the orange car as Alex goes to the outside this time on the entry. entry into turn number 6. So Ward's going to make him run around the outside here. And if I was Alex, I would have moved right over to the right-hand side, which he's now doing, and try and get a straight drive up and over the hill. And that's exactly what the young kid has done. He's already taken Ward. Now he's got another 2 of them lined up as they crest the top of the hill. They're going to go 3 wide down here, down into towards turn number 7. He's pushing that car in front. We've had one car go off. That's 111 has gone off on the exit of turn number 6. But back to our leaders, and it's going to be Zane Rhodes that takes the win from Burns. Tristan Clamp in 3rd, Panizza for 4th, Harry Burns takes home 5, Wildman up a couple of positions to P6, Wagner de Souza having another good start to the year in 7th, Lachlan Cove for 8th, Dean Hill up into 9th, and Hasty in 135 round out our top 10. Well, that was a frenetic finish, mate.
Yeah, it certainly was. And 2 wins for 2 starts at the moment for Zane Rhodes. What a way to start the season 26 for him. And he's going to be a hard man to catch if they keep on letting him disappear like that.
It sure was. And Alex Hills ends up in position 20. So he started about 28th or 29th. So, yeah, improved 8 positions there after that restart. Fantastic onboard images there coming from our Turn 7 media camera crew, and they seem to know what car to put these cameras in to give us a great result.
Yeah, they do, don't they? And it's been great watching out the windows of the cameras all day. So put your hands together if you're at the circuit for these guys as they come past. They put on a good show for you. Let's hope they have a 3rd race, which is going to be safety car free.
Well, next out on the circuit will be our FSR category, and this is going to be a bit special, Rob, because this one's over 20 minutes plus 1 lap for Perth Motorsport tyres. But before that, we are going to cross down to Jamie and Demelza, and I believe they've been having a long lunch down there at the canteen. Jamie and Demelza, have you finished your lunch yet, guys?
We have finished lunch. We are outside the pit stop canteen, but we have grabbed the owner, Kylie Blackburn, here to have a little bit of a chat and give us a little bit of insight on what goes on in the day-to-day over here at the pit stop canteen, because they are giving us all the food and refreshments to keep us going throughout the day. Kylie, you've been here and owning this for 18 months now, but you've actually got quite a long history with the raceway.
I certainly have. We've been involved for about 35 years with this track. And I said to my hubby then that I'd love to get hold of the canteen, and finally I got my dream.
I love that.
And Kylie, you've been a lover of motorsport now for all your entire life, and funnily enough, you didn't even realise your husband was into motorsport when you got married, so it ended up becoming a blessing when you moved over here and then started participating here at Wanneroo Raceway.
That's true, and now we're both riding bikes, and I go out on the track on the bike. It's a bit scary.
I've got to say that organising the pit stop canteen for a crew that get here early in the morning on race days, obviously you're cooking throughout the day, so you obviously need to look after a lot of different dietary needs and so forth, because there's so many different diverse people here to deal with, isn't there?
Absolutely. We've got everyone from the gluten-free to the diabetics and the vegetarians as well, and we've got something to help everyone. We provide something for everyone to be able to have a meal with us.
Tell us a little bit about the team who help you run the canteen.
I have a couple of ladies that have been working here at the track for quite a few years with the previous owner. We have some young kids that are helping us, and they do a lot of the running around for us. And then I have my son helping me as my manager.
And what's the biggest seller here?
It'd have to be the chips and gravy.
Are you able to let us in on the secret as to why they taste so good?
Yeah, what's the secret, Carl? No.
The secret is it's a smaller chip. It's got a batter on it, but it's gluten-free. And we also keep our gravy gluten-free so that we can offer that to those people that have celiac and such. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Kylie, championship days like today are very busy, but, come the Nationals, it's going to be on steroids when it comes to the amount of people coming up here to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. So are you going to be prepared for when the Nationals arrive? I think we've got 2 Nationals competitions this year.
We do. Absolutely. We have about 10 different staff that we can bring in on extra days like that. So they're usually just very, very casual, but they'll come in and help us out on those big events.
But obviously, the amount of food that you're processing on that day must be absolutely massive.
Absolutely huge.
Now,
Yeah.
Kylie, if teams do want to have catering organised, I believe that you can help with that.
Yes, we do catering as well. We have all different sorts of platters, and they just need to get hold of us, and we can sort something out for them.
Wonderful.
And Kylie, the purple seems to be a theme here with the staff. It seems to be something that you're obviously you themed the entire staff here at the canteen to sort of look in a certain way. Is purple your favourite colour?
Absolutely, yeah. Even my car has purple car seats.
Well, Kylie, thanks for everything you do. You obviously keep us well satisfied when it comes to serving us food all day. And I'm sure all the racers, anybody here coming to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway appreciates the fact that the canteen is such a quality canteen. And that's all from us. We're going to go to a very short break.
FSR Racing is brought to you by Arise Racing, Radical Australia West, and Perth Motorsport Tyres.
Welcome back to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and a big shout out to Rob Macbeth and his partner who have made the venture up to the circuit this afternoon, because Rob is the driver of the Junkyard Dog down there at the West Australian Speedboat Club at Burswood. So welcome to Rob and his partner. Hope you're enjoying motor racing for a change. It's exactly the same as motor racing on water, but yeah, our racetrack doesn't change lap by lap like yours does. So we've got our FSRs in the dummy grid at the moment. They're waiting to come out. There shouldn't be very much longer. And the good news is that Bryce Moore is going to be coming from the back of the pack through this one. So he's going to have to deal with Chris Reindler and Andre Heimgartner. And, of course, the young guys as well, the new guys, Hancock, Baxter, Samuels. And we've got Sinclair out there as well, who unfortunately had a spin in that first race. So watch for car number 8 of Bryce Moore coming from the rear.
Real picnic atmosphere down there at the Turn 7 here this weekend, and watching some of those guys down there sitting in front of their cars under the trees down there. I hope you're having a great day here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Just going through the starting grid as we mentioned at the moment, which is what Vaughan's just told you about. And yeah, that is very, very good news for all of us that Bryce Moore is going to be out there, and let's see how far up the grid he can get during this event, because I don't believe that these guys have got a third event today.
No,
so
they
this is
haven't.
going to be it for them. Yep. So whatever he's got under him, he's going to have to use it all up to make sure he gets as far towards the front as he can in this event.
You know, with these FSR, with the FSR category, this may come back to bite Bryce, because Chris is very competitive and reliable. So he's already missed one race. So there's 25 points deficit between himself and Chris Reindler already, and we're only at round 1.
Yeah, exactly. And we are only at round 1. We need to keep remembering that as we watch some of the fans and some of the people from MotorMall and all sorts of people up on the balconies there above McCracken House.
Yeah, big hello, and thank you very much for jumping on board here, all the people from MotorMall, the 5 Sewell brothers. So thank you very much for your contribution to WA and local motorsport. We hope you're enjoying the sunshine up there and the facilities at McCracken House. You've got a prime view up there on the second floor of McCracken House. So we've got some very fast FSRs just about ready to come your way very shortly. We're just waiting for the 1 minute signal to be held up here at the start line. And until then, I think we might take a bit of an advert.
FSR Racing is brought to you by
Well, Tony Mercer in car number 78. He will be carrying our Turn 7 media on-board camera, and he will be starting about mid-pack. So coming from about the third or the fourth row as their rolling start. These guys will do one full lap, getting the temperatures up to where they should be, and then they'll do one set-up lap where they'll go side by side as they crest the top of the hill and come down towards turn number 7 at around about 80 kilometres an hour, and then they come out onto the main straight and watch for the red light to be extinguished, and at that point they can head off towards the start-finish line, but they cannot overtake until they get to that control line, and then we are into full-blown racing. 20 minutes coming up plus one lap, so you're probably going to see at least 15 laps here. Maybe even out to 17 laps, I reckon.
Yeah, and that's going to well and truly play into the favour of Bryce Moore at the back of the field there, because it's going to give him plenty of time to make his way up through the field and hopefully get on the back of Reindler and Heimgartner.
Now, the thing is, the further you go forward, the longer it takes to overtake somebody because they've got the initial pace.
Yeah, exactly. And the further you go forward, the more you're going to be... and there's a reason why the people are towards the front of the field, isn't there? It's because they're a bit quicker. So they're going to be the harder ones to get past just because of their speed. So... nonetheless, he's a very, very experienced guy, Bryce Moore, former Formula 4 champion in Western Australia as well as last year's FSR state champion. So he's seen a few laps around this circuit and he knows what he's doing. So I'm sure that he's got it all in hand.
Yes, and he's got his good friend Chris Reindler on the front row. Starting alongside him will be car number 7 in Andre Heimgartner. And the second row will be Hancock in car number 85, who continues to impress in this category. First time out yesterday and finds himself on the second row for the final and the feature race this afternoon for our FSR. Then we have Baxter in car number 11, Jesse James Samuels in 31 as well. Then we have Stuart Burns, the only privateer, car number 3. And then we have our onboard camera on board car number 78 of Troy Mercer. And behind him will be Garrett Piper in car number 6, John D. Giovanni in car number 92, and the back row will be Sinclair in car number 10 and Bryce Moore in car number 8.
Yeah, George Sinclair, he's had a reasonably interesting run this weekend. He had a big spin in the last event, if you remember, in car 10 up there in turn 4. So he's one that's new to our circuit, is George Sinclair. So no doubt he'll be applying himself much better with every race that he does. Bit of a learning curve for him.
This would be really good if we're actually on board with Troy Mercer, as we are at the moment for our live stream viewers, and wait and see when Bryce Moore comes blasting past Troy Mercer. Where will he do it on the circuit? Because they all have pretty much the same straight line speed once they're up and running, so it'll come down to a braking duel, I would suggest, in this one.
Yeah, I think so, and they're all starting to get themselves into double Indian file as they're going to approach the top of the hill any moment now, and they'll keep themselves well and truly bunched up whilst the safety car gets off the track, ready for a rolling start.
A big shout out to Alan and Karen in the safety car. I got in trouble for not acknowledging you guys yesterday at the trophy presentations, but there you go. I'm down and done, and Alan, you owe me a drink afterwards.
Yeah, never ever try to name all of the officials that are up here and all the positions, because there are so many of them. You always leave one out, and it's not really all that easy to do.
There we go. We have our FSRs making their way down towards the start-finish line. Red light is out and away we go. And for our live stream viewers, you can see the bottom right-hand corner. We're on board with Troy Mercer, and he has his hands full as Chris Reindler dives in front of Andre Heimgartner. And then we have Hancock and Baxter as they head out up and over the bus stop already. And into turn number 4 goes Chris Reindler.
Yeah, already up to 6th position is Bryce Moore from the back of the grid as well. So he's already made up 3, 4, 5 positions as he heads over the top of the hill, and it looks like he's just about to snatch another one away from the car in front of him as well. So he's going to be at the front of this field very, very soon.
The last of the back runners would be John Giovanni and Sinclair right down the bottom as we go now back out to the front of the field, and Heimgartner is not letting Chris Reindler get away this time as they come up and over the hill. There's 3 or 4 car lengths as they crest the top of the hill, and then Heimgartner under brakes. He closes that back up again to less than 2 car lengths out onto the main straight, and Heimgartner a little bit sideways there, but have a look at Mercer down here. He's got his hands full with Stuart Burns and also car number 11 of Baxter.
Yeah, and a very, very wide exit on turn 7 that time for Bryce Moore, up into 5th position already, and he's on the tail now of Samuels, and they're going nose to tail all the way up through the S's. He's not very far off the lead. I reckon that give it another 2 laps or so, he's going to be starting to closing in on the guys at the front.
We go back on board with Troy Mercer as he goes through the left-hander, and just watching your hands on the steering wheel, he was really working coming out of turn number 1 and through the S's there. Let's see what happens on the exit of turn number 7 as he drops it down a couple of gears and goes in very shallow into turn number 6, so that's going to have an impact on his terminal speed down here at turn number 7 as he exits turn number 6 mid-track, cracks another gear and comes up and over the top of the hill right into that sou'wester sea breeze.
Into 4th position now, Bryce Moore. Once again he goes wide on the exit. He's going to suffer the wrath of the clerk of course if he keeps doing that and end up with a penalty. That's twice that he's done that, 2 laps in a row. Fast man on the track at the moment, 57.06 to Carl Reindler, and he's just in front of Heimgartner by 7/10 of a second. But up to 4th position already. Bryce Moore in car number 8.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. They're like the V8 supercars, aren't they? They're so very similar in speeds. It needs somebody to make a mistake for you to actually take a position.
Yeah, for the very front runners most particularly. But on that onboard camera, it wasn't really interesting how much vibration was coming back through into the steering wheel as they're going around the corners, and that's because the cars are running so stiff as well. And you can see that unlike the saloon cars, unlike the sedan cars, that we see, you get a lot of feedback through the wheel of these cars.
So Stuart Burns chasing down our onboard camera of Mercer just in front of him as they clear the top of the hill, and behind Burns would be Garrett Piper in car number 6. But there it is, the Lee Exotic cars of Bryce Moore in 4th place at the moment, and only 3 more positions to get involved with Reindler and Heimgartner at the front. A 56.9 for Chris Reindler. He's continually getting quicker.
Yeah, he certainly is, and Bryce Moore's got around about 0.8 of a second that he's got to find now on Hancock, who's up there in 3rd position. So to be able to get over the top of Clinton Hancock, he's got 0.8 of a second to find, and that's going to be hard to do because he's now getting to the harder guys to pass.
We've just seen Reindler make a little bit of a mistake on the exit of turn number 4 there. He ran very wide to the right-hand side, which narrowed up the entry into the blind right-hander at the top of the hill at turn 5, but he's still got this nice comfortable lead, 0.8 of a second last time across the stripe from Andre Heimgartner in car number 7, and this is still got a long way to run. We've still got 12 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in this one. Our top 4 already out onto the main straight here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Fast lap that time too, Bryce Moore. In fact, that's 56.95, and he's brought that gap now down to 0.5 of a second. So he's pulled about 4 or 5 of a second that time on Clinton Hancock as they head up into turn 4 for the 5th time. And that's going to be very interesting to keep an eye on that and to see just how long it's going to take for Moore to get past Hancock.
Well, Hancock's just done the same mistake as what we saw from Chris Reindler, running it wide on the exit of turn 4, which squares you up. You can't turn the car into turn 5.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be interesting. He'll be nose to tail. I wouldn't be surprised if down into turn 7 this time we see Moore getting past Hancock.
There he goes.
These guys are really, really hard to pass once you get towards the pointy end.
Yeah, and as you say, you can't get right under that rear wing either because it takes the air off the front of your car.
And once again, this side of the curb.
So that's 3 times now. I would say he's going to get a penalty for this one.
Yep, I reckon that he's going to be very, very close, if not already going to get a penalty. So
now Heimgartner's just set the fastest lap and is only 4 or 5 car lengths off the back of Reindler.
Yeah, he's certainly got his eye in now, hasn't he? It's the 5th event for the weekend in this car, and he's well and truly got his eye in now. Long way off the lap record, though. though, unfortunately, and that's as a result of the condition of the circuit and the amount of UV that we've got out there as well. So no risk of taking out an outright lap record, but certainly the fastest on the track at the moment is Andre Heimgartner.
Bit of harm minimisation here for Bryce Moore, is still sitting in 4th place. He just cannot get past Clinton Hancock in car number 85, and now he comes out, he gets within 2 car lengths on the exit of turn number 6, up and over the top of the hill to reel off another lap. And there's our leaders with Reindler still battling with Heimgartner, but this one here is where all of the interest is at the moment. Hancock holding off the multiple state champion in FSR and Formula Ford in Bryce Moore.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing a brilliant job, Clinton Hancock in car number 85. Really good job. And of course, behind those guys is still going on. We've got car 31 of Samuels back there as well, with David Baxter just behind him. And then we've got car 78 of Mercer. And then we've got Stewie Burns in car 3, Garrett Piper in car 6, John Di Giovanni in car 92, and then back to George Sinclair in car 10.
1/100th of 1 second difference between Heimgartner and Reindler last time through. The gap across the line was 0.56. So let's see what happens this time as they head down in towards turn number 7 again. Car number 28 of Chris Reindler doing a great job out in front, as he has done most of this weekend, once he was able to get past that mistake yesterday from Bryce Moore, as they cross the line, and the gap 0.56, so pretty much the same, and it's Hancock and Moore, and there is 0.4 of a second difference between those two.
Yeah, there is. And looking at Samuels a little bit further back there, Jesse James Samuels' car, his car's a little bit wriggly. It was wriggly at the mid-corner at turn 7, and then it gave a good wriggle coming out of the corner as well. So he's got a little bit of a handful under him as Jesse James Samuels.
So we're back on board with Troy Mercer, and you can see that vibration and the wheel work going on to keep that car on the surface here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. So we're in the left-hander, up and over the top of the hill, flickered across the top of the blind right-hander. Need to avoid that ripple strip on the left-hand side, or it'll rip all the fillings out of your face. Now down in towards turn number 6, down into 3rd gear now, waiting for the big climb up and out of turn number 6, up through 4th, 5th, hit 6th gear at the top of the hill, and then accelerate all the way down to the second hardest braking area anywhere in Australian motorsport, right here on the entry into turn number 7. Flicks it in at around 120, 130 kilometres an hour, out onto the main straight, up through the gears again, and that is a lap of MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Yeah, it's very similar to driving a go-kart, isn't it? With the sort of vibration that's coming through the steering, and you can see it in the side of his helmet as well. So 5-second penalty for Bryce Moore leaving the track, and we suspected that was going to happen. So leaving the track and gaining an advantage, and that's on the exit of turn 7. So Bryce Moore, 5-second penalty. That's not going to harm him very much, because at this stage he's got about 5 seconds back to Jesse James Samuels, and by the end of the event I imagine it'll be more than that.
Yes, as he's just going to chip away at this. So really there's no point getting in front of Clinton Hancock at the moment. Just sit there and hang tight. We've got 8 minutes remaining in this one, so probably another 8 or 9 laps coming your way here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, as our leaders are down into turn number 1 to reel off another lap.
Have a look at the lap times that time. They were 6/10,000ths of a second difference between Reindler and Heimgartner. I'll say that again. 6/10,000ths of a second difference between their lap times on that last lap.
10,000ths, there's nothing in this, and the lead or the gap is still 0.54. So then we go back to Hancock. He's 1.4 seconds away from that. As we gather up and have a look down in towards turn number 6. Reindler in car 28, the red, white and yellow car, still holding on, and there's nothing that Andre Heimgartner can do about this. He can't get any closer than that, otherwise he's going to start losing that aero on the front of the car. So really sitting there biding his time, waiting for a mistake from Chris, and I think he might be waiting a while.
Yeah, putting pressure on someone like Chris Reindler, it's a difficult thing to do. He's been a standout in motorsport now for several seasons, and he's made it right to the top of Australian motorsport in supercar category. Of course, Chris Reindler being the guy who was involved in that horrific fiery accident
It's his brother Carl.
Oh, it was Carl, you're absolutely right. No, my mistake, sorry. That was Carl Reindler, of course it was. But Chris Reindler, still a very, very talented and very accomplished driver here at Wanneroo Raceway and nationally as well.
He jumped into the mini challenge with his brother Carl and was lucky enough to be in that race, the 2009, I think it was, the V8 Supercar event that we had here. And those guys were doing very well until they ran out of brakes, and Chris actually put it off down there in the AAC sign down there in turn number 7. Unfortunately, they had a brake failure and able to bring the John Cooper Works Mini to a stop before he hit the wall.
Yep, good move.
But they were having a good run up until that time.
Yeah, they certainly were as they crossed the line once more. That gap now out to 64 hundredths of a second between Reindler and Heimgartner, and Reindler just a little bit quicker than what Heimgartner is on each of the laps lately.
Only by 4 100ths of a second. These guys are just so close.
Yeah, absolutely, just a little tiny bit quicker. And not very much happening behind them between Hancock and Moore. Hancock seems to have warded off that challenge from Bryce Moore behind him. And then there's a big gap back to Jesse Joe Samuels and David Baxter, and then another big gap back to Mercer and Burns. Further gap back to Piper and John Di Giovanni.
Yeah, he's on screen at the moment. And if we just think back 12 months ago, this car 92 that used to spin out quite regularly while John was getting used to these cars, these FSR cars. But so far, towards the end of 2025 and this weekend, he's been able to keep the car on the track and probably improving his lap times.
Yeah, no, he's doing a good job and he's being consistent. And that's the main thing, is get out there, be consistent, get laps under your belt, and you'll just go forwards.
So starting to get very spaced out now. Reindler and Heimgartner, it's out to 0.57. So Reindler's increased his lead by 3 100ths of a second. This is how close this battle is. We're talking hundredths and then 10,000ths when we're talking about lap times and the differences between these cars. They are very, very consistent at what they do.
Well, you look at consistency, they're now out on lap 13 and they're still doing the same lap times that they were doing on lap 2 and 3. So the cars are still doing high 56-second lap times, and they haven't dropped off the pace whatsoever. So yeah, consistency is what it's all about. Nice lightweight cars. They don't really use their tyres very much, I don't believe. They're not going to put too much heat through the tyres over a period of a several lap race, and they're going to be fairly consistent just based on that.
They're a bit like a Porsche, aren't they? They were built to last long, 24 hours or so, and in those big European long endurance races, these things are very, very similar. They seem to be built for long distances or short races, but they are very consistent, whether they're racing the short distance or the long distance. We haven't seen them do 20 minutes up here, I don't believe.
No, I don't think so. I think this has been the longest race that we've seen up here for some time for these cars. Having a look at Samuels and Baxter as they went up through the SSN, they were nose to tail, and that's where the big battle is here in this race at the moment. Seems to be back there for 5th and 6th position with Samuels and Baxter. So looking forward to them coming back over the top of the hill. We've got them, I believe, on screen at the moment. So here they are now coming down the back straight.
With a back marker, car number 10 of Sinclair in the front, and Chris Reindler will be hoping that what happened to Bryce Moore yesterday doesn't happen to him, because Andre Heimgartner is very, very close now. 0.3 of a second difference as they go down into turn number 1, and Heimgartner pulled out, had a look down the inside of Chris Reindler but couldn't pull it off. It now goes down to 2 car lengths as they head up through the bus stop.
Yep, and both managing to get past that back marker fairly successfully. Not too much of a problem there for them. The gap's still around about the same between 3rd and 4th place.
Across the top of the blind right-hander at the top of the hill. Heimgartner runs it wide and just about puts a wheel off into the sand on the exit of turn number 5. There is a big wavy ripple strip up there, and when you hit it at speed with a race car, it shakes and vibrates and probably take out the undercarriage of one of these cars.
It would do if they kept doing it, that's for sure, and they got it in the wrong angle. But yeah, back into sight and down into turn 7 once more. That gap staying around about the same there. They're within a few tenths of each other, a few hundredths of each other, every single lap that they complete at this stage. So looking at the lap times as they cross the line this time, it was a 57.4 for Reindler and a 57.6 for Heimgartner. So he's pulled another 0.2 of a second to take that lead out to 0.5 of a second.
Yeah, so even coming up and over the top of the hill, Rob, you don't see that slingshot effect out of these cars.
No, you don't. You don't seem to see that either, and that's something that's really interesting. They seem to stay more or less the same distance and fairly equidistant as they come out of each of the corners, don't they?
Yeah, it's just one of the characteristics of FSR racing. And just thinking back, these guys do have a long race, and they have been supporting the Repco V8s the last couple of years here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and they race for about 40-odd minutes there with a driver change.
Oh, okay. That's great. I unfortunately haven't been able to make it to a supercar meeting here for several years, and I haven't been able to see what the support categories have been like, unfortunately. But nonetheless, we're down to 1 minute and 13 seconds left in this event. Once again, 1/100th of a second between Reindler and Heimgartner as they cross the line. That time he managed to bring that lead back, Heimgartner, by 1/100th of a second on that last race. He's going to have to find a bit more than that to get onto the back of Reindler and to be able to make a real challenge for the lead of this. I think this is probably going to be the way they finish, although having said that, I'm just looking at the gap between Bryce Moore and Samuels now has gone out to about 10 seconds, so that 5-second penalty is really not going to make very much of an impact on him.
How good is Clinton Hancock, car number 85, in third place at the moment, and he's managing to hang off Bryce Moore, and this has been going on for at least the last 5 or 6 laps, and there's no way that Bryce Moore can get past Clinton Hancock in car number 85.
No, there isn't. There's nothing that he can do about that, and as you say, every time he gets close to the back of that car, he's going to lose downforce on the front of his car, and it's not going to work for him. So I would suggest that with 17 seconds left, they're going to get the last lap board at the end of the lap that they're on now.
Spin, car number 10.
He's gone around again, unfortunately. That's George Sinclair in car number 10. It's his second spin of the day. So yeah, he's doing a little bit of a John Giovanni from last year and learning his way around this circuit. Let's hope he hasn't stalled it and he's not going to bring out a safety car.
They might be waiting for this gap.
Yeah, I think he may have stalled it.
Yep.
And that being the case, we're going to see a safety car and we're going to see the race come under the control of the safety car, and that'll be the end of the event because we've just gone negative time. We're running out of time.
It's an unfortunate way to end the race. Oh, there's another one off down there as well, and that could be John Giovanni in car number 92, and it is.
It is indeed.
Is that one car or 2 cars? No, I think it's just one.
It's just one, I think, yeah, but I think they'll put the checkered flag out this time, and they have in fact done that. So there's the checkered flag as we watch Hancock, go very wide around the back of that spun car down there. But that's the way they're going to finish the race. Chris Reindler wins in car 28 from number 7, Andre Heimgartner. Back then to Clinton Hancock. Great effort from Clinton to keep Bryce Moore behind him for that whole event. So well done to him. And of course we had the 5-second penalty for Moore. That didn't make any difference in the end. We've got Jesse Joe Samuels finishing in the next car 31 from David Baxter, and then back to Mercer behind him, and behind Mercer, Tony Mercer, we're going to have Stewie Burns, and then Garrett Piper just crossing the line now. And we've got, of course, John Giovanni and George Sinclair off the circuit, spun at the moment.
Yeah, I wonder whether John Giovanni has just outbraked himself down there in turn number 6. It has got a reputation for doing that. It's a very deceiving corner, but once you do get in the corner, it's on camber, so you can apply a fair bit of throttle down there, and it continues that ratio on the way out, as we might be able to pick him up here. I know he's just understeered straight off on about mid-track.
We've got another one around there too. Yeah, that's
Garrett Piper.
Piper, yeah, and he's lost it down there in turn 1. So a fair few cars to get hooked up and to drag back into the pits before we can get going with our next event on the calendar, which is going to be our improved production and production cars. So I think we'll take a bit of a short break until they roll up.
Yeah, we'll probably throw down to Jamie and Demelza very shortly, but until then we'll just take a short break and we'll be back with more from MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway very shortly.
True performance goes beyond power. It's built on accuracy. From routine servicing to tailored upgrades, every detail is considered. At Precision Auto House, your trusted specialist in European vehicles, when your car is treated like it should be.
Improved production cars and production cars racing. Precision Auto. And night.
While we have our rescue crews out there recovering these 3 cars, with very unusual to three FSR cars stuck at the same time, we're going to throw down to Jamie and Demelza down there in the pit area.
Thanks a lot, Vaughan. It's always great meeting somebody new to a category. We've got one right now. Brodie O'Brien this is your first year competing in Excels. Congratulations. And you're coming in at the moment mid-pack, which is pretty good for your first year. You happy with the results so far today?
Yeah, mate, it was a bit of shock. 14th of qualifying, so pretty good in my eyes.
Yeah. Have had any experience with motor racing before, prior to this? I mean, did you come up through go-karts or any of that sort of development?
I did dirt karting for a while, maybe for 6 years. Travelled Australia and competed at a national level.
Right, and so when it came, you said before we came on camera that you had a bit of a break, but you decided to come back. Why Excels?
Yeah, I had a 3-year break in racing. Excels, obviously the cheaper option in road MOTORSPORT. And yeah, it's very competitive, lots of cars out there. So I think the main reason was how many cars are out there and all the other young drivers.
And how have you found it today being on the track for the first time? I believe you were telling us before with your go-kart experience, you've never actually driven on bitumen before.
No, that's right. I haven't done any bitumen racing. I remember when I was little, I drove on the track in Coburn, but never racing or anything. But yeah, it's a lot different. Learning how to brake, as in dirt, you don't really brake as much. Yeah, way more harder on the brakes.
And who's giving you all the support you need to be on the track today?
My dad, mainly, Jamie as well, my other pit crew, and Dakin and Ocean Air are my sponsors.
And so what are you hoping to achieve this year? Obviously develop your skills up and so forth and be a bit more competitive, come at each championship round?
Yeah, not looking at trying to get up there yet, but definitely trying to improve every race and just trying to learn the car and how to drive, really.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations, Brodie, and great start to your career on the track.
Yeah, welcome to Excels.
Thanks, mate.
We'll be back with a whole heap more racing very shortly after these short messages.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall, Electrical Group Training, Sets, Crushing Services Australia, Bond Hire, Gallagher, and Radlink Communications.
might be able to pick him up here. I know he's just understeered straight off on about
around there too, yeah. That's
Garrett
Piper, yeah, and he's lost it down there in turn one. So a fair few cars to get hooked up and to drag back into the pits before we can get going with our next event on the calendar, which is going to be our improved production and production cars. So I think we'll take a bit of a short break until they roll up.
Yeah, we'll probably throw down to Jamie and Demelza very shortly, but until then we'll just take a short break and we'll be back with more from MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway very shortly.
It's built on accuracy. From routine servicing to tailored upgrades, every detail is considered. At Precision Auto House, your trusted specialist in European vehicles, where your car is treated like a show.
Improved Production Cars and Production Cars Racing is brought to you by Precision Auto House, TRP Ductwork, EM Graphics, and Knight.
Welcome back to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway for our improved production and production cars. And unfortunately, we lost a car due to Kai McPherson, unfortunately having I think it was a fuel line that's dislodged from the engine.
High pressure fuel line, apparently.
Yeah, high pressure fuel line. And they've sent the car up in flames. So hopefully not too much damage underneath the bonnet of the little Renault Clio as we have a look at our grid for this one. And on the front row is the Holden Monaro of Matt Cherry with Joel Corello in the BMW, car number 7, also on the front row. Second row will be Mason Legg in a BMW alongside the RX-7 of Trent Hookermau. And then we have Neil Pollard and Andrew Silvestris in another BMW, Damon Croxon in the Renault Megane. Then we have Paul in car 25, Derek Burns in 92, Lane and Lansmere. And then we have Woodhead in the little Mini Cooper S, car number 98. And then Edwards, Lachlan Cove in 36. And unfortunately, it looks like we've lost Kai McPherson and also Dom Caniglio.
He never made the start of the last event,
No, so
unfortunately.
after qualifying, there was something wrong with that car. and I don't think it actually took the start in race number 1 either. So that promotes Joel Corello up onto the front row alongside the Holden Monaro for Racing Dynamics of Matt Cherry. And we have our onboard camera for our Turn 7 media customers on Brodie Edwards, starting right back towards the back of the field alongside Lachlan Cove. So they are probably on the back row. That will be in the RX-8. The silver RX-8 is where our camera is located, right behind Robbie Lansmere in the Toyota 86. So all just about in readiness for this one, race 2 for our improved production and production cars here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Rob, take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. Waiting for that red light to come on, and that will be any moment now. There it is now, and ready for a start. And we're away. And once again, Corello gets the initial jump, and that's a great start by Joel Corello. He's already got 3 or 4 car lengths over Cherry as they head down to turn 1 for the first time. Nice safe start from everyone else. Right on their tail as well as 85 of Mason Legg, who's also made a good start. We've got Trent Hockamau behind them, and then we've got the little Neil Pollard car number 19. So really good start for everybody as they make their way up through the S's and past the bus stop and into turn 4 for the first time.
Joel Corello making hay while the sun shines, but it'll all be over very shortly as now we see the Holden Monaro just pull out and accelerate right around the outside of the BMW down in towards turn number 6, and we go on board with our car, the RX-8 Mazda, and he looks like he's chasing the little Mini Cooper S there. Yes, it is the Mini, and looks like Lachlan Cove in car number 36, the Hyundai XL. So the RX-8 is blocked here by the traffic in front. Can't get through at the moment. Let's look for a run down the outside here as they crest the top of the hill, and there's nothing that the RX-8 can do about the Mini. The Mini's got a good turn of speed up and over the hill.
Yeah, it absolutely has. He's got that car well sorted out as we see the Monaro blast past the Corello BMW and take the lead. And as we have mentioned earlier on today also, is that Matt Cherry is very much threatening the lap record here for improved production cars. The lap record currently stands at 1 minute and 1 minute and 14 hundredths of a second. So at the moment he's out there trying very, very hard. A little bit warmer now than what it was earlier today, so I don't know whether the track conditions going to be suiting him, but yeah, he was definitely threatening that in the first event.
Well, he ran just very wide then out onto that ripple strip that we've talked about on driver's left on the exit of turn number 5, but look how straight that car is coming out of turn number 6. With the amount of horsepower that this thing has got, it chews through tyres big time. So hopefully there's a new set of tyres on this for race number 2 as he tilts the car into turn number 7. Reel off another lap here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. It's Matt Cherry for Racing Dynamics, car number 44, and he is 6/10 away from a new lap record.
Yeah, so let's see what he can do. Obviously he's going to lose grip in those tyres the longer that the event goes on, because they're going to start to get a little bit overheated, but he's now already got himself an almost 8-second lead over Joel Corello, who's got Mason Legg right on his tail at the moment as they exit turn 1. Then we've got a bit of a gap back to Troy Hockamau, and then we've got Neil Pollard. Behind them we've got the lovely BMW of Cerventus, and then Croxton in the Renault Megane, and then the very, very pretty little Tirana, a L34 Tirana that's behind them of Craig Poole.
Yeah, Craig Poole running that retro livery on that car again this year. And now we pick up with Matt Cherry again as he leaves turn 6 and heads up and over the top of the hill. What can he do this time? It was 6/10 away from a new lap record last time through, which was the first flying lap. Here he comes out of turn number 7, doesn't even get anywhere near the ripple strip on the driver's left. He crosses the line and we go for a 1 minute and 1.
So about a second now off the lap record. I'd say that the circuit's probably got a bit too much UV, and there's probably a bit too much wind out there as well at the moment. I think he's probably going to be sitting in the 61 for most of the rest of the race as we watch Croxton getting past the BMW. So there's a problem, I think, with
Mason Legg. No, 265. That's
Cerventus. Yeah, and it's unfortunate for him because he's slowing down. He's going to come under 5 fairly shortly from Derek Burns as well in car 92.
Yeah, well, this is the first time out for car number 265 of Andrew Cerventus, as Andrew's been away from the sport for quite some time, but making a return this weekend, and unfortunately it looks like the car is not going to play ball, as Lansmere now looking to get a run around the outside of him as well.
Yeah, so Cameron Burns has obviously given up on the Honda Integra that he was running there for a while, and has gone to this BMW.
Yeah, yep.
Because remember, he was having all those gearbox problems with it.
Yes, they were. They couldn't get a gearbox to hang together in it.
No, they couldn't. So he's out there now. Actually, no, he's out there in a Honda Civic. So not in a BMW. So he's out there in a Honda Civic. It's Cameron Burns.
That's Derek.
But we're looking at Derek Burns, and he's out there in the 135 BMW. Yep.
Cameron, I was speaking to Cameron yesterday, and he's got a few issues with his. Big year in store, and of course we have a national round of the Formula V Championship as well, so we're expecting some Eastern State open wheelers, and Cameron was saying yesterday they've already heard that there is a 6-car truck coming from Queensland and another 6-car transporter coming from Victoria.
This is for the Formula Vs?
For the improved production.
As if Formula V racing isn't exciting enough, that's going to be later on in the year for us as well, with a mixture of the guys from the Eastern Seaboard, so really looking forward to that one. But looking back at this race at the moment, still in the 61s is Matt Cherry, and he's got a 15-second lead now to Joel Corallo in the BMW. Mason Legg around about another 1.5 seconds behind Corallo, and then a big gap of about 4 seconds back to Trent Hockenauer. Then we've got Neil Pollard about another second behind him, about 5 seconds then back to Damien Croxton, and then we've got Craig Poole, Derek Burns, Rob Lansmere, and Emma Lane. Emma Lane, one of our female runners, out there in car number 43, and that's the little Ford Focus RS.
It's a great battle on our Turn 7 media screens in front of us with Woodhead in the little Mini Cooper S, and he is still holding off the RX-8 that has our onboard camera on it of Edwards in car number 13. They're running down towards the back of the field, but this is a really significantly good drive here from Woodhead in the Mini Cooper S. As we go down over the start-finish line, a big flash of flame out of the Mazda RX-8 on deceleration into turn number 1.
Yeah, absolutely, as the leader goes past to complete lap 6, and he's into the 62s now. We're down to 5 minutes and 40 seconds left in this one, so still a good 6 or 7 laps to go. So, and all of the cars out there still looking like they're running fairly square on the track, nothing really getting out of shape or anything like that. All the guys doing a very, very good job. But look at that lead now. It's out to 21.3 seconds from Matt Cherry. He's going to end up just about lapping this entire field.
Yes, he certainly will. He's going to come close for sure. Mason Legg having another consistent run since stepping away from Formula Vs and putting a roof over his head.
Yeah, hard-working motorsport guys, Mason Legg. He's always done a very good job of presenting his cars, but also has always been a force to be reckoned with in Formula V as well. Just about always towards the top, never quite able to make it, but always a very, very solid competitor.
As we see the RX-7 now come across the top of the hill with Trent Hockenauer, a recent convert to the Australian way of life, coming over from the ditch in New Zealand, and bring the whole family over, and has got a business up and running over here in Perth. As we watch him come out nice and square out of turn number 6 as well, allowing the Mazda RX-7 to have its head up and over the top of the hill. Just still waiting to see a big flash of flame out of these cars, because it is a very bright flame. You can't miss it. Even in daylight you'll see it.
One of our very early competitors in improved production racing was in a Mazda RX-7, Gary Hasler, and he won the state championship for one of the very early improved production car seasons that we had up here in his RX-7 Mazda. It's great to see another RX-7 Mazda out there.
There's one here in Perth that we don't see very often, and it's car number 43. It's still got the Peter Stuyvesant livery all over it, and that is owned by Paul Stubber down there at the Geograph Motor Museum, and that is a beautiful RX-7, and I know that Paul takes that over east, and I believe he's actually taken it to America as well and raced it over there.
Is that the car that Chris Reindler Sr. used to race up here in street cars many, many years ago?
No, this is Alan Moffat's.
Yeah,
car
Chris Reindler's was Alan Moffat's as well.
I don't think it was that same car.
That car, if it was the Chris Reindler one, actually got reshelled because Chris unfortunately had a pretty big accident in that up around about turn 5 there somewhere, and the car ended up having to be reshelled, but that was an original Moffat one as well.
Yeah, that was a pretty hefty accident up there. There's a lot of damage done to his back. As the Renault Megane comes out, that's Damon Croxon in car number 78 for DC Auto. So the first of our production cars is Mason Legg. And then we've got a under 2 litre in the improved production. That's going to Neil Pollard at the moment, with Landsmere running in second and Lachlan Cove in third for the under 2 litres. The over 2 litre, of course, it's Matt Cherry in front of Joel Corello, and then Hookamau in third place. And I think that's all of the categories that we have. Yes, production cars and then over and unders for the improved production.
Yeah, just looking at our race leader, Matt Cherry's just completed his 9th lap, just absolutely blasted past Emma Lane that time coming down the pit straight, and he's got 2 minutes and 15 seconds before he's going to go negative in the time, so it'll be about 2 minutes and 15 seconds plus 1 lap left in this event.
There's the little Mini Cooper S heading up through the bus stop section there. He's starting to drive away from the RX-8. The RX-8 was all over him early, but it looks like the Mini seems to have the ascendancy over the last half of this race.
Just looking at Joel Corello on screen in the E30 BMW. He's just disappeared off the screen, but he was getting 2 wheels across off the ground across the hump into turn 4 there, near where the bus stop is and the Asphalt Tech sign. So that was an exciting bit of footage that we just saw just then from the BMW of Corello.
You nailed it right. Matt Cherry's just happy sitting in the 61s at the moment, mid 61s, as he starts to come up onto the back of Rob Landsmere. And right in front of Landsmere will be Burns in 92, and then we have Craig Poole further up the road. So Matt Cherry's probably going to overtake maybe half the field.
Yeah, well, he's just disappeared over turn 5 as our second place getter of Joel Corello comes out of turn 7.
34 seconds behind.
Yeah, 34 seconds behind. Then Corello's got another 2 seconds back to Mason Legg. So it's fairly well settled down. Long way then back to Hookamau in car 181. So another 8 seconds then back to Hookamau. Another 3 seconds back to Pollard. Damon Croxton just about ready to come across the line now in car 76 and does so. And he's a further, that looks like about another 8 seconds then back to him.
So he nails another lap, Matt Cherry, and again another 61.9 this time. So it was a 61.7 last time, 61.9, starting to drift out a bit, although his laps are getting polluted by this traffic. He's coming up onto the back of the LH Tirana of Craig Poole.
He is indeed, and that's going to be, let's have a look, Craig Poole's in 7th place, so he's lapped everyone up to 7th place. You'll get past Poole going down into turn 6, and then it will be, I would suggest, Croxton next on his list, and he may just about get to Pollard before the end. Oh, I don't think he will. He'll get Croxton, but I don't think he'll get Pollard. So he will have lapped everyone up to position 5.
Good run from Mason Legg in this brand new Volkswagen Golf, the GTI, the 40-year anniversary model, and he's not letting Joel Corello get away from him, although he is now negotiating past Woodhead, who does the right thing and goes over to driver's left. And there's the Volkswagen closing in on the back of Woodhead as well. Matt Cherry out onto the main straight. Last lap board given to him this time, and now he's out to the 62s now.
Yeah, and they're having to lap someone during that race, lap. So in that case, he would have been a little slower on that lap.
Legg, Hookamau, Pollard hanging in there for the under 2 litre winner for the day so far in P5 overall. Then Dave Croxton in 76, Craig Poole, as we said, coming under attack now from the Holden Monaro, and the Monaro already down into turn number 6 for the last time. This car also running out of the Racing Dynamics, Cade Bell, and sideways through turn number 6, so the tyres have said I've had enough on the Holden Monaro, starting to go like chewing gum now as they come up and over the top of the hill. There is no respite for your tyres around this place, particularly the left-hand side, the left-hand side of the car, as they're all right-hand corners except for the left-hand sweeper, and There he goes across the line with a 62.4 is Matt Cherry, your winner for race number 2 of improved production and production cars.
Yep, and there's going to be a long wait for Joel Corello to come over the top of the hill. He'll be there very, very shortly. He'll take second place at this stage, and we'll wait for him to come across. Here's the cars that have all been lapped, all coming across the line now to finish their event. So everyone from position 6 downwards is getting the checkered flag now. So Croxton in 6th from Poole and Burns, Landsmere, Emma Lane, and just waiting for Woodhead. But let's have a look. It must be Woodhead coming over the top of the line now. But there's our second place getter of Joel Corello coming down past the Perth sign into turn 7.
Is he going slowly?
He did look like he'd backed it off. Yes, you're quite correct
I'm
there.
wondering if this is going to be Mason Legg coming across the line now, and it is. So there's an issue with, unfortunately, Joel Corello's car, and that's cost him a position on the last lap.
Yeah, it has. So he's still managing to get across the line to take 3rd. Here comes Hookermau now to come across the line in 4th place. Neil Pollard just behind him, finishing in 5th. And, of course, then Damon Croxton already finished, and the rest of the field all having passed the checkered flag for the end of that event.
Well, got a little bit stretched out towards the end of that race. But there was still a little bit of drama in it on that last lap for Joel Corello.
I wonder what happened to Joel Corello's car. That's
going
interesting.
so well.
Yeah,
going so well. And in the end, Mason Legg 50 seconds behind Matt Cherry.
I wonder if he's out of fuel, because he just gave it a bit of he just slowed down again through turn 4 and gave the car a bit of a wriggle as if he was trying to splash fuel around in it. I wonder if that car's out of fuel. Very interesting indeed, and it wouldn't be the first person to have just slightly underfilled the car. Of course, fuel is weight, and you don't want to put any more in than what you need, but you certainly have enough in there for what what you do need.
Yeah. So you're starting to throw it around in the cans in the back, and we'll see this one coming down. I think it's Damon. No, that's Mason Legg heading back into the pit area. All right, we're going to take a very short break, and then we're going to catch up with Jamie and Demelza down in the pits. We'll be back very shortly here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
True performance goes beyond power. It's built on accuracy. From routine servicing to tailored upgrades, every detail is considered. At Precision Auto House, your trusted specialist in European vehicles, where your car is treated like it should be.
Improved Production Cars and Production Cars Racing is brought to you by Precision Auto House, TRP Ductwork, BM Graphics, and Knight.
We are here at Pit Lane and the Arise Racing Garage here with Jesse James Samuels, who took out the 5th place in the last race. Jesse is brand new to the Arise Racing category this year. Jesse, how did you think you went this weekend?
Oh, pretty good. It's really nice to be back in my home state racing and racing with one of the good teams, Arise Racing. All of them are nice. You can talk to them, and having a coach that knows everything is pretty good, awesome. And yeah.
Now, you have quite a history of racing. You've been racing since 12 years old, I believe. Can you give us a little bit of a background?
So I originally started in Speedway, and then I moved to Tarmac about 3 years ago, racing under Arise, but just testing, and moved on from there. Went to F4 for a season, didn't suit my driving style, so I came back, and here I am.
What was it about Radicals that got you interested in the first place? Was it something you were drawn to, or was it just something that you thought that you wanted to achieve, and sheer luck has brought you to where you are today?
Achieve, and with my dad alongside me, helping me get to where I am today, and he's watching me up in the sky. And
because he passed away just recently, isn't that right, Jesse?
Yeah, about 4 months ago.
Sorry.
Thank you.
You must be really proud of the fact that you've taken to this sport so strongly, especially participating in such a high level, being 5th, against a very experienced field in the last race.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. But yeah.
So what's the plans, mate? We're going to keep persevering with FSRs in the short term. Do you want to go to a higher category? What's your plans?
My plan is just to finish this season off, see where I want to go, but I might talk to Mum and see if I can do the Australian one next year.
Great.
Fantastic.
16 years of age. What a future this guy's got
Phenomenal.
when it comes to motor racing. All the best to you for the rest of the season. Look forward to seeing how you achieve what you want to achieve this year.
Thank you.
No worries. It's over to you, Vaughan.
Thanks very much to Jamie and to Melza and all your hard work out there again this afternoon here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Well, now we go back in time as the Motor Museum on Wheels heads out onto the racetrack with Bill Norman in the Rolt RT4 on the front row. With him will be car number 54 of Simon Alderson. The second row will be Marsh and Ricky Virago in that beautiful RT5. Then we have Craig Thompson and Barker. And Barker running the black, I think it was a Van Diemen. Car number 5, yes, it was the 04 Van Diemen. And then we have David Deard and Leon Magistro in car number 16, which is the Rolt RT4. And then we have Glenn Swarbrick driving the Lotus Elan, and hopefully he'll be able to complete this race as he missed out the completion of race number 1 earlier today. And unfortunately we've lost car number 48 in qualifying this morning, and that was the Reynard, the 2-litre Reynard of Bruce Mitchell. Decided to deposit the contents of its water tank, I believe, all down the main straight here, but that's put pay to his day.
Yeah, very, very sad for him. So he'll go home and sort that all out, and hopefully be back bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for the next event as the cars come down in Indian file and ready for the rolling start of this event. And yeah, let's have a look at how these guys go. Big gap back between the leaders and the guys back in the second position, so they're not quite as tightly packed as what you'd like to see, but anyway, they're underway, and it's Will Norman who takes the lead, as you'd almost expect, down into turn 1 for the first time.
Simon Alderson has a brand new set of rubber on that for this race, so he missed the grid walk. He was up at Perth Motorsport Tyres getting some tyres put on those wheels, so let's see what he can do as far as Will Norman, and he's definitely not letting Will get away with this one. Oh, a bit squiggly there in turn number 4. He's pushing that Formula Ford 2-litre to the max as he goes over turn number 5 and heads down the hill.
Yeah, absolutely he is. And just looking a little bit further back, we've got Ricky Virago, who's just in front of Craig Thompson, and we've got Marsh in car number 88, the little Aztec, and he's out there just in third position as well. And then we're back to Barker, Deard and Magistro, Grove, Swarbrick, and that's the way they started the event, and they're still more or less in those positions as we watch the cars now down into turn 7 for the first time. And it's a fairly good gap that's been drawn out between Will and Norman and Alderson on the end of the first lap.
And then look at that, how much they've pulled away from Ricky Virago coming across in the Rolt RT5, the Super V, the Volkswagen Golf powered, I believe.
Yeah, beautifully presented car, isn't it? Absolutely lovely colour scheme.
With Jeff Andretti's name on the side of it. So that would have been from the Super V series in America.
Yeah, the late Jeff Andretti, and unfortunately that Jeff passed away in the last few years. He came over to Bathurst one year and actually raced at Bathurst in the 1,000-kilometre event 1 year over there as well, did Jeff Andretti. I think he may have run with Gary Rogers. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he ran with Gary Rogers that year. But yeah, Jeff Andretti, we lost him a few years ago, but he definitely ran this car over there in the Super V Championship.
So Simon Alderson is still maintaining that gap, but he really closes up in the Formula Ford, a 2-litre Formula Ford with wings and slicks, a little bit different to the Formula Fords that you'll see here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway at our next race meeting. They run groove tyres and they don't have a wing on the front or on the rear, and they're pretty basic car compared to something that Simon's running around in at the moment.
Yeah, they certainly are, and having a look at this battle for third place, that's where the action is at the moment between the Rolt RT5 and the Aztec. And the Aztec swings to the inside and takes that position back away again. Gee, that was a nice piece of driving there by the driver of that car, who is Peter Marsh. So well done to him. That was a brilliant job.
Kind of took Ricky by surprise. I think he had to have a second look to see where that white car was, because 1 minute it was right behind him and the next minute it's alongside of him and then driving away from him as Marsh gets the wheel up over turn number 5 and head down towards 6 with Ricky Virago in that Electrolux powered car, or Electrolux livered car.
Yep, that would have been one of its original liveries, I'd imagine. and watching that Aztec, a locally built car, not built by the guy who used to run it, Alan Auld, and he used to run that car up here for many, many seasons. He, I believe, designed and built that car himself, and it's a very, very nice looking and a very competitive car. Watching them come down into turn 7 at the moment. He's starting to well and truly pull away now from Ricky Virago in the Rolt RT5.
It's a very different front end on that Aztec, isn't it? You would expect that you'd just have the plane of the front spoiler, but it's got like a large air intake there on the front.
Yeah, radiators in front of the engine, front of the car. That's why, and that's as they were in the era. They didn't really start putting the radiators on the sides of the cars until probably the mid 70s or so. In generally the lower formulas, they started doing it in Formula One in around about 1970, but it was not until about 1972, 73 that the Formula 2s and those sort of cars started to see those radiators on the side, and they still had that large opening in the front of them because they've got the radiators behind them.
Car number 5 just moving through on the top of the screen there, and that was Kalen Barker in the Van Diemen, the 2004 model Van Diemen, which I'm pretty sure is eligible to race in normal Formula Ford racing. And we'll have to try and catch up with Kalen one day and find out why he doesn't want to...
Have to find out what engine he's running in it, because if he's running the Duratec, obviously it wouldn't, but if he's running the Ford Kent engine, I'm sure the chassis would be qualified even regardless of what engine is in it. But yeah, that'd be an interesting one to see as we're watching that car come down through turn 7 at the moment. A beautifully presented car. Lovely dark blue colour.
Behaving itself too. It's not stepping out sideways on any of the corners so far that we can see. And,
look, it's tightened up at the front.
Yeah, it has. Alderson's right under the rear wing now of the Rolt RT4. It'll be looking for a pass here. It doesn't want to risk it down the inside. There's the over and under this time from Simon Alderson. Gets a little bit of a wriggle up on the way out of turn number 7. I don't know whether he's going to have enough to get him down into turn number 1. He opens it up, has a look down the inside. And pulls back.
Oh, no, he's not. He pulls back. Yeah, you're dead right. And I tell you what, Will Norman does a pretty good job for an 80-year-old, doesn't he?
He sure does.
Tell me there's an issue with being an elder gentleman. There's certainly not in Formula Classic here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway today.
Slower traffic now right in front of them, caught up, and that's going to slow everybody down. And Bill Norman, unfortunately, got balked there. Alderson hasn't been able to get past at the moment, and that's the ex-Craig Bradkey car of 43. It was car number 4. Yes, Phil Grove in car number 4. That's the RF Van Diemen from 1982 that was built for Ayrton Senna.
Yep, and again, that's a Formula Ford 2000, so it's got the 2-litre engine in it rather than the 1600cc engine in it, and a little bit more of a gap this time. Will Norman once again just getting a little bit of oversteer mid-corner and having to correct that car, so the car's not really absolutely perfectly set up for him, but nonetheless, he's managed to pull away from Alderson, and he's now got that gap up to 0.6 of a second again.
And if you saw right behind Bill Norman in the Rolt RT4, there was Simon Alderson, and he got it really sideways coming out of turn number 7, and it wasn't a four-wheel drift. It just seemed to crack into oversteer on the exit of the corner. So that'll give him a bit of an anticipation of what is to come from that car. The more he pushes it, the more sideways it's going to get. It'll overheat the tyres and it'll start getting very, very squiggly on him.
Yeah. So this car that you mentioned, that's car number 4 that was built for Ayrton Senna, that must have been built for his second season that he was in Europe, because in the first season he was there, he took out the 1600cc British Formula Ford Championship. In the second year he went into, and he was meant to go back to Brazil after that and stay there, but he decided to go back to Europe, and that's when he would have gone into this Formula Ford 2000 with wings and slicks like what this particular car is that's running up here today. And after that, of course, he went into Formula 3, I think it might have been. He won that championship as well before he went into Formula 1. So pretty successful pre-Formula 1 championship running for Ayrton Senna.
Yeah, Philip was saying that the logbook states that it was sitting around for 2 years, which would have been while he was in America, and then he's come back to Europe and jumped in that car.
Yep, absolutely. So it's great to see that car's out there again. Good to see also that Losa Land, the ex-Trevor Hine car coming through turn 7 at the moment, is still running on the circuit as well. He's had a much better day with that car today. Even though he pulled out of the second event, at least he got most of the event under his belt, but the car seems to be playing ball now. So well done to that team and to Glenn Swarbrick for keeping that car on the track. It's great to see that car starting to become reliable again.
I can remember that car with a roof on.
Yeah, he used to run it with a roof on. He used to run it with a rag roof on the top of it, actually, a vinyl roof on the top for many seasons, as well as he had a hard top for it. And at one stage it was painted up in Rothman colour schemes as well, because he took that car over to Singapore and Malaysia. and used to run over there with the car a few times as well with Rothman's sponsorship.
Our leader, that was not our leader, I think that was car number 33 of David Dearden, Reynard. There is our leader, car number 3, making his way through turn number 4. And Alderson starting to slip back a bit now. The gap was 0.6 last time they went across the stripe, and I don't think he's going to be able to pull Will Norman back in from there.
No, I don't think so. I don't think I think his new tyres worked for him for a couple of laps there, but I think he's found that the horsepower of that BDA 1600cc twin cam Rolt RT4 is just probably a little bit too much for him.
As they are going to come up onto the back of the Lotus Elan, the ex-Trevor Hine vehicle. As Bill Norman comes out on the main straight and blasts down the driver's right of the Elan and then straight back over to driver's left for a good fast entry into turn number 1. And Simon Alderson's been able to get through as well. So now they're going to look at getting in front of Ricky Virago. We're down to 60 seconds remaining, so 2 laps to go in this one. And unfortunately, we've lost Leon Magistro out of this race, car number 16. And of course, Mitchell, Bruce Mitchell, we did not see in race number 1 either.
And it's a pretty quick turnaround for these guys between this event and their final event of the day too. They've only got 2 events between this one and their next one, so they've only got let's have a look, the time challenge is coming up next, and then the XLs, and then these guys are back out on circuit again. So whatever's causing some of these cars to be off the track, or in fact the Leon Magistro car, hopefully they're working on that and able to get that going. I'm not quite sure what's happened to Leon's car as we're watching down there at the Alderson getting past one of the back markers. In fact, it's not getting past one of the back markers. It is Ricky Virago who's right on his tail there.
He's gone a lap down now.
Yep, and Peter Marsh, whereabouts is he? He seems to have disappeared. He's actually going up through turn 5 at the moment. So Virago's dropped right off the back of Marsh, hasn't he?
Yes, he certainly has, and that's probably game over definitely now for Simon Alderson, as they got held up going past the Rolt RT5 down there in turn number 7. Got balked, and that allowed Will Norman to drive away in car number 3.
So we're into the deficit in time now, so the last lap board will be going out at the end of this lap for the leaders, and they'll have one more lap left at the end of this one. Just coming out of turn 6 now and about to breach the top of the hill for the second last time, Will Norman in car number 3. A Rolt RT4 that's lived all over the world.
Certainly has.
Yeah, it's been to Canada, it's been to New Zealand, it's been all over the place. But once upon a time here in Australia, this was our national Formula 1 category with all of these Rolt RT4s and Tigers and a few other cars that used to run as well. And we used to have several of these cars running in era here in Western Australia, and some of the best motorsport that we used to have here in the early 80s. And of course, we used to run 2 Australian Formula 1 Grand Prix with primarily these cars, with people like Nelson Piquet and Keke Rosberg and Jacques Lafitte and Didier Pironi and a few other guys coming over and running at the Australian Grand Prix in Rolt RT4s, and of course Roberto Moreno, who won both of those events.
Wondering whether Michael Henderson still has his Rolt. I haven't seen Michael up here for a couple of years now.
No, of course we see his son in Formula 4, but whether he's going to get out and have a run of the RT4, if they've still got it or not, that'd be interesting to see.
Now that car is reputed to be one of the Lucky Nuts cars.
I did hear that. It's never absolutely had it confirmed, but I did hear that as a rumour that was one of the ex-Chris Leach racing cars. But here comes the checkered flag, I believe, for our race leader, and it's going to be Will Norman finishing just in front of Simon Alderson for the second of the Formula Classic events here this weekend, and they got the whole race in without a safety car, so good on them.
Well done. And Simon Alderson getting to close that gap on that last lap as well. Will Norman only won that by half a second over Simon Alderson in the Formula Ford. So we're waiting a long time for our third place man to come across the line, and that will be Peter Marsh in the Aztec. And he's over the other side of the circuit at the moment. So that was Craig Thompson just coming through. Ricky Virago has also finished. What was that, mate?
So across the flag now comes the beautiful little car of Grove coming across.
33.
That's car number 4. Yep. And then the Elan, car number 6, and then we've got the Aztec crossing the line now with Peter Marsh at the wheel.
And a bit confusing, but that last car that went past of Peter Marsh took out third place overall. Ricky Virago in 4th, and Craig Thompson round out our top 5. So as our cars head back towards the paddock area, we're going to throw down to Jamie and Demelza, who have somebody that we're going to talk to out there in the pit area.
Thanks a lot, Vaughan. We're here with Brodie Edwards, who just competed in the production car category. Second year in. Tell me a little bit about the car, because the car's got some great history, Brodie.
Yeah, so the car's my wife's mum's old car. I was sitting in the shed for a little bit and, decided to go racing with it.
Did she ever drive it like you drive it?
Yeah, definitely not, no.
So tell me, 2 years in, you must be pretty happy with the fact that you're in a great category, very supportive category. But I mean, have you learnt much after the last couple of years with some of the guys that you're racing with that have had so much experience on what you've been able to achieve so far?
Yeah, the category is great. The guys that are in it and girls, they're so supportive, help you along the way. Any sort of advice that they can give you, they will. So it's good.
Now, talking about driving this weekend and on the track, how are you feeling with the track today?
Yeah, the track feels pretty good, actually. A bit dicey on the edges, but it's all right.
And you've still got one more race to go. What's the thought process going into that?
Thought process is pretty much just repeat what I did before, try and follow the mini around the track, maybe try and get ahead. Yep.
The conditions are pretty good here at the moment, aren't they, Brodie? Sorry, Demelza. The conditions are really good, but I mean, obviously, things could change in this race in a millisecond. So when you're sort of sitting that far back in the pack, are you sort of waiting for the advantage of somebody else, mucking up so you can actually get ahead of them? Is that the whole idea where you're sitting at the moment? Play safe instead of being sorry?
Yeah, obviously just being at the back, sort of just try and finish. Waiting for someone to make a mistake and pull through.
And in terms of your support, obviously your wife's family has helped you in terms of the car component. Is there anyone else you'd like to thank for the support?
Just my beautiful family, my wife and 2 kids that always come along and support me throughout the day. So thanks to them.
Now, last year you did say that you did 1 round. Will we see you a few more rounds this year?
Yeah, definitely a few more rounds this year. Just got to work it in with the work schedule.
So you're happy with this category? You're going to stick to this category for a fair while, obviously. I mean, obviously, your mother-in-law's car needs to make its place felt here in the production car category. But I mean, is there other aspiration you may have with motorsport?
Not really. This is just a hobby for me. So I get out and have fun, do a bit of competing. So it's good.
Fantastic. Well done and good luck for the final race today.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Brodie.
That's it for us from Pit Lane for now. We will be right back after these short messages.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall, Electrical Group Training, Sets, Crushing Services Australia, Bond Hire, Gallagher, and Radlink Communications.
There's our huge new sign which lights up at night time right at the top of the hill here in the edge of the old short track. And, of course, it says MotorMall. Thank you very much to MotorMall for coming on board, our new naming rights sponsors for the foreseeable future up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Thank you very much. Hope you're enjoying your day here up there on the VIP veranda at McCracken House. And hopefully you'll be able to join us downstairs about 30 minutes after the last race. And we'll do all of our trophy presentations for day number 2 of round 1 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships for 2026. And the standard of racing this weekend, mate, normally is a little bit up and down because people don't have their brains about them after a bit of a break, but it's been exceptional racing all weekend.
It has been very sensible racing and very, a lot of females out there, but so you can't really say gentlemanly, but
No.
You get the idea if you say that it's been reasonably gentlemanly out there this weekend, and everybody's been playing fair and giving each other racing room. It's been pretty good to watch.
Yeah, particularly when we talk about the Retrovision Hyundai XLs, your 31 car field. If you are new to motorsport and you're sitting down in, say, position 23, 24, that's pretty frightening.
It's very daunting, very, very daunting. And regardless of where you are in the field, when you're having your first run at motorsport, you're always got lots of butterflies in your belly and you're very nervous indeed. And these guys have all acquitted themselves very, very well to everything this weekend. It's not just been today, yesterday as well. Yesterday we didn't see very many incidents, and none of them were as a result of I guess brain fade, so it was a really good day as well. So yeah, we've been very privileged to see some excellent driving on display today and yesterday, and we're looking forward to seeing a whole season of it this year.
And just before we move on from our Formula Classics, we just had a message come up from Motorsport Australia that car number 4 of that car, the ex-Craig Bradkey car, that has been in trouble with Motorsport Australia for ignoring flags.
Well, that's a
shame. I'm not too sure about what happened there, but Philip Cove will obviously have to go and consult with the people from Motorsport Australia and find out a little bit more about that infringement.
Yeah, that's a big shame. So, but look, that's an easy enough thing to do, and I don't know that he's had too many starts in that car. So it's a learning curve for everybody when you're starting your motorsport. As we watch the circuit out there at the moment, not very much action happening out on the circuit at the moment. As you mentioned, we do have our next category lined up. So we do have a technical issue, I believe, with a car, and that's still going to give us about another 5 minutes or so before we're going to be seeing any action on the track. So we might go off to a break.
Our time challenge competitors for event number 2 for their opening day of 2026, making their way out, and a standout performance in event number 1 earlier this morning by Peter Dybel in a saloon car. And looks like it's got the Pertec livery on the side of it. It's just exiting behind car number 51 of Jamie Scott. And then behind them we have car number 58 of Randall Beavis driving the Wolseley. And Heath Malkin was the last car to leave pit lane. We were just saying, Rob, a standout performance in event number 1 for Peter Dybel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was a brilliant effort from Peter. And
70 points overall.
Yeah, and I feel really happy for Peter Dybel as well, because he's been competing in this for several years with this car now, and he hasn't had a lot of sugar, so it's good to see that he's got a bit of a tick against his name for having won the event, for the first event for the Time Challenge this weekend. And, of course, yesterday, as I'd already mentioned, he ran this car in the saloon car races, and I think he finished at the back of the field for all of those races, so at least he's at the front of the field today, so he's having a much better day out.
Well, somebody that's not having a good event number 2 looks like it's Joe Douglas. It's stranded in the dummy grid down here below us, the Toyota BRZ, and that'll be very frustrating for Joe, because that takes away any chance of a win here this afternoon for him. Unfortunately, going an event down. But as they head into turn number 1, it's Poynton in the 991.1 GT3 Cup Porsche, and he has Tony Roskell behind them, and as we said, this is not door-to-door racing, so Poynton is not leading the competition at the moment. And it looks like Gary Utterson back there third on the racetrack as they head up and over the top of the hill. So we wait for these guys to come around and we'll start getting some point scores happening. This event is over 5 laps, 5 timed laps. Everybody must complete 5 laps, and then our computer system will go through and just check that everybody has done 5 laps. And a couple of minutes after the conclusion of the checkered flag.
Very sideways was Tony Roskell there. Yeah, absolutely. He's collected it up. No, he's collected it up.
Wow,
that was a good
held
save.
on to that.
Good save coming out of turn 6, very sideways, and it's allowed Utterson to get down the inside of him into turn 7. And
just cold tyres.
Yeah, they both clip the curb down there, and I don't know why they do that. They do that fairly consistently down there. They clip that inside curb, and it sort of like throws the balance of the car off a little bit. But nonetheless, there must be a reason why they're doing it. We've got John Sefsky out there in car number 55 as well. That really is an absolutely gorgeous car, that Mustang. It's one of my favourite cars that runs up here. And, of course, car number 53 crossing the line, one of the other Mustangs. That looks like a 68 hard fastback, and that's a very pretty car too.
53?
53, I think it was. Yeah,
Costa.
That's Michael Costa. Yep.
Actually, that I think has the Shelby livery on it.
Yeah, it has. It has, and it's a Shelby style Mustang. I don't know if it's a real one or not. If it is, it'd be worth probably far too much money to be doing a time challenge in.
I know
but
Graham Woolhouse used to have one of those.
Yeah, beautiful cars. And looking out there at some of the others, there's the Wolseley 1500 crossing the line and looking resplendent in its lovely blue livery.
Well, Costa's gone to the top in that Shelby livery fastback on 28 points, from Zockerly on 46, Malkin on 82, and Guelphy and Dybel both tied after lap 1 on 93 points. And there's a perfect score for Poynton in the 991 Porsche.
Yeah, and here he is telling me during the week not to pick on him too much because it's his first effort. Well, I won't be picking on him because he's doing a great job out there.
We've had 2 zeros. I can't remember who got the other one this morning, but there was definitely one in the first race.
Yes, there certainly was. I can't remember who that was either. But no Joe Douglas, as you mentioned, but it's Costa at the moment at the top of the tree overall with only 48 points lost after 2 laps. And then we'll wait. The rest of them have only completed, most of them have only completed 1 lap. So we'll wait until it refreshes and everyone's done 2 laps, and we'll give you an idea about what the positions are at the moment.
There goes Malkin going through, so he's now sitting on 82, still in second place. Randall Beavis is up there into third place now on 118, and that's put Dybel and Poynton are 5th and 6th at the moment.
Yeah, well, still Malkin where he hasn't completed his second lap, so he's up in second. There it goes now. So it's Costa from after 2 laps. Costa from Dybel. Let's have a look. Alice and Beavis are right up there as well as Jamie Scott. So we'll wait now. Some of them have done their third lap and some still on their second lap. It's really difficult to give you a real indication as to whereabouts these guys are because we have to wait until all of them have completed the lap, and of course then we have some of them getting lapped and all sorts of things happening. So it's probably best just to maybe just talk about the cars rather than talk about what positions they're in at the moment.
Still nobody having a zero on that particular lap. 24 points, 15 for Guelphy was the best of that previous lap that went through. Jamie Scott's moved himself up into P6, Heath Malkin into 7. Peter Callow had a good run early in event number 1. He's in 8th position. The red Camaro moves itself up into 8th position now with Zoccoli. So that we're waiting to see some low. I'd like to really see some single-digit numbers.
Yeah, well, there aren't too many of them out there at the moment, except for that one Snake Eye, that 1-0 that we saw earlier on.
Oh, Randall's moved himself back up into 4th now, but 102 points on the last lap. That'll cost him big time.
It will indeed. So Costa from Dybel at the moment after 3 laps, but we've got some that have completed 4, including Dale Poynton, who's just crossed the line ahead of the Big Falcon and the Tirana.
So Randall Beavis was in 4th, now finds himself in 8th. And you can see that our board is moving around upwards and downwards because Beavis has just gone back up into 7th now. Peter Callow's dropped to 11th. Malkin, who was up the top end in the top 5, is now down into 12th. So Terry Massaro again just going so fast there that he's just blowing his point score, 2,164.
Yeah, and I don't think Terry Massaro really is too concerned about that. I think he just enjoys getting that lovely Tirana out on the circuit and having a few laps in it. But
Roskell and Utterson side by side down into turn number 6.
Yeah, they're a little bit the same. They're the DBR racing, as they call it, Dodgy Brothers Racing, and they like just to get out there and have fun. And they're having a bit of a dice out there with each other during a competition that's not actually a race. But
well, that's a good final lap from Poynton. He's just gone across to reel off lap 5 and only knocked up 10 points.
So that's a 0 and a 10-pointer. So he's done very well. He's going to be towards the top of this tree at the end of the event when they've all completed 5 laps. So Zoccoli and Gulfi and Poynton have all done 5 laps. So has Utterson, Roskell and Jonzewski.
Wait and see the final, probably 20 seconds remaining.
Just waiting for Dybel to go across the line, and of course he's very much in contention. He's only lost 181 points after 4 laps, so we'll just wait for him to cross the line for his 5th lap and see whereabouts he
must be over the other side of the hill at the moment. Here comes Jamie Scott and a little Mark II Escort. And then we have Utterson on the circuit. Here comes Peter Dybel now in the Pertec coloured Ford Falcon.
Yeah, reminiscent of the Stone Brothers racing livery with Marcus Ambrose from the early 2000s.
So, Dybel lines it up, shoots it for the last time across the finish line, currently in P1. And a 10-pointer for Poynton.
And that's taken him to the top of the list. So I'd say that Poynton has won this one.
I reckon it's close. 237 to Poynton, 246 to Costa. Now Costa still has to come across the line.
No, he's done 5. Costa's done 5.
Yes.
Yep, Dybel's then in 3rd. Then Gulfi is in 4th. And then back to Jamie Scott in 5th. Zoccoli in 6th. Just waiting for Alice to cross the line for his 5th lap.
And Randall Beavis.
Yeah, Randall Beavis back there in 9th position. He's still got to complete his lap. And he does so, and that drops him down to 13th. But we're still waiting for Alice to cross the line, and he'll be our final finisher. So I don't know that Alice is going to cross the line, because I think that 47 was the BMW that we just saw going up behind the pits, and in fact was the BMW. So that's the way they're going to finish. I suggest Alice is not going to end up finishing in 7th, because he didn't finish 5 laps.
Well, we've got one more event coming up later on this afternoon. And I think it's going to go down to the wire between these top 3 for the day. It'll be Poynton, Costa and Dybel.
Yeah, that's really great to see Poynton doing so well in a brand new car in his very first ever time challenge. And he's going to be hard to beat in this event. And I think that as the season goes on, he's even going to get better, because if he can do this first time out, it's only one way you're going to go, and that's down.
Somebody's told him our secrets, mate.
Yeah, well, it wasn't me. Don't blame me.
No, it wasn't me either.
Very nicely presented car as well. So so great to see him having such a good run up here.
Certainly stands out.
I tell you what, I hope he doesn't think he's going to run number 6 for the entire season, because he's not going to.
That's your number.
That's my number.
as the car's returning to the pits. We're just waiting on our timing system to turn grey, and that indicates that it is final, down, done, official. But it's looking very good for Poynton, who's going to take the win by 9 points from Costa in the Shelby Fastback Ford Mustang.
Yeah, look at that. He's only another 15 points behind.
Yeah, and then Dybel was 15 points behind.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I meant. Dybel was only another 15 points behind, and then it's out
Very
to around
close.
about 122 points then, back to Goulfey in 4th place.
So the other end of the scale, it looks like our winner on 237. The other end, 3,047 to Terry Massara.
He's had a day out. That's what
Yeah.
he's done. He's gone out there and just put it into gear and off he's
Well,
gone.
We've just had a change.
Yeah, that would have been the 7th place. That would have been Alice dropping down. That would have been
Yes, Alice dropped to the
down.
bottom.
Yeah.
Yep. And there it is. It's all official. Poynton in the Porsche takes out event number 2 for time challenge from Costa in the Shelby Fastback, and Peter Dybel in the Pertec Libid saloon car will take out 3rd place. So we're getting this big field of Retrovision Hyundai XLs all lined up. 31 cars about to do battle out on the circuit here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. We're going to take a very short break before this one, and we will be back for the start of the last race for the Hyundai XLs here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Back very shortly.
At Retrovision, we're putting on a show when it comes to saving you money. Because at Retrovision, we have more ways to save on all the electrical stuff you love. We not only price match with our lowest price guarantee, but there's also no buyer regret with our 60-day price promise. Even better, RAC members save an extra 5% off every single day. It's like every day's a sale at Retrovision. So why shop anywhere else?
Excel Cup Racing is brought to you by Retrovision, Vulcan Panel and Paint, Motec Mechanical, Dash Simulators and Events, and Excel Garage.
All right, race number 3 coming your way very shortly for our Hyundai XLs. And while everybody was down on the dummy grid there, I did see a orange and purple car disappear back up into the paddock area. So not sure what is going on with that car. We'll be able to let you know who that was once we start racing. But all the rest of the field now making their way out onto the circuit. A huge field for Retrovision for 2026. And we are going on board. I just had a quick look. There was a blue car in front. I reckon it might be Anthony Fogliani's car.
Yes, it may be Anthony Fogliani's car, but it wasn't Noah Byrne in the orange and purple car that went up the top. That's one thing for sure, because he's still out on the track.
Yes, I only just saw the glimpse of it as it headed up the hill on the north entry. But we will be able to tell once we start turning over some laps. We'll find out who it was.
All right, so it's going to be that man Zane Rhodes, and here's the car that we're in at the moment. Can't quite see the number on the screen still though, but
chasing a blue one, and the blue one, it'll be Wesley Lair.
Car 23.
Car
there you
23.
go, car 23 that we're out there in. So 2 in-car cameras.
Yeah,
there you go, brilliant.
Wow. Boys at Turn 7 Media having a little bit of fun and stepping it up a bit, making life a little bit difficult for us up here as commentators. But 2 onboard cameras, and they are embedded deep in the field.
Hayden Millington. So that's a newcomer to the category as well in car number 23. So Hayden Millington is one of our camera cars. Didn't quite make out which one the other one. And that's going to be absolutely brilliant to see both of these cars with cameras in on our live feed. And for those. That would be, if it's 27, it would be Wesley Lair. And if you're here at the circuit and you want to have a look from the cameras from in the cars, and you're not able to do that because you're here watching live, don't forget you can actually access the replay of this event tonight and for the foreseeable future on YouTube. So just go and look for WACC and you'll be able to find this pretty easily on YouTube. And you can watch the entire weekend's racing on review again if you're settling down for a few quiet drinks this evening. So it's MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway on YouTube.
Yep, and that's where you'll find it. So you'll be able to go home on your Sunday night, mate. You got nothing better to do tonight than watch all the racing again.
Yeah, why not? It's all I want to do is spend the evening listening to myself.
Pick out a lot of stuff that we've probably missed.
Yeah, all the mistakes. Yeah, so we've got Rhodes on pole from Burns, and then back to Tristan Clamp and Peniza, back to Harry Burns and D'Souza, and then we've got Lachlan Cove, Hill, Hasty, Beres, Ferez, and Wolzak in car number 94, and then Michael Clark, who's recovering from an off in the first event, and we're just about got them lined up. Green flag just coming out now. There we go.
Away we go, and it's another good start from Burns in car 333. He did this in the previous event.
He needs to get over.
This one, he hasn't got over, but look at the power of Zane Rhodes. Once he gets second up into third gear, it just accelerates.
Yeah, he needs to get over into the inside of the track and block that entry into turn 1 and consolidate that position, because he's already given away 3 or 4 car lengths to Zane Rhodes as they head up through turn 3 and into turn 4 for the first time. Another nice clean start from these Hyundais. 2 wide, 2 back into the mid-pack there into turn 4, so they've got to sort themselves out, and they're going to open up a few gaps there for a few other people who stick their nose in as well. But everyone's staying on track. Great job for the first half a lap of the Hyundais for their final event here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway for this March race meeting.
On board with Wesley Lair as we head down in towards turn number 6. He's side by side with the plain blue car, and that would be Runo Stumpf in car number 50. Now he brings it out towards driver's left-hand side, tries to get as much of the racetrack as he can and get into the toe of that car in front. Super important to get as close as you can to that car in front. That car making a big hole in the atmosphere.
Yeah, great job by Turn 7 Media there. Car picture in picture, so looking out from one car and looking out from the other car as well. So brilliant job from there. Look at this gaggle of cars back here from Wolzak all the way back behind him. So that was Fiera and O'Brien and Stephen McGregor, and Wildman, who slipped back to 16th, and Lair as well. So big gaggle of cars back there, all finding 2 wide all the way through turn 1.
And Burns is not letting Zane Rhodes Rhodes get away in this one. Normally it'd be pretty much game over by now, but he's hanging on. There's only 2 car lengths difference between first and second, and even back to third.
Yeah, he's got Will Panizza right in his tail as well, so he won't be wanting to let Rhodes get too far away, or he will be buying into Panizza getting on his tail. Tristan Clamp not far behind him as well, and Harry Burns. And once again, all clean over the top. Pretty much line astern now. They've sorted themselves out. Down into turn 6 for the second time.
Back on board with Millington at the back of the field, and there is just a wall of Hyundais in front of him. He cannot do anything here at the moment because everywhere he wants to go there is a car. So he's ranging up on one of the Cove cars at the moment. He has another P-plater in a white car alongside of him. I think it was car number 50 odd.
And change for the lead down in turn 7. So down the inside goes Burns. So well done to Shane Burns to try to take that position. But look at that power that Rhodes' car's got. He's just blasted past him in a straight line. Can Burns get back down the inside into turn 1? He's certainly making every effort to do so, but around the outside still is going to be Zane Rhodes, and he's still going to take the lead. That's allowed that whole bunch of 5 cars, so Rhodes, Burns, Panizza, Clamp and Harry Burns, to all close up and to make a bit of a gap between themselves and Dean Hill, who's recovering as well from that first lap incident in race 1, and he's starting to get a little bit further up the field as well.
They've run away. There's still a full second and a half away from the track record, so the track is definitely not performing well this afternoon with all of this sunlight beaming down onto it. There's not a cloud in the sky, where yesterday we had some intermittent cloud, and that allowed for some really quick lap times, but also we've got a lot of sand and debris out there on the circuit as well. But Rhodes is not running away from Burns at all.
I was about to say, great exit out of turn 6 that time from Shane Burns, and he's right on the tail. He's going to make the same move down the inside, just a little bit better under brakes that time with Zane Rhodes, and he's managing to hang on the outside. There is grip out there, as he's just showing us. And look at third place of Panizza. He's right on the tail of Rhodes now, side by side as they cross the line, and it's going to be Panizza that's going to try to take that second position away from Rhodes, and he breaks just about a half a second early, but he manages to get down the inside. And also have a look at Harry Burns. He's trying to get down the inside, Tristan Clamp's trying to get down the inside of Burns as well.
Yeah, very close these ones, but that's allowed Zane Rhodes in 73 to skip away by 4 or 5 car lengths now, as Will Panizza up into second place now from Burns, and then Harry Burns. Tristan Clamp on the back of that. That's the top 5, but look at this big gaggle of cars. They're still coming out of turn 1.
Lachlan Cove, Harry Beres and Michael Clark and Noah Burners, that gaggle of cars you were just mentioning, Vaughan, and they're right all over each other. You can throw a blanket over those guys as well. So lots of little bits of racing happening all around the track at the moment.
Spin.
Is that one of the Burns boys?
I don't know. I think it was in second place. That may be Panizza.
Just having a look at who that is. Can't quite make out which car that is. It's
the blue and white.
I think it might be one of the Burns boys. Just looking at them coming over the top of the hill, and it is. It's either Shane or it's going to be Harry Burns. I'm not quite sure which one of that is. As they come back onto the pit straight, we'll soon find out as they come across the line. And it was in fact it was Harry Burns who went around, I think, down there that time. So that's a big shame for them, because the Burns family cars were both nose to tail.
S. Burns 333 is falling down the list.
Okay, so it was actually Shane, it wasn't Harry. So Harry Burns has made his way into third position, which is a big shame, because he was the guy who was bringing most of the pressure on our race leader of Zane Rhodes.
Yeah, and Rhodes has skipped away now. He's taken that out to 6 or 7 car lengths as they head up and over the top of the hill. There's a good 4-car battle just further back as they enter into turn number 4 and head up the hill as well.
Yeah, it looks like there's a move happening back in the field as well. They're around turn 4. I think that may have been Stephen McGregor going around the outside of someone up there.
Clark, Byrne, Harrison Beres, and there's a move on down there as well by car number 11. That's Noah Byrne. Gets under the inside of the other 2 cars and comes out of turn number 6. So it's car number 11 and 18 battling, and that's Harrison Beres.
I think that's
and Noah Byrne.
I think so, and Michael Clark's not very far behind those guys either. So we've got a change for second place. Well, certainly, we have. We've got Harry Byrne Burns, who's moved into second place. So he's taken that second place away from Panizza, and now he's in the place that Shane Burns was in earlier on in the race. Can he close down any of that distance between himself and Zane Rhodes? There's 1.1 seconds between the lead and second place at the moment, nothing between second and third, and then a further 2 seconds back to Dean Hill, who's done a magnificent job of getting car 53 back up to fourth position.
So car number 36, Lachlan Cove, has just been pinged for a bad sportsmanship for track limits for car 36 of Lachlan Cove. And these guys have got to be like the Formula Vs. They've got to work together. Don't battle each other. Just break the hole in the atmosphere and work together and get onto the tail of Zane Rhodes.
Yeah, and just looking at car 24 out there as well, that's Anthony Fogliani. He's having a great debut today, and he's moved up into the midfield as well. So good to see Anthony Fogliani out there in car 24 in 24th position at the moment as well.
Back on board with car number 23 as we head down in towards turn number 6, and having a crack at car number 24.
Yep, that's the ones that we were just talking about.
Oh, side by
very
side.
sideways, yep.
Very, very close there. He's probably going to wash off some speed, so we should be able to see a car come up on the left-hand side. I can see him just over the top of the driver's mirror there on the left-hand side as he cracks another gear up and over the top of the hill. So
and he's actually gotten down into him down here in turn 7. So unfortunately, car 20, I think that might have been, in fact...
That's the Motec car of Wesley Lair.
Yep, and I think it may have... I can't quite make out which the other car is, but that's going to bring out the safety car, unfortunately.
Well, that's going to close the field up, and we're down to 60 seconds remaining in this one. Car number 26 has just been pinged as well. That's O'Brien. He has now been pinged for track limits as well.
So that was Brad Ward that was down there involved in that accident as
31,
well.
Yep.
31, yep. So Brad Ward was down there, and the safety car board's just come out. So we're going yellow full course. So we're going to have to see some of these cars respond to that fairly quickly. We hope they're fairly spread out compared to earlier on in the racing that we saw today, where that was early on in the race where the safety car came out and they were fairly bunched up. So I would imagine that gives the opportunity for most of these guys and girls to see the safety car boards and to safely slow down.
And unfortunately, I think that is probably going to be the end of this one.
Yeah, we've got another car off at the top of the hill there as well.
Oh,
it's
yes,
just pulling off driver's right, coming down the back straight.
Let's check out a replay from Turn 7 Media on that incident down there in turn number 7 for our live stream video.
Yeah, here it comes now.
So, up the inside, and Ward has just turned straight across the front of him. So, not much that Wesley Lair could do there. And that looked like that was the windscreen that possibly shattered there.
No, I think it was just sand that flew up onto the windscreen and made it look like it had shattered, I think.
It looked like it shattered.
So that's...
Still intact.
That's a interesting situation down there for those guys. But
Ward being on driver's left just seemed to come straight across the front of Wesley Lair, and unfortunately Wesley there was nothing you could do. You couldn't turn the wheel any harder. It would have gone into oversteer, or understeer, sorry. And Ward's got some damage here. He's returning up into the pit lane.
But we've got the Manitou crossing the track, and that'll soon dig the Hyundai out of the boonies there that's Wesley Lair's got himself into down there.
So we're in the minus now. We're down to minus 50 seconds, so we'll possibly get the last lap board this time through, and then it'll be the conclusion of the race. But you've got to put your hands together for all of these drivers. That's a huge field of Hyundai XLs out there, and we've had minimal carnage. I was expecting a lot more than what we've actually had.
Yeah, we've had all of the categories behaving well, and this one in particular, because when you get 31 cars out there on a 2.41 kilometre circuit of MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, then you expect to see some carnage, but they've all behaved themselves very well. A big pat on the back for all of them.
So this is our second of our cameras in car number 23 of Millington, running in position 22 at the moment, and that's just probably half the field on our live stream camera at the moment. They're just continually coming up and over the top of the hill, and the safety cars slowed them right down to around about 40 kilometres an hour, but I think it's probably futile. We're now down to nearly 2 minutes in the minus, and they will throw the last lap board very, very shortly.
Yeah, and
checkered
flag will come out, and that'll be 3 from 3 today for Zane Rhodes. So well done to Zane. He's really done a great job today.
Harry
in XL
Burns
Cup
will take out second place.
Yeah, and good run from Harry as well. He started in about 4th or 5th position in that one, and he managed to get up to 2nd.
And Will Panizza in car number 9 will finish 3rd. Tristan Clamp will take home 4th. A great recovery from Dean Hill. And Dean ending up in P5 after that event as well. So a great day of racing. Hope you've all enjoyed the Hyundai XLs, brought to you this year again by their yearly sponsor in Retrovision. We're going to throw down to Jamie and Demelza down there in the pit area. Good afternoon, guys. Who have you got with you?
We have Dale Poynton with us right now, who came first with the time challenge. Dale, you've got to be happy with that.
Oh, I didn't know I came first. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's fantastic. Thanks for that. Yeah, I'm very happy. It's just great to be here, to be honest. What a wonderful opportunity to be here today with the weather like it is in the car that I've managed to secure. So, yeah, wonderful opportunity.
Now, you're quite new to this category and racing. Can you tell us what made you decide to be part of it?
Yeah, I was just looking for something to balance out other aspects of my life, and this is a very attractive option. There's so many great folks in many of the categories. I've got a wonderful driving instructor and mechanic who helps me out, and a great offsider. So Rob Marcon and Waffy helped me out a great deal. So, yeah, it was like a logical progression to, do something that I've always wanted to do but haven't had an opportunity early stage of my life.
Dale, coming first today in the time challenge is really quite significant because you only bought the car just recently. So what level of time have you had to accustomise yourself to even attempt a time challenge and be successful?
Well, I've done a couple of tuning days, so I'm not sure if you can count that as experience, but, hopping in the car and I wasn't expecting to be up the front of the grid, and I was just happy to follow some of the fantastic folks we have in the time challenge and follow those around, but somehow I ended up a bit further up, and what happened. It's great result. So,
does it mean also that the car that you've chosen is exactly what you wanted for your sort of skill set?
Well, now that it's going as well as it is, I'll say yes, but the truth is... Yeah, exactly. The truth is the car's, far more capable than I am as a driver, but the goal for me is just to have fun, and that's what I'm having.
And talking about the competitors, as you said, almost all the categories here under MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, they've all got this incredible bond when it comes to their love of motorsport, but more importantly, they're trying to make sure that everybody's included and obviously getting skilled up so they can actually be better drivers.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And, I think the evidence is there for a beginner like me to come here and feel like it's such a family, from the sporting car club staff, and the admin, all the way through to the guys in all the guys and girls in all the categories. It is a family environment, and I'm just so thrilled to be part of it.
Now, you are driving a Porsche with this. Was there any particular reason for this particular car?
It just happened to come up at the right time where I was looking to step up from something that I was using for car club work, and it came up as an opportunity. I always knew that it was far exceeded my talent, but it was an opportunity I couldn't pass up, and I knew that I'd be investing in the history of the vehicle and the history that it's had here, and it's a bit of fun, and it's something that you can talk about as well as drive.
What car were you racing before you took on the Porsche?
I was in a HSV as part of the HSV club, and just as a beginner there, just doing car club days. So yeah, that was a really good place to start and get to know people and be inspired to keep on going from there.
Two vastly different cars, really, aren't they?
They couldn't be more different, and I think with better hands, both cars would go better. But for someone like me as a beginner, nevertheless, they're both incredibly fun.
Well, Dale, I hope you have a great year. We've got plenty more rounds of championships to enjoy, and obviously you've got plenty more opportunities then to also take out the first spot for your time challenge. So thanks a lot for your time today. I really appreciate it. It's great to meet you. And that's all from us. We're going to take a short break.
And there it is, sitting pride of place at the top of the hill here on the top of the old short circuit. Our new MotorMall artwork being installed. Can't wait to see that lit up at night time. That is going to look sensational up there on the top of the hill. And there is no getting it wrong of where we are. We are at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Hope you've enjoyed today's racing. A few more races to come this afternoon. We've got the Formula Classics heading back out on the circuit very shortly. Then we have a good-sized field of improved production and production cars, and then we're going to round it off with one more time challenge run. 31 events being held over the 2 days here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. We've just been given the 1 minute siren down here on the dummy grid, and it won't be long before the Mobile Museum heads out onto the circuit for their last time this weekend. And it's all been Bill Norman in the Rolt RT4 so far today, having it all his own way, although Simon Alderson has been niggling away at the back end of that Rolt RT4, but just can't do anything about it. He even tried putting a new set of tyres on it for that last race, which put him in good stead for the first couple of laps until the tyres have overheated. Just pushing and pushing, trying to catch the BDA-powered Rolt RT4 as they make their way out onto the circuit. On the pole position will be William Norman in car number 3 from Simon Alderson, the Formula Ford, the 2-litre with the wings and slicks. Then we have Marsh and car number 88, Ricky Virago in another one of the Rolt RT5. Yeah, that's a 5. Then we have Craig Thompson, Barker in car number 5. And we've found out a little bit more information about car number 5. Carlin is a new driver and just recently purchased that black Formula Ford, the 2004 model Van Diemen from memory. And he will be racing in amongst the normal Formula Ford outfit at probably our next race meeting, but because our normal Formula Ford drivers are not ready for round number 1, he thought he would jump in with the Formula Classics and go and do some laps under racing conditions, and that's a smart move for somebody that's just getting into Formula Ford racing. And we wish him all the luck in car number 5 as he takes on Brock Brewer and the rest of the Formula Ford at our next race meeting coming up in April. We have David Dearden in car number 33, Grove in car number 4, another one of the 2-litre Van Diemens, and then Glenn Swarbrick in the Elan, and it looks like we may be missing Leon Magistro. So out onto the main straight and ready to take the start, waiting for the red lights to extinguish, and off we go and away we go. And it's a great start from the Rolt RT4 of William Norman as he heads down into turn number 1. Simon Alderson right under the rear wing at the moment. Let's see whether Will can drive away from him up through the S's, and that's exactly what he does. Extends that lead out to nearly 50 metres, but under brakes, Simon Alderson gathers it back in again and reduces it down to about 20-25 metres as they head up and over the top of the hill for the first time. You can see the guys are staying well clear of the curbs. You do not want to hit a curb in one of these cars. They are so tightly sprung with their suspension. Not only may you do damage, but if you survive the damage, it throws the car right off balance, and they don't bounce very well, these cars. They have a tendency of breaking components, and when we're talking about cars that date back nearly 50 years old, that's very expensive and a lot of time in the back shed having to manufacture these parts, because you can't just go down to Super Cheap or Repco and go and pick one of these parts off the shelf. A lot of them are hand built these days, and it's a great credit to these guys in the WA Racing Museum that try and keep as many of these competitors on the track as they can. You can see now that William Norman's really extending that lead over Simon Alderson in car number 54. Then we go back to Peter Marsh in car number 88. That is the Aztec, the AR9 Formula 3 Aztec, built here in Perth. It all goes fairly quiet here. The last car heading up and over the top of the hill will be the Elan, as our leader's coming over the top of the hill. And Will Norman reels off another lap down into turn number 7, hard on the brakes, back up into what would be second gear. I believe these are only a 4-speed gearbox. And then up into top gear as he goes over the start-finish line, back down into third gear for turn number 1. There's the Aztec coming out onto the main straight now with Ricky Virago not too far behind him. Next car across the line will be Craig Thompson in car number 182. But that is a really well turned out car, number 88, the Aztec. Formula 3 from back in the day. Turned a few laps around here at Wanneroo over the last few years. Beautiful line up through the S's there, just hanging onto that concrete curb all the way around on driver's left, and then flips the car to the right hand side. And we mentioned that turn 5 is a blind right-hander. Well, it's even worse when you're in one of these cars where you're only 2 or 3 feet above the ground. There is literally, you can't see over the top of that curb. And over the hill, you don't know what's waiting for you on the other side. You hope every time you go over there that there's not a car sitting in the middle of the racetrack. We have had a few big incidents over the top of that hill there over the years. Of course, as they drop down in towards turn number 6, our pit area, when we first started it back up here in 1968, that was located on the right-hand side, and the original bitumen is still down as they on driver's right as they head down the hill towards turn number 6. Ricky Virago in that Electrolux livered car. Beautiful car, driven by Jeff Andretti. Running a Volkswagen Golf, a single overhead cam engine. Out of America, Formula Atlantic. Does a great job over the top there, misses the ripple strip on driver's left on the exit of turn number 5. Around about 160 kilometres an hour downhill in towards turn number 6. Very, very wide entry into turn number 6, and he stayed out wide all the way around. Probably not the ideal line there for Ricky Virago. There's a lot of sand and debris out there in turn number 6 thanks to that howling sea breeze that we had yesterday. It's not too bad out there today, but you can double the strength for yesterday. It was just blowing a gale. As he comes across the line and completes lap number 5. We're down to 8 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this one, and it's William Norman doing a great job out in front. They're not going to catch him. Simon Alderson in second place has just set the fastest lap by 0.3 of a second, but 0.3 of a second is not much when we're talking about 1.2 deficit behind William Norman. But as I say that, he coming out onto turn number 7 and down the main straight. But over there in the S's, heading up through the corner there is Thompson, Dearden and Barker. Behind them will be Phil Grove in car number 4 in 8th position, and that leaves the Lotus Elan running around in 9 cars. We've only lost 1 car here today in the Formula Classics. It's an outstanding effort to keep running these old cars. As we said before, that they're not mucking around. These guys are actually hard on it. They're not being conservative whatsoever. They show a lot of sportsmanship to their fellow competitors and keep away. They don't bang wheels very often, these cars. You can imagine the price and the time spent in the shed trying to repair one of these older cars. For Barker, having his first, what's his lap time? Having a look at a 1 minute 6.1 fastest lap time, and that was set on his last lap through. So good improvements from Caelan Barker. Van Diemen from 2004. And a lot of our Formula Ford drivers heading over to the Phillip Island Classic in 2 weeks, including Brock Brewer, who has just recently purchased a Duke Formula Ford to run national championships this year on the East Coast. He also will be heading over to Phillip Island in a 89 model van, older Van Diemen that goes into the historic category. Up in the back straight there, that will be Simon. That's not Simon, that is Craig Thompson. And he's got the two fast cars. They are leaders catching up on this bunch. Just in front of them, Norman and Simon. All is going to be Simon's chance. It's to try and win this race to 5 minutes and 50 remaining in this one. Past Will Norman. Will Norman sees his way through the traffic. It's already just gone past Kalen, and now there's a wall of cars in front. It'll be Thompson and 33 of David Dearden. 33 of David Dearden. They both do the right thing and move right out of the way and allow Will Norman and Simon Alderson to blast past on their way down in towards turn number 7. Out onto the main straight, and Simon Alderson all sideways and crossed up in the Van Diemen car number 54. Peter Marsh still holding down third, and Ricky Virago in the Rolt RT5 in P5. Thompson and Dearden are 5 and 6, and then we have Barker, Grove and Glenn Swarbrick at the back of the field in the Lotus Elan. Up and over the top of the hill, and the Lotus Elan stays nice and wide, and Will Norman and Simon Alderson. Now Simon's really closed up the gap now, right under the wing of the Rolt RT4 as they're hard on the brakes, down a couple of gears into turn number 6, and Alderson trying to hang on to that car, running it right around the curb on driver's left, hanging on for grim death as he tries to go with Will Norman. It's back out to 2 or 3 car lengths. Last time through it was 0.7 of a second. I think it's going to be a bit less than that this time through. And it's 0.4 of a second now. The 0.4 of a second equates to about 3 car lengths as they head out of turn number 1 and up through the S's for lap number 10. And we still have 4 minutes remaining in this one. This one's over 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Next out on the circuit will be our improved production and production cars, also over 12 minutes and 1 lap. And then we're going to round out the day with another event for our time challenge, and that'll be held over 5 laps. So most of the cars on the other side of the circuit at the moment. And Will Norman's now starting to stretch his lead over Simon Alderson. This is a big elastic band effect here happening between Norman and Alderson. And Alderson again gets a little bit sideways as he comes off the ripple strip on driver's exit left. Down into turn number 1 already, and they look like they're actually going to put a lap down on Ricky Virago on the newer Rolt RT5, the Volkswagen powered Rolt. And Will Norman should be able to pick him off probably on the entry down into turn number 6 as they crest the top of the hill. Will Norman chasing down Ricky Virago, and who will see Will Norman closing down on the back of his car very, very quickly. Now what's Ricky going to do? Is he going to run wide and allow William to go up the inside? And that's exactly what's happened, but Alderson again has been able to capitalise on this and get closer to the rear wing of the Rolt RT4, just in front, hard on the brakes, down into 7, and Alderson can't do it. He's going to have to sit there and take second place in this one, because William Norman will drive away again as they head down over the start-finish line and down in towards 1. Out of turn 1 and up through the left, the right, and then back for the left-hand sweeper. That Formula Ford, the 2-litre Formula Ford of Simon Alderson, very, very good under brakes, really closes up, loses out to the horsepower of the BDA-powered Rolt RT4. See Ricky Virago. Oh, somebody's run very wide again. That's hopefully just somebody putting a wheel off. It's very dry over the other side of the circuit with that unfortunate retic failure. Wait for the cars to come down the hill. And a couple of... Our turn 7 back up. Camera guy down there in turn number 7 doing a fine job on the iPhone, holding it over the fence there, checking out the cars as they came through with Will Norman and Simon Alderson. And Peter Marsh having a quiet race out there all by himself in the Aztec. And fourth place is Ricky Virago, who the leaders have just passed, the Electrolux Rolt RT5. And our leaders just rounding up Glenn Schwarbrick again in the Lotus Elan. Another group of three here. This will be Craig Thompson, David Dearden, and another one of the Rolt RT4s. Behind them is Kaylin Barker in car number 5. There's the Aztec just going across the line now. Good little battle happening up here at the top of the hill here with Craig Thompson and David Dearden, and Barker on the end of that as well. Barker's down to the 105s now. So it was a 106 last time I had a look, and now he's into the high 105s. So learning and getting more confident with the car, and that's exactly why he's entered today into the Formula Classic rather than just jumping in to the Formula Ford category. Craig Thompson able to drive away a little bit on this occasion from the car 33 of David Dearden, and Kaylin Barker right behind them in the Van Diemen Formula Ford. Not too long to go in this one. We're actually down into the deficit now, minus 25 seconds. Waiting through, the last lap board being thrown out the window of our starter box at the moment for William Norman in car number 3. Now they're coming up on the Aztec, so there might be one more shot for Simon Alderson in car number 54 to take advantage of any problems or issues that Will Norman may have in going around the Aztec of Peter Marsh, car number 88. Head down in towards turn number 6 for the last time. Still the Aztec in front, so Will Norman, you would think, would be able to blast past him as they crash the top of the hill. Peter Marsh would have an eye full of a Rolt RT4 at the moment. William Norman pulls out and drives right around the outside of him on the way into turn number 7, very late on the brakes, and that will just about seal the deal for William Norman in the Rolt RT4. He takes another win, 3 from 3 today for the Rolt RT4 over Simon Alderson in car number 54. Peter Marsh will come home in third in the white 88 Aztec, and then the Electrolux Rolt RT5 coming down into turn number 7 at the moment, and that's Ricky Virago. Craig Thompson will be next across the line in car number 182 from David Dearden in another one of the Rolt RT4s, the red 33, and then the Formula Ford of Barker, the black 5, and then we'll have Philip Grove. And rounding out the field, the only sedan out there, and that is the ex-Trevor Hine car, driven this weekend by Glenn Swarbrick, owned by Marty Bullock. So that's the way our Formula Classics finish off their Super Sunday here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. We're going to go down for an interview very, very shortly with Jamie and Demelza. And a bit of a surprise, who have they got with us for the last time today? And don't forget to hang around on the live stream. Once we finish, we're going to have a big wrap-up of all of the action on your Super Sunday. Down to you, Jamie and Demelza.
Thanks a lot, Vaughan. Yes, we're joined by 18-year-old Tristan Clamp, who's been competing in XLs for the last couple of years. This year alone, today you've done extremely well. Was it 2/3 and a 4th in your competition races?
Yes, that's correct.
Well done. And you've got a brand new car for 2026. Tell me a little bit about it and how much difference it's made from last year's racing.
We started building the car after the last round in October last year, and we spent countless nights like working till 9 p.m., 10 p.m., and the main difference is the torque in the motor. It's a brand newly built motor and a welded roll cage, so that agility of the car is a lot more direct. And it took me from 10 to 15th on the grid to top 4 today.
This is an incredible result, isn't it? That's fantastic.
Now, Tristan, you've come into racing a little bit different. What we normally see is a lot of drivers either going straight into it and giving it a try, or they've come up from go-karts. But you did something that was a little bit different. Could you tell us about that?
So I started in sim racing during COVID. We built a simulator and mucked around for a few years. And then I got the opportunity to drive an XL one day at the Nationals here. And then I had another opportunity to buy a XL race car and compete in the 2025 championship.
And how do you find being a part of the XL Cup? Because there is some amazing car drivers a part of this category, not to mention 31 races this year.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. It's definitely growing in WA 'cause it's more popular in the East Coast. And it's a great community, almost family-like, you know.
Fantastic. Tristan, thank you so much. Good luck for the remainder of the year.
Have a great season, Tristan.
Thank you.
That's it for us from Pit Lane right now. There's more racing, a little bit more racing to come. Stay with us after this break.
True performance goes beyond power. It's built on accuracy. From routine servicing to tailored upgrades, every detail is considered. At Precision Auto House, your trusted specialist in European vehicles, where your car is treated like it should be.
Improved Production Cars and Production Cars Racing is brought to you by Precision Auto House, TRP Ductwork, BM Graphics, and Knight. And Knight.
Our second last event on the card for this weekend, brought to you by TRP Ductwork and Precision Auto House, is improved production and production cars over 12 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's all been Matt Cherry. And unfortunately for Joel Corello, had something go wrong, and we believe it may have been fuel related on the last lap, and that allowed Mason Legg to get through into second place. So Corello will start out of third. Trent Hookemow will start out of fourth in the Mazda RX-7. And we've got 2 of our onboard cameras here. Matt Cherry in the Holden Monaro's got 1. That's going to be fantastic to watch as he comes through all of our lap traffic. And we've also got Neil Pollard, Damon Croxon out there as well, Craig Poole in the LH Tirana. Then we have Derek Burns, and Michael Woodhead has the second of the cameras in the little Mini Cooper S, so that'll be pretty exciting stuff as well. So a high-powered V8 at the front and a front-wheel drive Mini Cooper S buried deep in the field. They're going to have our 2 cameras on board as we go on board with Matt Cherry at the moment, and just see the electric window coming up on the passenger side as he prepares for this third race, their last race this weekend for the improved production and production cars. Also, we have out there behind Derek Burns is Rob Landsmere. Then we have Lane, our female competitor in car number 43, Woodhead in the Mini Cooper S. Then we have Edwards, Andrew Savetridge and Lachlan Cove, and we'll have to see whether Andrew Savetridge gets back out there in this one in car number 265. As we go on board our second camera, this is on board the little Mini Cooper S, and you can see that massive big round dial on the middle there. It's the tacho and the speed if you're in a normal car, and then all of the other additional bits and pieces that are on the dashboard behind the steering wheel. And he goes just past the safety car now, so he'll be coming down into turn number 7 and ready to line up in his grid position. As I said, he's buried deep. He's 3/4 of the way down through the field, and our other camera on board, the Holden Monaro on the front row with Mason Legg just pulling up alongside the Racing Dynamics Matt Cherry driven Holden Monaro, a supercar in disguise basically. It's if you can imagine a supercar interior and engine running on pretty much road tyres. They are a partially grooved tyre. They are definitely not as sticky as a slick tyre. So everybody has to run the same tyre tread pattern and same manufacturer in this brand or in this category. So we'll see what happens here, who gets the best of the start from the three cars being Legg, Corello and Hookamau. That's where it's going to be. You can forget about Matt Cherry. He will absolutely be in the next postcode by the time we get around to the S's. Everybody off to a good start except Woodhead in the little Mini Cooper S. A very, very slow start, and that's put him a good 100 metres behind the rest of the field as Matt Cherry accelerates the Holden Monaro now. Joel Corello in the BMW's got himself up into second place. He's got past Mason Legg in the Golf. And then we go back to the RX-7 of Hookamau, Damien Croxon in the Renault Megane. And right behind him is Neil Pollard as they head up and over the top of the hill for their last event. Race number 30 out of 31 here this weekend. We have a look at this battle between Corello and Mason Legg, and I think this is where the action's going to come from. Although saying that, Trent Hookamau is not out of the woods at the moment either. He's got a car bearing down on the back of him, and Neil Pollard and Damon Croxon trying to get onto the back of the RX-7. Under brakes, you can see the Renault Megane did a great job and closed up big time on the back of Legg and Hookamau. The Racing Dynamics car number 44 of Matt Cherry already up and across the top of the bus stop and hard on the brakes, down one gear in the Monaro for the left-hander sweeper and the third gear, and then cracks fourth gear as he heads across the top of the hill and runs it very wide on the exit, so he's really trying on this lap. We'll see what happens this time. Probably this will be his only chance to do a record, will be in the first two laps. As we saw in the previous event, the tyres went off and he was starting to settle into the mid-61s. The race record is a 60.14. So Matt Cherry out of turn number 7 now, trying to keep this car as straight as possible, and that's what he's done. No wheel spin, he goes across the line, and it is a 61.1. So 1 full second away from the track record, and that would, to me, indicate that the track is going away late in the afternoon. He is already up into turn number 4. Joel Corello just exiting out of turn number 1 and going up through the S's now with Mason Legg and Trent Hookamau right behind him. And behind Hookamau is Damien Croxon, Neil Pollard. Then we go back a long way to Derek Burns. Up and over the top of the hill goes the RX-7, the Renault Megane for DC Auto. Damien Croxon and Neil Pollard heading down in towards turn number 6. So 2 front-wheel drive cars here, different ages, and it looks like the Megane's going to hang on, but here comes Neil Pollard. He got a good run out of turn number 6 and just about side by side with Damien Croxon, and it looks like Pollard's going to put a move on here down in towards turn number 7, late on the brakes, down a gear and round out onto the main straight, and the crisscross trying it on was Damien Croxon, but unable to get away. The speed of that little car, the little Honda of Neil Pollard's, is incredible. He's actually pulled the gap out to some 15 metres or so. Now they head up through the tight twisty bit where there'll be no advantage to either of these cars at the moment, but certainly Pollard's car's got the legs in a straight line. Hookamau in car number 181, the Mazda RX-7. Of course, a very popular car up here, as we were talking about before. The father of Chris had a pretty serious accident up there on the exit of turn number 4 many years ago. And of course, it's a car driven and made synonymous with the Group A touring car racing with Alan Moffat. He used to bring over some Japanese drivers to race with him at Bathurst in the Mazda RX-7, and happy to say that we actually have one of those Alan Moffat. Peter Stuyvesant, car number 43 down there at the Geograph Motor Museum, owned by Paul Stubber. With his collection of cars, he also has the John Harvey Marlborough Holden dealer team Tirana down there as well. And under brakes, see Woodhead trying to get onto the back of this RX-7. Now these guys had a great battle in the previous race, and the Mini ended up getting in front of the RX-7 and driving away towards the back end of race number 2. So be a little bit frustrated right now. You can see that the little Mini really corners well, being the front wheel drive car. As now we go back outside the car and have a look as the Mini chases the RX-8 up through the S's. It should be good on the brakes here. The Mini should close right up and have the advantage through this corner. See if he can gain a little bit of ground on the RX-8 as they head up and over the top of the hill. It's still pretty much status quo at the moment, with Edwards just in front of Woodhead. And then we round out the field with Lachlan Cove. So the Mini, the little flying brick, trying to get as close as he can to the back end of the RX-8 as we now go back on board our second camera, and this is on board Matt Cherry in the Holden Monaro as he just rounds up Lachlan Cove. We're down to 3 minutes remaining plus 1 lap in this one as he cracks the gears, coming down into turn number 7, down 3 gears. Say he's in 3rd gear now, a 6-speed gearbox, sequential gearbox on this car. Back down into 3rd gear again for the entry into turn number 1. You watch him crack the gears on the exit here on the way out of turn number 1. So we're in 3rd, you crack 4th gear now, holds 4th up through here, and he's going to hang on to 4th, go back to 3rd. Trying to keep it on that curb. You can see on the front left-hand corner, you keep it on the curb, now flick it across to the right-hand side, hope that there's nobody, unfortunately, stuck in the middle of the circuit, and then fire it down towards turn number 6. Now we're going to come up on some lap traffic here very, very shortly. You'll be able to see a graphic example of the speed difference of any other car out there. It doesn't matter what car it is, this Holden Monaro has the speed over the rest of this field. And there we go, giving them pneumonia on the way past, and that was Woodhead in the little Mini and Edwards in the Mazda RX-8. So out onto the main straight again, you just take a little piece of the ripple strip and go up through the gears again and then back down the gears for turn number 1. Matt Cherry having it all his own way at the moment, out to a 61.9 at the moment. His fastest has been a 61.1. So starting to lose those tyres as we get towards the back end of this one. 1 minute and 20 remaining plus 1 lap for Matt Cherry. Probably looking at 2 more laps here as he crests the top of the hill. We're now looking east towards the Darling Ranges here in Perth. And he's actually run off. He's gone off big time. Is he going to bring it to a stop before he hits the haul pack tyres? And yes, he has. Oh, it looks like the Mazda RX-8 has also run off the circuit as well down there in turn 6. So that is very unusual. You very rarely see Matt Cherry run the car off the circuit here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. He's pulled it up 1 or 2 feet short of whacking a haul pack tyre right down there in the bottom of turn number 6. It just did not turn at all, went straight off the end of the downhill run into the right-hander at the bottom of the hill. So we'll wait and see whether we're going to continue. We're down to 27 seconds remaining plus 1 lap, as this is where our second of our onboard cameras is right now. The other one parked at turn 6. And the little Mini's been able to get in front of Edwards in the RX-8. And this is how they finished up in the event number 2, with the Mini just slightly quicker. As now we go on board the front wheel drive little Mini, and we should be able to see Matt Cherry. There he is down there directly in front of the car. Oh, big lock up there. So Matt's had a huge lock up and driven straight off the racetrack down there at turn number 6. Frightening moment there for Matt Cherry as Woodhead doing a great job holding that RX-7 off. I'm just trying to see in the mirror, but we don't get a view of where the RX-8 is. But here he is. He's running up along the side of him. This is going to be the last lap. The RX-8 decides that I'm not going to try a pass there, and he pulls back in and it runs wide on the exit of turn 7. So that'll be almost that will be a strike for the bad sportsmanship for running wide, exceeding track limits. And that's allowed the little Mini to skip away a little bit on this last lap. So that now puts Corello into second place with into first place with Mason Legg in second, and the RX-7 of Hookamau into third place. Try and pick up where Joel Corello is on the circuit at the moment. There he is, heading up through turn number 4 at the moment. And checkered flag has actually been drawn on this one. So Joel Corello will take a well-deserved win after that little bit of indiscretion on the last lap of the previous race, where he lost a position to Mason Legg. He's got over the top of Mason Legg in this one and takes out a good win from Mason Legg in second place in the Volkswagen Golf. Trent Hockamau in the RX-7. Car number 181 for third place. Then we have Neil Pollard, Damien Croxon in the Renault Megane in fifth. Derek Burns for 6. Craig Poole will take out 7. Rob Landsmere for 8. Andrew Silvestris in car number 265 will take home 9th. Lane in 10. Then we have the Mini in 11. The RX-8 in 12. And Lachlan Cove in 13. And unfortunately for Matt Cherry, buried deep in the sand down there, not too far away from whacking into those haul pack tyres at the bottom of turn number 6. What a fantastic race that was. Unfortunately, one of our cameras ended up in the sand pit, but we got some great vision on board. And we have a car number 19 and 36 for overtaking under yellow. We're going to go to a replay for our live stream viewers at the moment and have a look at an alternative view and see exactly what has happened here. So here's our replay here, and we can see that already Matt Cherry has just smoked it up big time. That is a huge skid mark there, and he's driven right off into the boondocks. So now we go back on board with Matt Cherry, and yes, you can see all the red lights, the anti-lock braking indicators to know that the wheels have locked up. They all lit up big time on the dashboard, and there was nothing that Matt could do there. That car wasn't going to be coming to a stop, or it definitely didn't want to turn. As we see Matt jumping back in the car at the moment. So there will be a couple of minutes delay before we get on with our last event for the day while we retrieve the Holden Monaro of Matt Cherry. We can see our time challenge competitors already sitting down there in pit lane. I think we'll take a very short break and we'll be back with some more racing. Our final event for round 1, day number 2 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Stick around, 1 to go. It's going to be a ripper.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Champion. Electrical Group Training. The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall. Electrical Group Training. Sets. Crushing Services Australia. Bond Hire. Gallagher. And Radlink Communications.
Well, for the last time today, being our round one opener for season 2026, thanks to MotorMall, this is Wanneroo Raceway, and our time challenge competitors, including the winner of the last event, Dale Poynton, out there in the Porsche 991.1. Beautifully presented Porsche. And congratulations to Dale for taking out that previous event. And the winner of event number 1 earlier today was the saloon car down towards the back of the field with Peter Dybel, who scored a perfect score of 0 during today's course events. And we have Jamie Scott out there as well in the Mark II Escort, car number 51. 58 is Randall Beavis in the old 1958. I think it's a 58 Worsley. And rounding out the field is Heath Malkin. Good to see Heath back. I didn't see whether we had Joe Douglas back out there this time. Unfortunately for Joe, missed the previous event. And just having a look, I think there's a blue car there. That's possibly Joe. Car number 88. Yes, it is. So that's good to see that he's been able to get that car repaired and back out on the circuit for this one. Safety car in, red light off, and away we go. So I believe today is going to come down to somewhere between Costa and who else was up there? Well, we had Peter Dybel, of course, and Poynton. They'd be the three most likely to take out the win today. Where's Tony Roskell in the big XY Falcon? Can't see him out there in this one. Thomas Stanker out there as well in car number 11. Peter Callow, and we've got Alice in car number 47 as well. We pick up with Poynton in the Porsche as he exits turn number 6. You've got Gary Utterson behind him in the Tirana. And I can't see who that third car is. I think that's the Porsche, car number 44, and that'll be Guelphy. And he's done extremely well today as well. He's been right up towards the top of the field, and with 1 lap to go, things haven't gone his way, and he's been kicked out of the top 4 or 5 positions. But he's showing he is competitive in this very different form of motorsport. It's a competition basically against yourself and trying to change gears at the same time on the same part of the racetrack. Same with your braking, and apply the same pressure at the same time and try and keep everything the same lap after lap. So Peter Callow's the best after lap number 1 with 55 points. Very close for second and third. Oh, and as I say that, Peter Dybel again, the winner of event number 1, scores 14 points. So he is well in front of Callow on 55, Jamie Scott on 80, Stanker on 82, and now Heath Malkin goes to the top. He's the last car out on the circuit, and he was the last car to come across and reel off lap number 1 with only 4 demerit points. He is 10 points in front of Peter Dybel. So they're starting to rack up their second point score for lap number 2. This is where it gets very confusing on our scoreboard. It jumps around left, right and centre while this event is on. It's still Heath Malkin from Dybel and Callow. Jamie Scott in 4th. Thomas Stanker up into 5 now. 4 points is the best we've seen in this event so far, but we're only down onto the second lap at the moment. Here comes Peter Dybel out of turn number 7 now, and Jamie Scott also behind him. Now they're running second and third on the scoreboard at the moment. Let's see what that does to our scoreboard now. Dybel scores 38. Thomas Stanker goes through with only 2 demerit points and promotes himself up into the top 3. So waiting for Heath Malkin. There goes Randall Beavis. He was in 5th and just got knocked down to 6. Heath Malkin goes through, only 17 points that one. He has scored 21 points for 2 laps. So Heath Malkin is the one to be watching in this one. And we have to wait a long time again now for Dybel to come past. and Thomas Stanker in car number 11. Looks like Joe Douglas coming past in 88. No, that's Peter Callow in 88, which is 881 on our scoreboard, and he's currently sitting in 5th place. 2 points last time through for Thomas Stanker. Really got him up from midfield into the top 3. Peter Dybel coming out of turn number 7 at the moment with Jamie Scott in the Mark II Escort. So we'll get an update now. Where is Dybel going to go? Up or down or stay the same? 7 points for that one. He remains in 2nd place. So now it all comes down to Heath Malkin. And we see Heath just coming down the hill now in towards 7. Hopefully he's not looking in the rear vision mirror. He's got a Camaro and a Mustang bearing down on the back of him. We don't want him to do anything stupid. Just got to stay where you are. Keep that acceleration happening at the same rate. So Heath Malkin is the last to go across the line to reel off lap number 3, and he's blown it with 166 points. So that now promotes Dybel in the Pertec saloon car up into top place from Peter Callow in the Nissan 350Z in 2nd, and Jamie Scott in the Mark II Escort moves himself up into P2. Callow now down to 3. Stanker in 4th, Heath Malkin in 5, Randall Beavis in 6, the Porsche of Poynton in 7, Costa in the Shelby Fastback Mustang in 8th, Utterson in the Tirana, and Guelphy in car number 44. That's our top 10. We're on lap number 4 at the moment, 1 to go. And there is only about 20 odd points between Dybel and Scott, and Callow only 7 points back from Scott. So this is far from over with our 2 laps remaining. All of the faster guys are all starting to get in amongst everybody else at the moment, and that's car number, I think it's 881, which will be Peter Callow. Bad sportsmanship flag for track limits. So that is this 350 Nissan, and again he's come around the side again, so he'll probably get pinged for this. He got a warning, and now he'll be in trouble. That's Dybel, Scott, Stanker and Callow. Only 80 points covering our top 5 at the moment. So everybody on their last lap at the moment. We're still waiting for Dybel and Malkin to come through. So here is Peter Dybel and Jamie Scott coming through. So Jamie Scott scored 2 points and blew himself out of the water with that one, 120 points. So it's still Peter Callow. He scored 41 on that last tour. So it's Callow in the lead from Dybel and Heath Malkin. Everybody on their last lap at the moment as the checkered flag's being flown to the faster cars. And everybody must complete 5 laps. Then we'll do a quick computation on our computers and give you the final scores. Here comes Heath Malkin. He's worth looking at. He's in 3rd place at the moment. What does he do this time? 100 points that time and dropped him out of 3rd right down to 5th. So it's Callow on 178, Dybel on 193 and Thomas Stanker on 250 points. So everybody now receiving the checkered flag. There's Jamie Scott in car number 51. He'll be next across the line in the Mark II Escort. Don't think that's going to matter because they have actually all completed 5 now. So out of that one, we missed Terry Massara, Joe Douglas, Tony Roskell and Ellis. So 4 cars unable to take the start of that one. So now we wait for the final computations to make sure everybody has actually finished their 5 laps. But it's looking very good. Peter Callow on 178 points. From Peter Dybel on 193, and rounding out the field, Thomas Stanker, car number 11. The Volkswagen Golf. Here comes Heath Malkin again. It won't matter this time through. Checkered flag was flown a long time ago. So we're just waiting for our final computations now, and we'll give you the winners, official winners. And it's looking very good for Callow, Dybel and Stanker. Although Stanker has equal with Jamie Scott on 250 points, so there'll be a tie there for third. Final results pending here of what's been a fantastic day, another day of great motor racing here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. A big thank you to all of our officials and all of our flaggies out there in the sun all day today. Thank you very much, guys. Hope you've enjoyed the motor racing. There's no better place than being so close to the action. And there it is, it's gone final. So Peter Callow in the Nissan 350Z takes out event 3 from Peter Dybel, and a tie for third with Thomas Stanker and Jamie Scott. So just continuing our big thank yous to all of our recovery crew, our fire, ambulance guys, our medical staff, all of the timing guys next door here, and of course Motorsport Australia stewards and officials. And that's pretty much going to be enough for me for the time being. We're going to play some replays for our live stream viewers. For those people here at the racetrack, don't forget our trophy presentation happening in 30 minutes from now up there at McCracken House. I will see you up there after we do a wrap-up for our live stream customers coming up very shortly here. It's been a fantastic day. I've been Vaughan Brewer. I'll catch you at the trophy presentations here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Good afternoon. Drive safely.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall Services Australia, Bond Hire, Gallagher, and Radlink Communications.
Well, that's it of day 2, round 1 of WA Sporting Car Club's Championship for 2026. A massive
What a
2
day.
days of competition. All the categories were represented, basically. But today was specific categories. Let's talk about those, Vaughan, if we can. XL Cup. 31 competitors. I mean, do we ever see 31 competitors here on a regular basis?
No, I think that's an exception to the rule, but it's only round 1, and to have 31 cars here was a sensational effort. The driving standards out there of 31 cars with a lot of newcomers was really, really good. Only a couple of little bingles, but nothing serious.
Let's talk about the young ones. I mean, we've been interviewing quite a number of people that are in their teenage years or just turning 18. And their devotion to the sport and their skill set is incredible.
Yeah, awesome. Like the 3 Coves, the 2 sisters and the brother, that's a full-on family effort. And it's not the first time we've seen a whole family involved, but it's a great start for young kids. It definitely prepares them for the road and all of the loonies that we have out on the roads.
Talk about loonies. I think some of the best driving that goes on here, competitively, I should say, is the XLs.
Yeah, definitely. They're so close because it's a one-make category. All of the cars are the same, so it really comes down to the driver ability.
So when it comes to nationals and so forth, do we see as many cars on the track for an XL race as we did today?
Well, when we had the Nationals here 2 years ago, I believe we had about 50-odd cars. So you have what they end up being a B main or the non-qualifiers, and then you'll have a packed grid for the A main, the national championship. So, yeah, that's how they work it, because obviously we can't have all 50 cars out there on the circuit at once. We do have a track limit, and once that is achieved, then we go into a B main or a DNQ, as we call it, a did not qualify.
It's good to see the XL category, though, expand to a level where they've got 31 drivers in one race. That really is exceptional. And I think you called it before we actually got to the weekend. There was supposed to be 32 competitors.
Yes, there was one failure on the weekend, but I know that Anthony Fogliani is extremely impressed with some of the other competitors who actually donated an engine and drove it all the way up here from Bunbury in the back of a 6x4 car trailer on Friday night, and the first time that he actually drove that car was qualifying this morning. So Anthony's returning to racing. Used to race here back in the 80s, so he's been gone a long time, and it's great to see him going home in one piece.
Now, Vaughan, we have seen the Radicals across both days now here. What have you seen? What have you absolutely enjoyed from them?
Well, we had 2 endurance races today. One was over 15 minutes and 1 lap, and then the last one was 20 minutes. And unfortunately for Bryce Moore, he missed the early race this morning, so he had to come from the rear in the second race. Ended up 4th. But it was all Chris Reindler today, and a good shout out to Andre Heimgartner as well, regular in the Repco V8 Supercar Series. He came over and jumped in one of the Arise cars and accredited himself really well. He would probably go home with second for the day.
It's fantastic to see someone like Andre come across and be so supportive and helping out our talent here in WA, even though he is from here.
Yeah, definitely. Originally from New Zealand and has recently moved to Perth. I don't know why, because all of the business happens on the other side of Australia, but he's chosen the best state to live in, no doubt. And you can come up here and watch the best local motorsport you'll find anywhere in Australia.
But it's wonderful that he's actually reinvesting back in the sport, regardless of he's not driving a supercar. Obviously, he's doing an FSO or a Radical. I mean, really, that's an extraordinary offer, really, and what an experience for those people there that want to extend their skills in Radicals.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of new guys up there. I believe there was 4 new people up there for this weekend. So for Andre to be around those people where they can bounce questions off him and ask for information, and my car's doing this and I don't want it to. How can I fix it? He's the man to go to.
16-year-old Jesse James Samuels said exactly the same thing. The amount of benefit he gets out of that sort of mentoring is incredible, which is fantastic. Let's talk about improved production and production cars. What did you think about the categories racing today?
Well, we started off the day with that fuel fire over there with Kai McPherson's Renault Clio. Unfortunately, that put him out for the rest of the day. Matt Cherry in the Holden Monaro had a good race, or 1 and 2, but unfortunately, as we've seen there, a huge big brake lock-up and just about hit the all-pack tyres down there at turn 6. So that allowed Joel Corello in a BMW to take the win in the last race from Mason Legg, who you guys have met before. Mason's made the move over from Formula V to production cars, and it was great to see a production car come home in second.
Formula Classics. I don't know much about the category itself, but it's great to see those sort of cars on the track. And gosh, they're a really slick-looking mobile, aren't they?
Yeah, well, that's how racing used to be back in the 60s and 70s, and particularly here at what used to be Wanneroo Park, we had a lot of those Rolt RT4s, and we saw Will Norman in car number 3, the red Rolt RT4. He blitzed the day, although Simon Alderson in a Formula Ford, 2-litre Formula Ford with wings and slicks, he tried to take it up to Will, but he just couldn't get in front of that Rolt. And then in third place would be Ricky Virago, and also the Aztec did very well this weekend as well. But a lot of time and effort goes into those cars. They will spend the next 3 weeks getting them ready for round 2.
Because the parts for those cars are very rare to find, aren't they? I mean, their vintage is about 50 years old, isn't it?
Yep, so a lot of those guys will go home and they've got lathes in the backyards, in the sheds, and they'll start turning over parts if they have to. It's not like you can just go down to Repco or Super Cheap and pick one off the shelf. These guys have actually got to design, create, and then install it and get ready for the next race meeting.
Happy to see my mate Peter Dieball doing well in the time challenge, but so do other people as well. So what did you think about the racing today when it comes to time challenges? I mean, it's a really specific form of racing.
It is, where you get a demerit point system for going faster or slower than your allotted race time. Peter, in race number 1 this morning, Peter Dieball driving a Falcon, came home with 70 points after 5 laps. So about 11 kilometres of racing and only accrued 70 demerit points, where the other end, we've seen people down at the bottom end, 3,300 points. So you can see there's a huge difference. Peter Dieball had an outstanding weekend, came home second in that last event, so I think he may have enough points to take home the day.
Good to hear. Now, we're going to finish up by mentioning that we're going to be here again for our second round of championships.
Yes, so the second round, you can catch all the action on April 18 and 19 right here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, or if you aren't in the state or you can't make it, then you can also check out all the action live on YouTube.
I was going to say to Melza, the amount of people that were actually here over the weekend, it was really encouraging.
It was fantastic to see.
A lot of spectators, and a lot of space, and it was a beautiful weekend of weather, which made it very attractive.
Do you know what, Jamie? I think one thing walking around today and yesterday and seeing just how many people are here supporting families, coming out and checking the sport. If you have an opportunity to come down here, it's only $10 a car. Come and see the atmosphere, because that is one thing that you cannot get through the live stream, and it's that buzz and excitement and everyone chatting to everyone else that just really makes this community down here.
Maybe we should run an award for how many people we can fit in the car for $10 to get through the gate here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
We were talking about that yesterday, like the old days at the drive-in. You'd have 5 or 6 of your mates in the boot, hanging out the windows.
Only 6.
Now, Jamie, if there is any information or anyone wants more information about what goes on here at the WA Sporting Car Club or the championships themselves, they can do that by heading to the website. It is www.wascc.com.au.
Well, I think that's about all for our wrap-up. I think we've covered almost everything. It's been a wonderful weekend. Thank you, Vaughan. You can go home and put that voice on ice for the next couple of hours.
Yes, no worries, mate. Thank you very much. And thanks to Demelza as well. Fantastic weekend, and we'll look forward to seeing you back here in April for round 2.
Can't wait.
Absolutely. On behalf of myself, Vaughan, Jamie, and the entire Turn 7 crew, we look forward to seeing you back in April. Have a good and safe night.